Hey everyone, Screenplay Archaeology host KiramidHead here. Just wanted to get some plugs out of the way before the new episode starts. We have now come under the umbrella of Fandom Live Media, which is also the home of the Table Reads podcast, which is a fellow unproduced script podcast, where they read said scripts out in full over several episodes. So if you like this subject matter and you're curious about a different format for it, definitely check those guys out. Not the least reason which is because you'll be paying tribute to my new podcast overlords, and that can only have a benefit. Also, check out the Shelved Film podcast, which covers similar subject matters. They're not tied in with us, but I want you to go check them out. I want to make that recommendation because I'm just a nice guy like that. And as usual, be sure to check us out on social media on Facebook, Tumblr, and Twitter. We're on almost every means of listening to podcasts. We're on iTunes, Stitcher, a bunch of other places, especially now that I'm on a new platform which can distribute it to a whole ton of different places. So be sure to check out Spotify, Google Podcasts, stuff like that as well. And also a couple of things I want to throw in at the end. We do have a Patreon page. There's not much there. I can't really think of a rewards tier at the moment. And also, I have a Discord server that's been put together for a while, so if you want to show up and try that, as long as you're not an asshole, nothing will happen to you. You won't get kicked out. Just follow the rules. You'll be good. Check that link out down below. And with that, enjoy the episode. All right, everyone. Hello and welcome to a new episode of the Screenplay Archaeology podcast. I'm your host, KiramidHead.
And back again is KtuluJack. We are moving away from comic books this time, going back to my first true love, monster movies.
Yeah, because we're going to be talking about now. I have done 2 episodes on this subject in the past, and the reason why it was split up into 2 episodes was because I did not want to do 2 of those scripts in an episode. I didn't want to do a long episode because 2 of those scripts just kind of sucked. But we're looking at all the leftover Creature from the Black Lagoon scripts that I have since collected. We're going to be filling in Creature from the Black Lagoon remake scripts, I should say. We're going to be filling in most of the remaining holes of this development phase that has lasted for nearly 40 years now.
That's insane. That's insane it's taken them that long.
Yes, it's been in development the longest. I mean, before this, in terms of Universal Monster remakes, all that existed was the Frank Langella Dracula. And that was a response to the play getting revived more than anything.
Really? I would assume it was a response to the Hammer horror stuff.
No, that was well after Hammer had wrapped up.
Okay, all right.
Because the Hammer imploded in like 73, 74. And the Langella movie wasn't until 79.
Oh, okay. All right. For some reason, I would think it came out earlier in the 70s when I think of that version.
Yeah, it was made as a response to the fact that there was the Balderston version of the Broadway play had been revived with Frank Langella playing Dracula, so they went and got him to do the movie, and took nothing else from the play when they made the movie, which is interesting. Like they didn't recreate, like, because it was well known for having like really stylized Gothic sets, and they just went, fuck no, we're not doing that. But no, to get off Dracula, because even Universal really doesn't give a crap about remaking Dracula most of the time.
You got the Coppola version. That's all you need, buddy.
What, not the Argento version?
I have not seen that one.
You don't want to.
Okay, sticking with the Coppola version then.
As honestly good of a Dracula as Thomas Kretschmann is, that movie is a colossal piece of shit.
Oof. This is post-decline. What's his name?
It's 2012, 2013-ish.
Oh, ooh. Okay, yeah, and staying away from it.
And it's the title is Dracula 3D. And he turns into a giant praying mantis.
Oh, that makes perfect sense.
And they put that in the trailer.
We spend all that money on making an effect like that. Do it.
But no, Creature from the Black Lagoon, of course. We'll get into the scripts themselves as we go along, but we gotta give an intro, and this is gonna be one of the shorter background pieces because there's only the 3 movies. 4 if we want to talk about the Monster Squad for like a minute.
I mean, all that really needs to be said. We can go ahead and cover that right now. All that really needs to be said about Monster Squad's creature is I love that design. It was the suit was created by Steve Wang, who is the guy that did Predator, who created the Predator suit. I've apparently when he was sculpting it, just as a quick little story, as he was sculpting it, Winston was so impressed with the Gillman suit that he actually had everybody come in and just ogle it and like just built Steve Wang up and it was like, this is how you make a suit. This is how you make a monster suit. And it shows. Like that Gillman suit is unbelievable.
It
but
is,
unfortunately, go ahead.
It is really good. I'm not a fan of the stubby little tail they give him, but that's basically it.
Oh, I always forget there's a little tail. I don't know. When I think of him, I think of the like the body, like just the front of the body. I think of the front of him. I think of the front of the body and that head, that like angler. I think it's kind of like an anglerfish, right? Like a bit of an anglerfish and a bit of a grouper.
Yeah, it's got the big eyes.
Yeah, it's neat looking. And he goes down like a punk.
Yeah, he gets killed. He gets killed with one shotgun blast.
Yep.
He throws the Frankenstein monster's crate out of the swamp. He steals a Twinkie and then he gets killed with a shotgun blast. Hey, fat kid killed the monster.
Yeah, that's really all we can say about that one.
Yeah,
but I do love that movie, and it's worth watching if you've never seen it. It's great.
Yeah, it's Shane Black and Fred Dekker at their best.
Yep.
So that means that Dracula is not searching for autism in that movie.
Right.
To bring it back to Predator. That movie, the Predator is going to be one of those movies where you will mention plot points from it, and people who are not aware of the movie are just going to be like, what the fuck are you talking about?
This can't be real. And then they watch it, and they're like, oh my god. And then they hear about the behind-the-scenes developments, and they're like, well, is the original script or the director's cut any better? And it's like, judging by the original script, no.
Yeah, that might be an episode for another day. Maz Kanata style. But the creature from the Black Lagoon was really the last of the classic Universal monsters to leave an impact, because they had two big horror cycles in the 30s and then in the 40s, and that all kind of came crashing down in 46 because Universal merged with International and they didn't want to do. I think it was one of the terms of the merger was that they couldn't do B movies anymore. So that kind of ended that second horror cycle, because once Universal stopped doing it, everyone else stopped doing it. And then as you moved into the 50s, you started getting more of like the atomic age monsters, like the giant ants and them. Really a lot of giant bugs and a lot of just when you look back at some of those movies are just fucking weird in their concepts.
Yeah, a lot of bugs and a lot of space aliens. This Island to Earth, I think. Yeah. Was that a Universal movie?
Yes, that was. Because the Metaluna Mutant, I have a little figure of the Metaluna Mutant he was part of like the toy line in like the early 2000s.
Huh. I've still never seen that movie outside of the MST3K movie.
It's honestly a pretty good movie. It is silly enough to work as MST3K fodder, but they were forced to cut chunks of it out to make the movie shorter. That was a studio thing, I think.
Yeah.
But no, that's actually not a bad little science fiction movie from what I remember.
But yeah, no, Jack Arnold, I directed the heck out of that movie. That was I thoroughly enjoyed it. The underwater photography in Creature from the Black Lagoon is phenomenal.
Now, before we go any further, Jack Arnold did not direct the underwater scenes.
Right, he didn't do the underwater scenes. I forgot who. I know Rico Browning was the guy in the Gillman suit and was a stunt actor, and he would go on to direct underwater scenes for other movies like Thunderball and he also did Flipper.
Yeah, he created Flipper.
He created Flipper? Okay,
yeah.
All right. Yeah, I had the chance to meet Browning years ago at a local convention in Florida, and that was fun. He was surprisingly really active for being kind of up there in the age. He was very friendly and really talkative. I also read that he is now the last surviving Universal monster actor.
Yeah,
91 years old.
Yeah, and all three of the on land Gill men are all dead.
I mean, yeah, but that didn't surprise me that he's still around because, big time swimmer, so his cardiovascular system's probably amazing.
Yeah. He could hold his breath for a pretty long time underwater as well, from what I understand.
And he did a great job. Like, he did a really good job as the creature. Like, watching it, I'm like, like he really kind of like, because sometimes you watch a lot of the older movies or like a lot of the, you know, not the classic Universal monsters, but like a lot of the stuff from the 50s, and you can tell the stuntmen in the suit are just like, okay, I'm just getting paid for this sort of thing.
What
like,
is what is the one with the evil tree? Is it Karuku?
Oh, I know which one you're talking about, but I haven't seen it.
Yeah,
I see the monster all the time, though.
And there's the Terror from Beyond Space, where the guy in the suit was drunk the whole time.
Yeah. Now, was that... well, let me just go ahead and finish up talking about Rico, or Browning. I loved his movements underwater. That was great. Like, he really kind of brought... Like, he made the creature... I like the way he kind of darted left and right and juked around, and it was just like watching his creature performance. I'm like, wow, there's actually a performance here. It's not just, swimming for a paycheck.
Yeah, he makes it feel like a real living creature. And of course, everybody remembers the quote unquote love story.
Yeah, which isn't. I mean, it's kind of there. It's there in the sense that like the original 1930s King Kong had like a love story, but it feels more like an animal that just sees something it's never seen before.
Yeah,
it doesn't really read like a love story, but hey, I mean, I'm glad it opened the door more for like reinterpretation that we've seen down the road. Especially with like I always want to call it Lady in the Water, but that's not.
No,
that's the wrong movie.
No, wrong movie.
Yeah. Shape of Water. That's the one. The best movie, or the best movie winner of the Academy Awards.
Yeah, the best M. Night Shyamalan movie.
Oh yeah, that one.
Well, it's not even his worst.
But that's true.
Yeah, that's right. Shape of Water did win Best Picture. I keep forgetting that.
Yeah, that got Del Toro. That put Del Toro up there. He's got final cut privilege now.
Yeah. No, let's hope Nightmare Alley. But where the fuck were we? No, I mean, the original movie is actually a really solid, well-paced monster movie. It's actually one of the longer ones from Universal because it's 85 minutes. Like, it's second longest in the box set, I think, to Son of Frankenstein, which is not a long movie, but it's absurdly long for a Universal monster movie.
That's a good one, too.
Yeah, that's great. No one talks about that movie, but it's great. But I think what's been said about Creature from the Black Lagoon has all been said. Like, the human cast is actually fairly good. The monster, the suit design is fantastic and it holds up. And it's like the eyes, they got the eyes perfectly in that first movie and they never got them right again.
Yep. We'll get to that in just a minute when we talk about Revenge of the Creature very briefly, I would assume. But, but if anyone's interested in, kind of reading a little bit more about the design and the makeup of the creature, there's a book that has, I think, fairly recently come out called Lady from the Black, which is about a woman named Millicent Patrick, who was a Disney animator, and she was the one who, I think, conceptualized and designed the creature. So I think she did like maquettes and drawings, and then I don't think she actually sculpted the full bodysuit, but like the creature as we know it came from her, not from Bud Westmore, who is credited in the movie.
And so that takes us into Revenge of the Creature, which I rewatched that last year when I bought the 31 movie Blu-ray set, which that is an insane amount of movies.
How's the transfer on that? Is that worth the money that it's going for?
I would say it was worth it. I mean, I bought it with a gift card, but I would say the transfers for the most part are pretty good looking. Like, obviously they put the most work into the originals of each set. And obviously because of its history, like, for example, Spanish Dracula is not in the best condition.
Yeah, that's a shame.
But I mean, and so Revenge of the Creature, I would say, is a good sequel. It does a fair amount of things right. The setting of Marineland in St. Augustine is actually pretty interesting because that was apparently at the time the whole idea of like a marine park was a fairly new concept, and in the near future it might be a forgotten concept.
That's true. Yeah, I grew up. I hail from Jacksonville, Florida, so I've been to the areas where they shot Revenge of the Creature and Creature from Black Lagoon. I've been to Silver Springs, Never got a chance to go scuba diving down there though. That was one of my goals, and then they shut it off to the public. But yeah, no, I've been to Marineland, and I want to say parts of Revenge of the Creature were filmed not on the landing side of Jacksonville, not on the downtown side, but on the opposite, because there's a river that kind of separates that city, and it's filmed on the opposite side, on the boardwalk area, which is really cool.
And the restaurant that the creature bursts into was a real place that no longer exists because it burned down.
Yeah. So I rewatched it right before, well, not right before, but I rewatched it last week before we started doing this, and gotta say, so number one, I've said this joke a couple of times on Twitter, and I'm going to say it one more time, and then I'll drop it. I watched the definitive version of this movie. I watched the Mystery Science Theater 2000 version, and it was great. It holds up pretty well. The movie itself is kind of interesting because, like, as a kid, Revenge of the Creature was my favorite of the. I think it's because you saw the monster so much, because I was just, I was a monster kid, and he's in it quite a bit, like a lot more than he was in the original. But having rewatched it, I'm like, oof. And yeah, when you talk about the eyes on the suit itself, wow, you're not kidding. He's got the googly eyes going on.
Yeah, I don't know what happened.
It was also darker, so I assume they probably just recast it and probably just did some touch-ups on the cheap and on the fly.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. I mean, they cranked it out the very next year. In fact, they did that with all three movies. They had only a year in between release.
Yeah, and that you can definitely tell that burnout by the third one.
Yep, and it's a fun little monster movie. It's not as good as the first movie, but it has its qualities. The early Clint Eastwood appearance is hilarious.
That's right. I was going to mention that, and I blanked on that. Yeah, I love how he just pulls a rat out of his pocket.
Yeah, he somehow lost the rat, and it ended up in his pocket. Now, what you're asking me is, does he have 4 rats or only 1? And he would later appear in Tarantula as the pilot at the end.
Eastwood would?
Yeah.
Huh.
He's the pilot. Wow. He's the pilot who napalms the tarantula at the end.
Nice, as you do, as you would expect.
Yep. It's one of those things where it's really obvious on rewatch. If you listen to his voice, it's totally his voice. And then Creature Walks Among Us is really bad.
Yeah, this was one. So this was one as a kid I didn't get to see very often, just because it was never on television, and I didn't see it. I want to say like because when I was a kid, Universal started putting out the Universal Classic Monster Collection on VHS.
Oh yes, I remember those.
Oh yeah, I had a bunch of them. But that one, I want to say, was like maybe like towards the end of that run, and not a lot of like local video stores had that one, so I only saw that one a couple of times. I remember like as a kid, like really being intrigued by it, like being like, okay, this is really neat. And like the fact that they changed the design around and stuff, I was always really interested when it came on. And then I would just I would watch the movie, and then it was like I would just forget about the movie. And I watched it. I didn't get a chance to rewatch it for this podcast, unfortunately, just ran out of time. But I did watch it maybe about a decade ago, and yeah, it's pretty bad.
It's one of those things where it's almost like a precursor to the stereotypical slasher film, where every character is an asshole. Like, it's literally, you have the jealous husband, you have his wife who's annoying in her first couple scenes, but she gets better as the movie goes along. You have her love interest, I guess, even though he doesn't really show an interest in her until, like, the last scene of the movie, after her husband is dead and they're at his wake, no less.
Wow.
And you have this other dude who, I swear when I was a kid, I confused those two characters because he looks just fucking like him. Who is, like, really, like, horny coming on to her. He tries to rape her in one scene, and the creature kind of interrupts. He doesn't kill him, he just kind of pushes him to the side. And he sticks around for the rest of the movie, and eventually he keeps hitting on the wife, and the husband finally goes nuts and shoots him, and then tries to blame it on... He doesn't shoot him, he, like, knocks him down the stairs and breaks his neck, and then dumps him in the creature's pen and, like, tries to pin it on him. And then the creature breaks out, fucks up the house, kills him. Like, the last 15 minutes of the movie are amazing. Fucks up the house and, like, he just knocks over, like, a gate tower so he can get out of the compound. It's awesome. Like, the one thing I will give the movie is that I think the arc, if you can call it that they give the creature from the Black Lagoon is kind of interesting, where he gets his gills get burned off and his lungs redevelop, and so he can't go back in the water. And the new makeup design is not that great because it's just like a weird face in a suit.
Yeah. When you see it, like, when you were a kid and you see it on a VHS cover, it's like, oh, they're going to do something cool and new with them. And then you watch the movie and it's like, oh, it's just a mask and a pair of, fake arms. And that's pretty much it.
Now, I didn't see it on tape. I saw it. We taped it off of AMC's Monster Fest before they sold out and just started showing Halloween every day for a month.
Oh, God.
And it was back when it was good and they had like hosts and stuff introduce the movies. And it was disappointing then, and I think it's even worse now. But I do like the ending because even though it's left open for a sequel, it's kind of a ballsy ending because it ends with the creature looking at the ocean, wanting to go back into the water, but you as the audience know he can't. Then he walks down the beach and it fades to black, and it's like, did he just commit suicide?
Yeah, it's a shockingly downer ending.
I'm like, it's kind of ballsy they ended it like that. And I'm like,
yeah.
I mean, obviously they had the card in their back pocket that, maybe his gills could redevelop like his lungs did, and so he could live if they did a fourth movie. But I don't think the movie did very well, so they didn't do a fourth.
No.
So yeah, it was a disappointing end to the series, and the only thing we got with him after that was Monster Squad.
Yep.
And he was almost in Van Helsing, but we'll talk about that way later on.
Yeah, actually, we will, because I've heard some things about that, so we will get back to.
Yeah, I think I have I have the quote here. So the Stephen Summers quote. But yeah, Creature from the Black Lagoon, like I said earlier, was basically the second thing Universal ever tried to remake from their classic monster universe, although people don't want to use universe around that anymore for kind of understandable reasons.
Ooh, yeah.
But I mean, it was the first thing they really tried to remake, and they didn't really start pushing for other remakes until like 87, 88 was when they first started trying to do The Mummy. But so what happened was that Universal, they were looking at, according to this article, they were looking at doing a remake of The Lost World in 1981. And it fell through because apparently nobody, Jack Arnold was supposed to do it, and nobody thought that he was able to pull that off for some reason. And Landis was producing that, and when that didn't work out, he moved over to Creature from the Black Lagoon. And they brought in Nigel Neal, the writer of, he's basically one of the most famous, like, British science fiction TV movie writers ever. He wrote the really well-respected Quatermass serials and the 3 movies, and the 4th one he did years later, which people really don't talk about, and probably for good reason. And he wrote this it's called like a TV play, but it's like a TV movie called The Stone Tape, which is really creepy. He wrote the Hammer movie, The Abominable Snowman, which was interesting. He has a rep. Cool. He has a rep.
Yeah. Wow. Okay. So yeah. Well, the stuff about The Lost World being like predating the script, that kind of blows my mind. That makes sense too, given what we're going to talk about here in a few minutes. I've actually never seen the Quatermass movies or television show. Again, it was one of those things where when I was like Nigel Neal, because for the longest time, but I always thought, because I've heard about this script for the longest time, and I thought it was Landis that wrote it. And then when I saw that it was Nigel Neal that wrote it, I was like, why is that name familiar? And then I looked into him. I'm like, oh. So I tried to find some of those Quatermass movies, and I did, but I just didn't have time to get around to them. So have you seen any of them?
I've seen the 3 movies Hammer did, and I've seen the serial version of Quatermass in the Pit. They're good. Now, okay. the original Quatermass Experiment serial is only partially in existence. It's that thing where the BBC did not hold on to its stuff. They would tape over tapes.
Right. It got Doctor Who'd.
Yeah, it got very Doctor Who'd. But I believe the second serial does still exist, and the third one does, and the weird thing about the 4th one is that I want to watch the serial version of it because it doesn't have a movie. It has an edited down for theatrical release version, which I don't want to watch that.
Right.
And it's like, I gotta get around to that eventually. But no, Quatermass in the Pit is probably the most interesting, like, TV and movie version of the Ancient Astronaut thing ever.
Oh, okay.
And what's interesting is that the serial version has, like, better props than the Hammer movie does. I won't go into too much detail.
Okay.
Just in case of spoilers. But no, they're actually
right.
really good. And so it's interesting that he got brought into Hollywood to kind of work on this. Now, the draft we're going to be covering is a revision, and the revisions, according to where I got the script from, there's no title page, but the revisions were done by a writer named Evan Kim, who was also an actor, and he was Dirty Harry's partner in the Deadpool.
Okay.
Which is interesting. And the speculation I've read is that the revisions were mainly to work in 3D effects into the scripts, because this was supposed to be in 3D, just like the original was.
Yeah, and I feel like as I read the script that they just kind of forgot about that after a certain point, because I want to say reading it, it's like it's really heavy with the 3D effects early on until about the halfway point, and then by the end they just barely stop mentioning it.
Yeah, they throw in a few in like the third act, but they kind of stop mentioning it. And I'm just going to say from the start, I'm not going to mention all of them because we'd be here even longer than we normally would be, and I'm not going to do that.
Oh, no. There are a few choice cuts that I think are worth bringing up.
It's not like the Friday the 13th 3D script from 2015 where there's like 2 3D effects mentioned and then they just stop. But no, so John Landis was producing this because he had clout at this point. This is pre-Twilight Zone, the movie.
Right. Oh, yeah, absolutely. American Werewolf in London is one of my favorite movies of all time.
Oh, yes, that movie's great. Blues Brothers is one of my favorite comedies.
Yep.
And one of the best musicals, if you count it as one.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I have actually seen a live Blues Brothers performance, not with the original guys, obviously, but at Universal Studios, they had like a couple of stand-ins doing it, and it was really good. But to get back into Creature from the Black Lagoon, so you had Nigel Neal writing it. Jack Arnold was supposed to come back to direct, but there was apparently some issues with his health, and they had Joe Dante on standby to do it if he wasn't able to. So that's pretty interesting.
That is really interesting because you've got John Landis and American Werewolf in London, and then you've got Joe Dante possibly directing it, and that's The Howling.
And Dante would later have a brush with another Universal monster movie because he was going to do The Mummy in the early 90s.
The Mummy, yep.
And that was a great script.
So, I mean, I may as well go ahead and mention it now. We talked about it a little bit before. So, who was going to do the effects for this? Was it Baker?
It was Rick Baker.
Okay.
But he said that nothing really got done with it before this fell apart.
Okay. Yeah, that would make sense because of the American Werewolf connection. But when I first heard about it, when you first told me that Dante was involved, I was like, ooh, I wonder if Rob Bottin would have done the effects. Because he's the guy who did the effects for The Thing and Legend. And Baker, just to quickly throw this out there, like Rick Baker, has great horror effects, but he also has very beautiful effects, like Gorillas in the Mist. He's more of like an all-purpose effects artist. Whereas when I think of like Rob Bottin, I think of like friggin' horror, The Thing, The Howling, even his work on Legend is scary and weird, and it's a little bit rougher than Baker's work, but it's very interesting. It's more stylized.
Oh, he did do Legend, yeah. His makeup in Legend is basically the reason to watch that movie. Hot take.
Yep.
That and Tim Curry.
I like the cinematography in that movie.
Yeah, because I mean, as much as I love Tom Cruise, that is not his finest hour.
Oh, no.
But no, Rick Baker was doing the effects. Also, yeah, he does have beautiful effects when he's not getting upstaged by Carlo Rambaldi.
Yeah.
But so this was all getting worked on in 81, and I believe Neil was still doing drafts into 82.
Yeah, there's no way that this was a final draft. This definitely reads like a middle draft.
And so it opens. So we're just gonna go right into the Neil and Kim draft.
Let's hop in.
And so the plot is basically that the creature gets discovered in the Amazon by a tourist group, and then this leads scientists who go there and they capture it, and then they get captured by the military who want to use the creature for their own nefarious experiments.
Oh, we'll get to that. Trust me.
And it opens on a spectacular underwater scene in the Black Lagoon with 3D fish swimming around. And then the creature's hand emerges and grabs an eel, and it cuts to the main titles. That reminds me of Revenge of the Creature, where, like, the first scene of the movie is it jumps out of the water and grabs a bird.
Yep.
That's so funny to me. I don't know why. It's like beautiful music. It goes, rah, bah, bah, bah.
Yep.
And I very much kind of condensed some of these scenes down in my notes. So if there's any details I miss out on, let me know. But there's a tourist group. They're visiting a Yagua Indian village, and they're buying souvenirs. And, like, we find out through, like, different scenes that these are basically just fake bullshit. And, like, this one woman has a severed head who is, I believe she's Miss
Parker.
Yeah, Mrs. Parker, because I didn't take down the name because I didn't think they would be coming back.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoiler alert. Yeah, she's got a shrunken head, and her husband is like, it says Korea on it.
Yep.
And this is where we meet Cassie, and she's not too pleased with this, saying she wants to see real, untamed Indians, so she's Jennifer Lopez from Anaconda.
Wow.
That's a weird flex.
Yeah.
And she upsets the boat captain, Miguel, by saying that the government has killed most of them off, and he's going like, shut the fuck up.
Yep.
Yeah, and he agrees to pilot the tour boat deeper into the jungle just to get her to shut up. And they soon enter the Black Lagoon, where its propeller gets caught in some creepers, not the dude from Jeepers Creepers.
Thank God.
Susie, one of the tourists, takes advantage of the distraction and slips into the water, swimming away. And this catches the attention of the creature, who swims along beneath her, fascinated by her movements, so we get the recreation of that famous aquatic ballet scene from the original movie.
I believe he even taps at her feet, just like in the original. The woman... her name is Susie, and the only reason why I remember that is because there's Cassie and there's Susie. Toward the beginning of this, there's Cassie and Susie, and Susie gets a fairly large amount of dialogue. Like reading it the first time around, I assumed that they were there together, just like as a couple of friends doing this.
Yeah, they sound like they know each other, and like 30 pages in, she disappears.
Yep, she's just gone.
And so the tourists on the boat, they call for her to come back because they apparently didn't hear her land in the water, splash in the water when she swam away. And she feels the creature like touching at her. I think she actually looks down and sees it, and she freaks out. And Miguel swims out to her, and seeing the creature in the water, attacks it to save Susie. And she gets out and onto the boat, but the creature kills Miguel for his trouble. And Susie snaps pictures of it Cassie snaps pictures of it as it slips back into the water in full view of the tour group. I confuse the names.
Yeah, and creature shows up on page 8. So there's no build up or anything. Like 8 minutes in, we are looking at the full view, no fanfare. There he is.
Yep. And so, how do you feel about that?
Basically 10-page condensed remake of the original?
No, the creature showing up so early.
Oh, I didn't like it, but I'm not opposed to like having I'm not one of those that feels like the monster, you should hold on to the monster until the very end. I actually don't mind seeing the monster early on, but like just it's in the script, like, as written, it's just like, oh, he's there. Like there's no real fanfare, attached to his first appearance in the script. So it was kind of like it was definitely a missed opportunity, and I wouldn't have minded had they kind of drawn it out a little bit more, but they didn't. So wasn't a fan.
Okay, so they return to Iquitos with Miguel's body. And Susie is asked to make a statement by the police, and tourists are all being questioned by the press. And like the Parkers going like, blah, 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 blah. We came down here on vacation. So they're John McClane from Die Hard 5.
We're Sue. Yeah.
Jack. And so those characters are all gone for the meantime. And Cassie is approached by Dr. Matt Garrowly, a scientist with the Water Life Foundation of Florida. And Cassie, who is writing a thesis on the destruction of the rainforest, initially doesn't want to hand over her camera out of guilt because she's talking about like she was just snapping pictures when this guy was dying and not really doing anything. But she eventually relents, following Matt back to the research vessel after a few drinks, I should mention.
Yeah, all the dialogue here is just terrible.
And I will say, I like that setup for her character. I don't feel like it goes anywhere.
It goes nowhere. No. And if it's not painfully obvious, these are going to be the main characters, and there's going to be a romance, and there is a specific point in the script where I'm going to go off on this, like the what they're trying to do with the romance, and it's just terrible.
Yeah, I will too. Is it it's going to be when they're like going through the mini bar?
Think so. Yeah.
Yeah. And so they go back to the research vessel where she meets crew members Carlos, Eddie, and Sam, and there's absolutely no reason to remember these names, so I wrote them down for no reason. Sam develops her photos, and they show clear pictures of the creature with Matt referring to the legend surrounding it. And this fucking blew my mind the first time I read this part, as well as how one was caught 30 or 40 years ago before escaping.
Yep. Is it a sequel? Like, is this what they're doing?
Is it Creature from the Black Lagoon 4 Electric Boogaloo?
And I don't think that's the only time in the script that they make a reference to this having happened before.
That's the only one I picked up on.
I believe there's a throwaway line of dialogue about halfway through where they talk about it again, and it's like, okay.
Yeah, that is possible. I think I might know where it is now. But so they find there was a boy on the tourist boat who was part of the crew. They go and find him, and they talk him into guiding them back to the lagoon, and that was actually really funny where he's trying to get paid.
Yeah, no.
And after some travel, the research team arrives at the Black Lagoon, confirming the location by the tourists' trash in the water. Subtle.
Yep.
Yeah, nice one there, Ocean Master.
Yeah. I kind of like that. That was cute.
As well as Miguel's cast-off shoe.
Yep.
And so Matt and Carlos then go diving and plant poles of cameras on them on the lagoon's bottom, which they use to observe the underwater stuff from the boat. And they watch as the creature systematically takes down all the cameras, and that was actually a cool moment.
Yeah, there's a couple of them in the script, and that is one of them.
Yeah, and a group of 5 men, including Matt and a guy named Wally, so Wally West, once again, is not getting the break. They dive
no more comic books. We're done with that right now.
Dive into the lagoon to investigate, and Cassie tagging along and hanging back. And while diving in the water, Wally panics and accidentally shoots a pirarucu fish. I cannot pronounce that word to save my life, which enrages the creature, who attacks and badly mutilates him. So Wally is Wally West. The creature is Dan DiDio. That's the last I'll mention that. And so the creature backs off, and as the rest of the group brings Wally back aboard the ship, he's basically cut all the way down his torso. And Cassie stays behind and watches as the creature mourns the dead Pirarucu, and it's implied that he's trying to talk to it.
Yeah.
And follows him as he swims away. Now, one thing I have to point out, they never describe the creature in this at all. They say he has a clawed, webbed hand, and he's scaly. That's it.
Yeah, I mean, I felt like the implication was he's basically just a souped-up version of the original.
Which is what Baker would have done.
Yeah.
That's what he did for the Wolfman.
I mean, arguably, that's what he did for Wolf, too, the Jack Nicholson movie.
Oh,
because that looks a lot... That looks a lot like the... what's the name of the... Werewolf of London. Werewolf of London? I think so. Yeah, the first werewolf movie. Or the first Universal werewolf movie. Yeah, definitely getting shades of that going on in that movie.
I forgot he did that movie, but okay. So she tracks him to the entrance to a cavern, which has been carved in such a way as to suggest the craftsmanship of an intelligent species, which I thought that was a cool idea.
Yeah, I was getting into it at this point. I thought that they were going to go deeper into this, like the civilization possibly that he might have been a part of. The idea of like hieroglyphics or cave paintings, some kind of like a culture of the creature, which is kind of a funny thing because I feel like you don't. It's kind of like a I don't know what the proper analogy here is. It's not carrot and stick, but it's like it's one of those things where we all kind of want more of that. Like we all kind of want to see a little bit more of the creature's like past culture and civilization, stuff like that. But like we don't want too much. But I would have liked to have seen a little bit more of it than what is presented in the script, because I feel like what you just said is literally all it is. I think it's like one line in the script, and that's it.
Yeah, that's pretty much like, they describe it a little bit more as the creature kind of swims in there, but if you want like any more of that, you gotta go to the Carpenter version. And I have to point out, this actually has basis in the original movie. Because when they're in the creature's cave, there's a couple of shots where if you look into the background where it's a matte painting, you can see pillars that have been carved, like carved pillars. And that is very much intentional.
Okay, that's neat. Yeah, because I loved, at the end of the original one, I loved the matte paintings that show the backgrounds. And I did notice that. So that's cool. That's cool that was intentional. Neat.
And so the writers of the remakes either came to that idea independently or they saw that split second, oh shit, there's Greek pillars in the background. All right, so the creature lunges at Cassie, who swims away to Matt and Carlos, who have dived into the lagoon to look for her, as the creature retreats into the cave. And he surfaces inside in a room lined with skulls of others like him, which was definitely giving me vibes of Peter Jackson's King Kong.
Yes, absolutely.
And so back on the ship, Carrie tells Matt and the others about what she saw and convinces them to let her try to interact with the creature peacefully, citing territoriality as its motivations for attack. And Matt lets her make the attempt to communicate so long as she stays close to the ship. And so Cassie dives again, and she actually manages to communicate with the creature, who begins to speak. Now, it makes the same sound every time it opens its mouth, almost. Like there's one scene where it says something else, but it's always going like, nig, 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 nigga. And the more I look at that, the more I'm like, is he saying the N-word?
And you just got demonetized. How does it feel?
That's okay. I don't have YouTube monetization anyways. I qualify for it now, but I don't give enough of a shit.
Yeah. Unfortunate dialogue they gave him there.
I mean, at least he uses the soft A.
That's true.
Okay, so back... Okay, where was I? That's when Matt traps him in a shark cage, because this was all a ruse on his part, and Cassie's like, oh, fuck that, and opens the cage and lets the creature out, only for Matt to have her pulled out of the water and use infrasound on the creature to incapacitate it before doping it up with tranquilizers. Now, if they had shot this, it would be ripe for spoof. You could just insert any shitty song you wanted. Like, we're gonna put Photograph in here. So they dope it up with tranquilizers, and back in Iquitos, Matt bribes the local officials to get the voyage home underway swiftly, during which he has Cassie locked up in a cabin to keep her from interfering. I'm like, this guy's a douche.
Oh, yeah. All right. Yep. Like I said, we're waiting on that. But yeah, this guy. This fucking guy right here. Oh my god.
He's one of the worst lead characters. It's like they took the two leading men from the original movie and made them the same character.
Yeah. Well, okay. Well, then screw it. Let's just talk about it now. Like, what were they thinking with this guy? Like, all of the like dialogue with this. Do you think that they were like had Raiders of the Lost Ark come out at this point yet? Like, were they trying to go, or like, I know like Han Solo had been around, so were they trying to go for like that kind of a thing, and they just failed miserably? Because he's a world-class douchebag the entire time.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have a date on this script, so this would have been 81, 82. So Raiders could have come out before this was written.
But like, Indy is, I mean, yes, he's aloof and kind of douchey, but he's also awesome, and he does care for the female protagonist in all of his movies, and he does give like, he's not like, he never crosses that line, and this guy crosses that line every friggin' opportunity he gets. I'm just like, why? What do you see in this guy? It's gotta be Stockholm Syndrome. There's a point in the script where it's like, okay, this is clearly Stockholm Syndrome. There's nothing else going on here.
As in Stockholm, Finland.
No, none of that now.
And after he lets her out, he shows her the tank where the creature is being kept, still doped up. And I'm just fucking thinking of the fucking baby T-Rex from the Lost World. They're like, we don't know what its metabolism is. And he says he radioed his institute for more information on the creature, and mentions that their studies have revealed that the creature's species were the first men to walk upright, completely upending evolutionary theory. And the first leg of the trip goes well, with the ship reaching open water with few problems. That idea of the creature being the first men is interesting. Doesn't really go anywhere.
Well, it kind of does. We'll get to that.
Kind of.
The ramblings of an insane person. Yeah.
Yes. And while at sea and being approached by a Force 10 storm, Matt and Cassie discover the creature's vitals have plummeted and order Milt the technician to cut the sedative for the time being. I'm like, good job, guys.
Is that why they drive straight through the storm? Because the creature is quote unquote dying?
No, I think they just get caught in the storm, and I don't think they can get away from it.
Okay, all right.
And as the storm rocks the ship and the crew desperately try to keep it afloat, the creature is jarred awake and escapes from his tank, swatting Milt aside and freeing the other specimens from their own tanks, which is something that actually comes up again in the Phillips drafts.
Yes, it does.
And the engineer goes to check on the hold and opens the door, letting the creature out, who attacks him and destroys the engine because he's been maddened by the noise that it makes. So the creature is, your cranky downstairs neighbor who doesn't want you playing music.
Honestly, this bit, and for the next couple of scenes, the creature being in the bowels of the ship was one of my favorite parts of the script. One of them. I thought, like, I could really see this bit. Like, I thought that this, like, if you shot this the right way, especially if they had Dante on board, because, you look at the howling and you look at, like, like his use of colors, I would be really, because I for some reason I saw this happening, like, with the red, like, emergency lights going off down in the bowels, and I'm like, this could, like, you got something here, guys. I don't know if I trust you with it, but, like, reading it, I'm like, this could have been really cool.
And so the engine is taken out, and the ship is left adrift in the middle of the storm. Matt, Cassie, and Carlos head down to check out the engine, finding the drowned bodies of Mort and the engineer. And Matt and Cassie, Milt, I should have said. Why did I write Mort? Matt and Cassie stay in the passage while Carlos searches the flooded engine room, getting attacked by the creature as he lunges from the water, and then holds him under the surface and drowns him. That's like his main move, is holding people under and drowning them.
Well, after having read some of these other scripts, he got off really light. I'm not going to lie.
Yep. Well, it's like what they say in The Prestige. It's like going home.
Oh, God.
And as Sam radios for help, Matt sees the creature in the engine room and slams the door shut, sealing him in. And while debating what to do in the control room, Sam thinks he hears a faint response over the radio. So this is the book version of The Mist. And they head outside to look around, noting that the storm is starting to taper off. And that's when a helicopter flies up to the ship, and a team of U.S. sailors in full combat gear descend down a cable, led by Navy Captain Paul Shriver. And every time this guy is in the script, I'm just thinking James Woods.
Ooh. Yeah. Well, that's better than what I thought of, because every time I saw his name in the script, I thought of Maria Shriver, which is Schwarzenegger's husband or wife. So, yeah.
Or writer-director Paul Schrader.
Right, yeah.
Dude, his horror remake was actually pretty good.
Which one did he do?
Cat People.
Oh, I've heard about that one. Okay, so that one's worth looking into.
Yeah, well, it is. It's more interesting than you'd think. Okay, so it's got Malcolm McDowell.
Ooh.
They clearly know what's on board the ship and swiftly take the creature down with gas grenades, and they seal it inside a high-tech traveling tank. And I'm just thinking of that fucking thing they tried to keep Bruce Banner in that Ang Lee Hulk movie. And the crew are then taken away aboard the helicopter, with Shriver, who insists on referring to the creature as it, not him, refusing to answer any questions due to the mission being classified. And he's being the smug douche about it, too, where he's like, sorry, can't tell you.
Yeah.
And they're then flown via helicopter from the Atlantic Ocean to Long Beach Naval Base in California. I'm like, that's a long trip.
Yeah, I guess it was specified in the script, but so I glazed over that bit when I was reading this, so I just assumed that they were in Florida still, until later on in the script when shit starts to go down again, and I was like, wait a minute, what are they doing in California? So I had to flip back, and I'm like, oh, you're right, that's a long trip by helicopter. Okay.
That's almost as quick as the fucking balloon from Mysterious Island. And so Matt and Cassie are separated from the rest of the crew, so they just disappear from the script. And the two of them are taken to separate rooms. And so, yeah.
Oh, wait, I was going to mention that real quick. So there is a one line of dialogue about the rest of the crew, and they're getting a vacation in the Rockies. And I'm like, wait, what does that imply? Because I know the Rocky Mountain Range has, like, that's where the government keeps some of their big-time maximum security prisons. And I'm like, did they just send the crew to, like, a max security prison? What?
I thought they got an all-expenses-paid ski trip.
Okay.
I don't know. Either way, it's kind of weird. And so Shriver then has the still unconscious creature placed into a pressurized and sealed observation tank on the base's ground. And Shriver meets with Matt and offers to let him participate in the project and extends that offer to Cassie as well. And I'm like, this woman's writing a term paper on the rainforest. What do you expect her to do? But we do find that out still.
Yeah.
Despite her protestations that she was used and that the creature only attacked out of fear. And Shriver takes them to the creature's tank where he has awakened from his oxygen-induced coma. And he also shows them an adjoining tank containing another monster, a larger walrus-like variant on the creature adapted for cold. And it was the last of 3 they captured off the coast of Alaska, Shriver explains, the other 2 having died in captivity.
So what did you think about that?
There being another creature?
Yeah, from like specifically from a different biome.
I thought that was cool. It was a neat expansion on the mythos. Yeah,
I liked it too. You mentioned it's like a walrus, but I went back and reread it, and it's really not. I mean, there isn't like a lot of description there. It says it has skin like a walrus,
and it's big. It's big, fat, and blubbery.
Yeah, and I'm like, man, I wish they had gone like the full, like just gone crazy with it and given them the tusks, or maybe, maybe not even do a walrus and do something similar like a killer whale. Like give them the black and blue with those kinds of insignias and markings. Like that's really cool. The idea.
Oh, we'll get to the killer whales.
Yeah, I get my killer whales, just not in the way that I had hoped. But yeah, no, I think that's a really neat idea. Yeah, it's cool.
And this is where we get into the fucking insanity of this character, of Shriver, who explains that he considers the creatures to be men of the wrong day who were created on the 5th day instead of the 6th. So he's a religious nut.
Well, it's kind of implied. I mean, yeah, he is, but it's kind of implied that like he's just kind of like I don't know if it's so much that like he's a religious nut or if he's just like a Republican. Ooh,
I think
maybe gotta cut that out.
I think he is a nut. But there's this weird implication that there's like this high-reaching government conspiracy, which never gets explained.
No, yeah, that's kind of what I was reaching for a little bit. But
is that what it's meant to be? Is it just Republicans?
Yeah, basically.
I never got it's not expounded on enough for me to really say. It's like, oh, there's certain highly placed people who believe what I do, and I'm like, who?
Yeah.
Is it the Lolly Lulelo?
Is Lolly Lulelo? Wow. Is it Reagan? I don't know.
And so Shriver then I thought that was a good line, the way he kind of justified it using the scripture. I thought that was interesting, but it's a weird plot point. Yeah,
well, okay, I will say that I do agree with that. Like calling him the man of the wrong day, just that little bit of dialogue was. And so here we go. Here we go. Here's your favorite part of this thing. Oh boy, here we go. Everybody buckle up. Shriver then takes Cassie and Matt to a dolphin tank, which it's fucking ridiculous that this is one of the dumbest like edits in the revisions. Is like, okay, the way this thing has been done is that sometimes whole pages have been retyped, and sometimes they will change like minuscule bits of the script. Like they will replace one word, and for some reason they've had to specify in the slug line that it's a dolphin tank, where they've typed over the original page, and it just says dolphin. You gotta wonder if it said porpoise originally, and maybe some Hollywood executive was like, what is that? Or maybe it was like, it wasn't specified, and they felt it had to be more specific in case of like, for the production crew. Oh, perhaps, yeah.
That would make sense, but it's still really funny. There's a couple of things that are just, in terms of the revisions, that are just stupid. My favorite is, I'll talk about it when it comes up, but it was just a pointless line of dialogue they added in. So he elaborates on the full extent of what the Navy is trying to do here, and he talks about how they've been attempting to train dolphins to plant mines on Soviet submarines, but they haven't been able to communicate with the seagoing mammals. And Shriver thinks that the creature and the other monster may be the key to this.
Yep. Just take that in for a second. That's the goal here. So it's not even like it's not even that they want the creature to be like a covert weapon, or it's not that they want to, like dissect and study the creature and figure out if they can like force, not evolution, but like force surgeries on their Navy SEALs and soldiers to give them gills. Nope. They want him to be a friggin' translator. They want him to be Aquaman. Wow. Yeah, they want him to be Aquaman.
And he does become Aquaman by the end of this. I'm not kidding.
Yep. And so that's mind blowing. I actually did, and of course, when they first said that, I immediately thought of the George C. Scott movie Day of the Dolphin, which, if any of you have never seen the poster for that movie, you need to immediately go to Google and type out Day of the Dolphin poster, because it is the greatest poster of all time.
I'm going to do that right now.
It's wonderful.
George C. Scott with his fucking goggles on. That's amazing.
Read the tagline real quick.
Unwittingly, he trained a dolphin to kill the President of the United States.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so we're going to get back into the script.
I was going to say, real quick, I did a little bit of research into that, because I was like, all right, I've heard of this enough times. Like, I've seen this spoofed enough times. Let me just look into this real quick. Is this just a conspiracy theory, or did they actually do this shit? So it turns out that the Navy does have a marine mammal program. And they've tried it with a bunch of different animals. They've tried it with beluga whales. They've tried it with dolphin. They've tried it with seals, like actual seals, like barking seals, not Navy SEALs. And it didn't talk about them planting bombs on subs, but they tried it. They might have succeeded. You never know. But as far as like open to the public information that is out there, it's more about like rescue missions. The two most used mammals for like, I assume it's highly not specified. What's the word I'm looking for? A very specific skill set, you could say. Are seals and dolphins.
Liam
and they
Neeson.
Actually, yeah. And they actually have a higher successful rescue count than humans do. So they are, this is a success to a certain extent, which was interesting. So yeah, take that information as you will. If you've ever wondered about that crap, then there you go.
And you know what I just thought of?
What's that?
The Adam West Batman movie where they get saved from the Penguin's missile by a dolphin catching it.
Wow.
It happens off screen, and it's just Batman and Robin going away in a boat, and they're going like, that brave mammal saved our lives. But okay, so sometime later, Matt is observing the two fishmen, naming the monster Homo horribilis.
So that's the stupidest name. Oh my God. I about had an aneurysm when I was reading that. I was like, really? That's what we're going with?
Well,
okay.
Homo superior was already taken. Damn you, Magneto.
Yeah, but the creature doesn't get like a cool name, or like air quotes cool. But the creature doesn't get like a specific name.
No, they don't call him. They don't call him Homo ichthyosis or something. But where was I? That's when Shriver has a shutter lifted between the connected tanks, and after watching Horribilis for some time, because there's bars in between them, the creature tries to communicate with it, and it just kind of grunts back at him. And Shriver is like, it's a sign from above! That night, Matt and Cassie, they discuss the situation, and they must have like a fucking hotel on the base, because they're taking drinks out of a mini bar. It's like the little bottles.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, you know what? I should have checked to see if this was a real base. I mean, I doubt it, but it might be, because I don't know too much about Navy bases. But yeah, I mean, there is the possibility that it is actually a TLF, like a hotel, like a military base hotel. But it's weird they would just let them stay there. You would think that they would keep them like in the local facility, but sure.
And it's I guess Universal wanted to be able to film it at one of their hotels.
Oh yeah.
And so they're talking, and Cassie's like, oh, hey, Shriver didn't say how the other two Horribilis specimens died. Like, dun, dun, dun.
Yeah.
And then they just bang, completely out of nowhere.
Yep, there's that Stockholm Syndrome kicking in.
Beauty and the Beast.
Yep.
And so the next day, the creature is still attempting to talk to Horribilis, who's still going, which I guess is creature speak for fuck off.
Yeah.
And they then pipe the sound of the creature's voice into its tank, which only confuses him and makes him look for an intruder. And when this continues to not work, Shriver brings out a Skinner box-like device that induces pleasure and pain responses in the creature. And the way it's described is weird, because they're not electric shocking him. Like, they're somehow, like, deliberately, like, affecting his brain?
Yeah, I mean, I read it as either a cutscene or, like, the implication that they had put something inside of him. That they had, like, placed something surgically inside of him to get this effect.
But they couldn't plant a tracking device, apparently. Oh, no.
Nope.
And Horribilis reacts in a way that indicates it's been used on him before. And he makes Cassie say good and bad to associate the words with the sensations. And this goes on for some time, seriously hurting the creature, and it's implied that they tried this with the other specimens, and that's what killed them.
Yeah, which would have been a shame, because I would have liked to have seen the other... I would have liked to have seen at least one more specimen, and I think that could have been a fun scene where, like, where you see it not working, and you see it kill the other one, and they're like, well, bring out the Amazonian. Bring out the other one.
Yeah, and it's just a shame, because it touches on this potentially interesting ethical dilemma, and just really just fumbles the ball.
Yep.
And Shriver justifies the experiment with more craziness, saying that they were allowed to survive for humanity's use. So he's basically the bad guy from Aronofsky's Noah, now that I think of it.
Yeah.
He scoffs at Matt's mention of evolution. He's like, oh yes, I've considered that theory. His dialogue is hilarious for some reason. It just is to me. It's like, it's not camp, but just I can just hear the delivery.
Yeah, gleeful.
And he reminds him that his capture of the creature was less than humane. You exposed it to the devil's music, disco. And later that night, Matt and Cassie are convinced that Shriver is crazy and that he's going to kill the creature with his test, and they just decide to pack up and leave. Our heroes just giving up.
Yeah. Yep, there they are, our heroes.
And Shriver reports on his progress to his superiors and then gets a call, heading out to a guard station where Matt and Cassie have been detained and not allowed to leave. And Shriver tells him that his superior, Admiral Trevithick, that's a mouthful of a name, is going to visit the base tomorrow to observe the experiments. Now, that is a very strange character, but I have to go into that later, because I just could not figure out what Neil was doing with this Admiral.
Okay.
And so back in the tank, and this is where the script gets kind of awesome. Back in the tank, the creature continues talking to Horribilis and tries to break the bars between their enclosures, only bending them slightly. And then Horribilis just copies the creature's movements and uses its great strength to bend and break them, allowing him into the creature's tank. And the creature gets him to do the same to two support pillars, causing the roof to collapse. I have to make my literary comparison here. You have the smaller, smarter creature and the bigger, dumber creature that the smaller creature tries to guide. This has shades of Mice and Men.
I was about to ask, are there going to be rabbits involved?
Horribilis, don't drink so much. Which also, the original movie starred Lon Chaney Jr.
Yeah, it did. Huh.
So, in this analogy, Horribilis will be Lon Chaney Jr. and the creature will be Burgess Meredith.
Yep.
Horribilis, you're going to eat thunder and crap light. Okay, two guards here to...
You're a bum, Horribilis.
2 guards hear the commotion and investigate, getting killed by Horribilis in the process. So he's the big dumb muscle. And they bust out of the tank shed by breaking through the wall, and I'm just imagining Horribilis leaving a hole shaped like himself. And the creature stops to talk to the dolphins in the training tank, and then they walk out of the base by Horribilis walking straight through the wall, and they start trying to make their way to water, and they're stopped by a freeway blocking their path. I have to make another comparison. This is a future Universal movie. This is the exact same scene from Harry and the Hendersons, where Harry is blocked from the mountains by the highway. It's Harry and the Hendersons! That's what this is!
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're gonna go down that route, I think it's hilarious that this, okay, since I guess they're out and about, so we can go ahead and talk about it. You mentioned that Neil was writing originally a Lost World script, right?
Yeah.
And where does this take place? Like the ending takes place in San Diego.
Yep.
And that's the ending of the Spielberg version of Lost World. So I'm like,
shit.
My mind. Yeah, I was just like, what is going on? I felt like I just hit a vortex when I was reading this. I'm like, are we really doing this?
And I actually was thinking of Jurassic Park 2, because it's got them driving around in a convertible looking for the creature.
Yep. I'm like, I don't know. I wonder if somebody, like, you think it was all just happenstance? Or, there's a lot going on here. Swimming pools, stuff like that. I mean, we'll get to it, but just to let you know that all of the stuff from here up until the end is my favorite parts of this script.
It's fun.
I'm loving this.
It's over the top and stupid, but it's so much fun.
Oh, yeah.
I'm trying to think, was Harry and the Hendersons a Rick Baker suit as well?
Yes, that was one of his Academy Award winners.
Oh, yes, that's a wonderful suit. And it's also Kevin Peter Hall, the Predator. That movie, low-key, I think I might like it more than E.T.
Harry and the Hendersons?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'd agree with you there. Yeah, absolutely.
And so, okay, where are we going with this shit? Shriver gets where the creatures escape, and he fucking, it's described like he has this reaction like he just shit his pants.
Yep.
And he sends his men around the base perimeter in jeeps to go look for them, and all but accuses of Matt and Cassie causing this, and Cassie, she blames Shriver and his methods, and he's more annoyed than anything. And elsewhere, we see the creature sneaks across a supermarket parking lot, causing a woman to faint.
That was a cute little scene.
Yeah.
Yeah. That was very Landis.
Yes. And back at the base, the search parties turn up nothing in the immediate area, and Shriver allows Matt and Cassie to take part, taking the search further afield, and he lends them his Porsche, and they specifically, for no reason at all, add in a line like, it's a Porsche, be careful with it. That's not setting anything up. It's not like the Porsche gets messed up, nothing happens, so why throw in the line? Did Porsche want, like, a commercial?
Yeah. Awful, what's the word?
Product placement?
Oh, no, I wasn't going to say product placement. I was going to say, like, awfully trusting of the guy to just throw him his friggin' Porsche.
And so now they are Malcolm and Sarah Harding driving around San Diego looking for the monster in the convertible.
Yep.
And it's kind of just like that movie, too, where the other characters on the expedition just disappear.
Where'd Vince Vaughn go? Well, he had to be in The Cell, I guess.
No, that time it would have been the Psycho remake.
Oh, he had to go be in the friggin' Psycho remake.
Which also had Julianne Moore.
But yeah, so, like, I mean, yeah, like, I have to wonder if this script, or maybe they kept some of this in a later draft, or just somewhere along the line, because did Co-op write The Lost World? I know he wrote the first draft, but
Kep wrote both movies.
Okay, Kep, yeah.
And and he would have had to have written the San Diego stuff, because that was a very late decision to do that.
Okay. So I have to wonder, because there's just so much here that I'm like, yeah, it's very similar. So, I don't know.
Yeah, it's very strange. I mean, I totally buy those are both Universal movies too, Harry and the Hendersons and Lost World. So.
Lost World, yeah.
And so he tells them that they will be looking for water, as they'll be useless outside of it for a long period, so the creature is just fucking Silver Age Aquaman.
Basically.
And the creature and Horribilis end up in the suburbs and they're splashing in a lawn sprinkler. And the creature hears a car coming, runs around the house, and Horribilis tries to hide in the bushes. And the car pulls up to the house and the man spots Horribilis, who, it's not clear because the guy, like, he just sees him squatting there in the bushes and goes, hey man, just take whatever you want, I got a heart condition. And it's not clear what happens here, if the creature, like, kills him, Horribilis kills him, or if he just freaks out and has a heart attack.
Oh, yeah. I just, for some reason, I just saw, like, Solid Snake style, like, hiding, like, with a single, like, palm frond in front of his face. And the guy just being like, what the hell?
He's still smarter than a genome soldier.
That's true.
That's one thing I have to point out about this script. It's very bloodless. It's not gory.
No, it's not gory, but we'll get to it in just like the very next scene featuring them. That was when it was starting to wear on me, just the amount of, because, like, I don't know, like, reading it, I'm like, oh, the guy didn't need to die. You know, like, it was like the thing with the supermarket was kind of cute, and I liked that, and I liked it also because the two women survived. And then there's this guy, and he's either killed by Horribilis or he has a heart attack, so he dies. And then there's a scene coming up where another person dies. And I was like, it kind of felt, I'm not against violence, I'm not against gore, especially in horror movies, but, like, it felt a little senseless at this point, especially in the next scene. So
I have a feeling that's something that would have changed in rewrites, because that also happened when Neil was writing Halloween 3. Is that Carpenter did a rewrite and upped the gore quotient, and that was what pissed Neil off and got him to take his name off the movie.
Ooh, okay.
So I could see that changing in a rewrite. But so the next scene is, behind one of the houses, there's a guy swimming laps in this pool. He hears splashing in the next door pool and goes, hey, you're getting into it too. Good for your cardio, right? Ha 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 ha. And then that guy steps out of his house, goes to dive off the diving board, then the creature pops out and goes, bleh!
Yep, he's dead.
That was funny. That reminds me of another script. I have not covered it yet because it's painful to read. It's the National Lampoon version of Jaws 3, where it's Jaws 3 People 0. And the best... What?
Go ahead.
It's co-written by John Hughes.
Oh, God.
And the opening scene is the best part of it, because the premise of it is that it's a meta comedy where people are trying to make Jaws 3D, but they keep getting randomly killed by sharks. And so the opening scene is Peter Benchley writes the Jaws 3 script, goes to dive into a swimming pool, and the shark pops out and eats him. And that's the best part. The script gets fucking terrible after that.
Oh, that's a shame, too, because that's the only scene of that script I've ever heard about. I'm like, oh, this sounds great, but... But I was going to mention this scene, though, with the swimming pools and the guy going out. This was really cool. This scene was actually my favorite in the whole script.
Okay.
I liked this. Like, I liked how I could see that tension coming up, because, like, in the script, they actually, like, have various camera angles in there. Like, they show him coming up to the edge of the diving board, and they show the pool being, you know, flat and calm and black. And it's like, all right. And they have him dive in and swim, and there's various angles underwater, which you get the impression it's not like the Jaws angle where something's swimming underneath him. It's more like you get the impression that something's looking at him from underwater, like from a different angle. It's really creepy. Like I was into this. I'm like, oh, this is really neat. And, you know, he gets out, and of course, it turns out they're in the other pool, which I thought was great. And I wish it had ended there. Like, I think, like, we talk about, like, rewrites and about changing the scene. I really hope that in the rewrite, they would chop out the neighbor going out and dying. Like, I just think that would be great, just, like, having the camera kind of crane up and showing them in the other pool and being like, huh? You know? I think that alone would sell kind of the comedy, but you would also have that moment of suspense.
I'm like, yeah, that was, it was very, I don't even know why the creature killed that guy.
Yeah, that's what I meant earlier about it just kind of being, it's just seeming a little senseless.
Yeah. Also, this whole suburbia sequence is also very Harry and the Hendersons.
Oh, yeah.
There's even that bit where they pulled a big clump of Sasquatch fur out of the pool. It's exactly like, so he did get into a pool.
Yep.
When he's watching, like, the woman cooking the chicken and the guy and the woman getting into the hot tub.
or the Lost World Jurassic Park, where it's the T-Rex is drinking out of the swimming pool before it senselessly eats the dog.
Yeah, you think it would have noticed what tasted the chlorine.
Oh, yeah, okay. That reminds me. I got something to say about water and the difference between fresh water and salt water, but we'll get to that at the end.
Yep, it's okay. And so Matt and Cassie, they hear about the suburban sightings on the radio and head for that area. And Shriver heads about separately and drives over in an armored car with a massive gun on it. And Matt and Cassie see him and follow him in the Porsche. And the creature and Horribilis, they evade the Navy helicopters for a while and make it to a waste treatment plant where there's like water pouring in over the sewage. And like Horribilis is like, ooh, it wants to jump in. And the creature tries to stop and it just like bitch slaps him away. And then it jumps in and gets stuck in the sludge. Like,
oh God.
It's like a Patrick Stewart at the end of Masterminds.
Wow. Yeah.
That's that. Yes. No.
Actually, you know what? You know what first came to mind when I was reading that bit? Just the suit, like Gilman sewage treatment processing plant. I started thinking about Fluke from the X-Files.
Oh yeah.
But it's just kind of played for laughs in this, and it's like, ew, like he jumps in shit. So that's like, okay. I don't know.
And the creature, hearing the sound of approaching helicopters, hides in a ditch as the Navy surrounds Horribilis, and Shriver cuts it to pieces with the guns on the armored car.
Rest in peace, Horribilis.
That's actually it's really brutal, too, the way it's described, like, douche.
Yeah. I mean, they've already kind of set Shriver up and the military, I guess, at this point, to be the bad guys. But yeah, this is kind of where they kind of hammer it down.
Yeah. And so Matt and Cassie arrive as the carcass is dragged off and burned, and agree to keep searching for the creature who has managed to slip away. And this scene is weird. Matt and Cassie, with the help of a bag lady, who apparently saw the creature and has decided not to say anything to the Navy, they find the badly wounded creature lying in a park, who manages to croak out the word good when he sees Cassie.
Yep.
It speaks.
Yep. Oh, God.
Not as dumb as those Freddy vs. Jason scripts where Jason talks.
Ooh. Yeah, or the end of Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, where he says "die."
Die.
It's like, oh.
Die. That's only in the director's cut. And back at the base, this is a weird scene. Shriver reports to Admiral Trevithick, whose face is never seen, and we never hear him speak. And he tries to, pass the buck to other people for the escape, but then he eventually takes responsibility and promises to destroy the creature in order to protect the secrecy of the project. What was up with that scene? Why don't we see the guy's face? Why doesn't he talk? Were they trying to save money on try to cut an actor out of it?
Did they? Now, okay, I got a question for you. In the dialogue, did they name, it was a colonel, right, that he was talking to, or a general?
It was Admiral Trevithick, the character you mentioned earlier.
Okay. Yeah, I just forgot what his rank was. Was he named in the dialogue?
Let me look.
Because, I assume if he was not named in the dialogue, then I assume they were just going to go with the, unknown government, higher up way of going about it.
Let me look at Shriver's dialogue. No, he doesn't say his name. It's just mentioned in the description.
Okay, so then that's probably where they were going with it. It's weird that they gave him a name. Speaking of, you had I think earlier you said you had something to say about him.
No, I'm just saying it's weird. Why is he not speaking? It's a strange character. Why are they so careful not to show his face? Is he supposed to be implying a reference to a real person?
Yeah, that's such a weird name. Yeah, I don't know. And
all I could find was there's a town called Trevithick in Cornwall, so he got the name off a map.
Maybe.
He is English.
Maybe he had a lovely vacation there.
I just don't get the care. I just don't get what the deal is with the character. It's very weird.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
And so Matt calls up some associates from a local aquarium who remove him from the park and tend his wounds. After which, Matt and Cassie walk him through a shallow tank to revive him, reference to Revenge of the Creature. This almost feels more like a remake of Revenge than of the original.
Well, it's interesting how the movie, it kind of uses all three. Like the first 10 minutes or 10 pages of the script, or like I said earlier, basically fast forward remake of the original, and then the bits with him, on the run in San Diego strikes me as, and the bits in the Navy base kind of strike me as similar to Revenge of the Creature. And then there's this bit, which is a little shout out, I would say, to The Creature Walks Among Us. So it's kind of neat, like in concept that it feels like references and maybe even like a truncated remake of all three pushed together.
Yeah, I didn't think of the Walks Among Us thing, but you're not wrong. But okay, so
I mean, it's just neat.
But the creature fully recovers, and Matt and Cassie argue over whether he should be taken to Matt's Institute in Florida or set free. So they hate each other again.
Yep.
And the creature senses something is wrong and swims to the surface of his tank. And he calls out in his language, so he is just Aquaman now. He alerts the dolphins and the orcas in the aquarium, even the ones getting ready for a show. And in attendance are Mr. and Mrs. Parker, the tourists from the beginning.
Yep, they come back.
And the orcas in the show start acting up, and this is a very odd scene nowadays. Post Blackfish.
Yep.
Yeah, and so that's when Shriver and a squad of men arrive on the scene looking for the creature. One sailor basically pistol whips Matt on the head when he tries to stop them from getting to the tank. And Cassie's like, "Oh no, Matt!" and goes to cradle him like it's fucking La Pieta.
And he's out of the script now.
And
he's not dead. He's just I don't think he does anything else with the rest of the script, right?
He's knocked out. And Cassie's like, "Oh no, I love you again." Although him getting hit over the head is very satisfying.
Oh, yeah. Oh.
And the creature manages to evade Shriver's attempt to catch him with a net, basically jumping out of the tank, running into the area around the performance pool, and Mrs. Parker's like, "Oh no." And Shriver orders his men to fire on the creature, but he calls out to the orcas, who jump out of the pool and block the shot, and then Shriver gets the creature in his sights, but then the third orca jumps out and fucking eats him alive.
Shamu gets the fatality.
It's a stage fatality.
Yep, it is, yeah.
fucking Talimuk gets another victim. That was amazing. That's probably my favorite moment of the script. That's just so ridiculous. Oh.
Yeah, I was definitely not expecting that. I mean, it's like, really? You give the kill to an orca? You don't give it to the creature? Okay.
That was so fun. You get to fucking Aquaman here, who's like, "Eep, eep, eep," and gets the orca go, "Ooh."
Yeah.
And then the creature, there's like a brief moment of Cassie cradling Matt again, because we care so much. And then the creature escapes into the ocean and swims away, guided by wild dolphins.
Yeah, okay, so it completely falls apart there at the end. Like, Matt learns nothing. He does, there's no change in his character at all. The creature doesn't get the final kill, and apparently Neil doesn't know the difference between freshwater fish and saltwater fish. Because when I was reading this, I'm like, okay, look, I know that there are portions of the Amazon that are saltwater, but like especially towards the tributaries and the bits that are closer to the ocean. But no, it's implied that the creature is deep in the Amazon, and it's like, oh no, that's freshwater. And it's like, oh no, he's fucked. He's not gonna make it home.
I mean, bull sharks have swum far up the Mississippi all the way to St. Louis.
I mean, I guess we could make the argument that he could do it, but I don't. Okay,
he does it. He does it in Revenge of the Creature.
Yeah, it's true.
So it's canon. But
yeah, okay.
This script I would say is decent.
Really decent.
It's okay. It's readable. The third act kind of makes it.
Oh yeah, I would agree with that.
But it's not awful. I mean, maybe it's because the scars of the Gary Ross draft are still fresh.
I don't know how I feel about this script leaning very bad. Leaning very poor. Sorry about that.
God, it's making you sick.
Yeah, really. After all these years, because I mean, I've heard about this. I mean, I didn't know that there was a script even written, but I'd heard about a quote unquote like Landis version, like post American Werewolf version of Creature from the Black Lagoon that he wanted to do for years, like since like 2003, 2000, since I was like 17 years old. So like since 2003, 2004. And after all this time to read this, I was just like, really? I mean, I don't think it's a bad script. Like, I don't know if I would go so far as to say it's like, it's definitely not the worst thing I've ever read. It's not the worst screenplay I've ever read either. But like, I think this one was more, like, because I would put this above some of those Highlander drafts.
Oh,
sure.
Jesus. Oh, Jesus.
But like, in terms of like pure disappointment, this is way up there on that chart. Like, I was like, really? After all this time, this is what we did? Like, it wasn't, I didn't think it was very fun. I mean, we're sitting here and we're like poking holes in it and having a good time. But like, trying to imagine this, like this as a movie is like, ooh, it wouldn't have been very funny. There would have only been like a couple of bits in it that I think would have had that tension. The character arcs go nowhere, you know. I just, and again, you know, and it's kind of hard to tell because, you know, like what you said, like apparently they just kept rewriting this, you know, and I have no doubt that there was more work put into this. So I would love to see, if it ever surfaces, I would love to see what could have possibly been the final draft of this. But just go ahead.
I am like semi in the way of getting a pure Nigel Neal draft that wasn't revised.
Okay,
but I don't know what the differences are going to be. I haven't heard back from that guy in a while. Well,
I would imagine a lot of the like forced humor wouldn't be there. So yeah, I mean, I don't know, but I didn't care for this.
Yeah, I don't like particularly dislike it, but it is after all those years of hearing about how Nigel Neal wrote a Creature from the Black Lagoon script and it just not being around. It's like one of those things that's just never been around to read. It was kind of underwhelming reading it the first time, but I do think there's enjoyment to be had, and a lot of it is just because I have read that Gary Ross script and that just kills your soul. So it's like, it's refreshing compared to that.
Okay.
And so pretty much what happened with this is that they were working on it, and Universal decided that they wanted to put because this was in the middle of the 3D craze, and they wanted to do it in 3D like the original movie was. And Universal decided they wanted to put all their 3D money into a different project, which was Jaws 3D.
And it comes back around. Now, once again, now I got a question for you here. So the only two 3D movies I've ever seen from the 80s are Jaws 3D and Friday the 13th 3D, and I've not seen either of them in 3D. I guess two questions for you. Are there any others, or was that just like a 2-movie boom? And my second question is, were they still red and blue glasses, or had we gone to translucent clear glasses by that point?
I want to say they would have been translucent. I've only seen Friday the 13th 3D with the red and blue glasses that came with the Blu-ray.
Okay.
But it was pretty good. It looks pretty good.
But yeah, and I can't think of any other 3D movies of the era other than those two. So I don't know how much of a boom it was, but yeah, it's weird how I think about that. I maybe I'm the same way, where like I think about, oh yeah, there was that 3D boom in the early 80s, and then I stop and I think about it, I'm like, but I've only ever heard of two of them. So
yeah, that's true. Were there any more? I'd have to actually look that up. I know Steve Miner wanted to do Godzilla 3D.
Right. Was that the Decker version?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I can't think of any other. The only other one I can think of is super weird because it happened in the early 90s, and that's the fucking ending of Freddy's Dead, The Final Nightmare.
Oh, God. I knew you were going to say it. As soon as you said the early 90s, I'm like, I know which one is coming.
Like that's a weird placement for 3D.
Yeah. And it's weird that, like, it was Jaws 3D that killed the project. Like, that's another thing, because I'm like, okay, that leads me to believe that these scripts, that they never really got a handle on these scripts. Because if they went with Jaws 3D, then, but I don't know the history on that movie, and I don't want to get into it, but like, if they put the chips and back, if they died on that hill, then this script never got around to being good, and it probably only got worse.
Yeah, well, also Jaws was probably a safer bet because that was a more recent phenomenon. Because it was more of a proven, more recent franchise.
Oh yeah, that's another way to look at it. Because I guess with the Thing, John Carpenter's The Thing failing, they might have looked at remakes like of their 50s movies and been like, nah, we're not going to do any more of those.
And it wouldn't surprise me if John Landis kept pushing this right up until, Twilight Zone, the movie, happened.
Yeah, never mind. I want to make a crass joke there, but I'm not gonna.
I have a crass joke if you want to hear it.
Oh, let's hear it.
It's a fine movie, but it's nothing to lose your head over.
Oh, yeah.
But
yeah,
okay.
I mean, that's just to top it all off. That's what I always assumed happened, was that Twilight Zone happened and then his career just tanked and they just didn't make the movie. But the fact that it was Jaws 3D just blows my mind.
Yeah, Jaws 3D, like, man, where did they put the money into that movie? Because the effects are terrible.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, dude, that final 3D shot of him coming towards is one of the worst effect shots I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, and I've seen a lot of bad movies.
I was terrified of sharks as a small child, and even back then that made me laugh.
Oh, God.
It's moving really slowly. They're like, no!
The tail isn't, like, it's a static, it's like a maquette. It's like a model, because the tail doesn't move or anything. It's just the mouth slowly opens up. Oh, jeez.
Oh, man. So, and Jaws 3D is kind of a Revenge of the Creature remake, too, when you think about it.
Kinda, a little bit, yeah.
But yeah, so that all went down, and it went away for a while. Like, it kind of was an idea that went into hibernation until the early 90s, when John Carpenter got involved. And he actually did look at the Nigel Neal draft, and he said that he thought it was a good script, but that it wasn't, like, it wouldn't work for the early 90s. And reading how Cold War focused it is, you can see why.
Yeah.
And I already did my episode. You can go look that up. You said you've read, like, a couple of the different drafts of it. So what did you think?
Okay, so, yeah, you've covered the majority of the scripts that are out there at this point. I haven't read any of these, so going on my own little adventure and reading all 9 available drafts that we have except one. So the Phillips draft, he wrote 2 drafts like within 4 days of each other. So I didn't read the very first draft he did, because I figured the second draft was probably him tinkering and tightening it up a little bit. So let's just jump right to that second draft. It's only 4 days.
And he has said that he only wrote the one draft, and he thinks that Carpenter did a pass.
Okay. So with a pass on the one that I read, the second draft?
Yeah.
Or the first revision, or whatever the fuck you want to call it.
The May 8th draft might have been a John Carpenter pass, and it makes sense because he puts in a reference to a John Ford movie.
Oh yeah, he does, doesn't he? Yeah, okay. But okay, so I did read it, and I really liked that one. I thought this was a solid script. Let me switch over to my notes for that one. I'm gonna be fairly brief here. I'm clearly, if any of you want to hear like a full script breakdown, just go back and listen to the previous episode where he covered those. So I'm not going to bother like regurgitating the plot or anything. It's Screeching Lagoon. It's the same story. They don't leave the lagoon. But overall, I really like this script. It reminded me. It's funny that you mentioned Peter Jackson's King Kong earlier in the Neal draft. This script reminded me a lot of Peter Jackson's King Kong.
We're gonna have to mention that one more time too later on.
Yep. I loved the build up and the tension to the creature reveal. And I thought that they relied, like, the build up was pretty good. Like, the creature doesn't fully appear until pretty late into the script, and I liked that. I didn't like the constant usage of the monsters, like it focusing on the monster's eyes. And I know you said the first draft said the soft eyes of the monster, but the second draft didn't say soft eyes, but it did keep focusing on the monster's eyes.
Yeah.
Which, I just like, in my mind's eye, as I'm reading the scripts, I like to imagine what they look like, and I'm like, that shot would have been that would have gotten old by about the 8th time that they used it. But I did appreciate them, like the tension. They really drew this one out, like just that pure tension they had going on. Speaking of the creature, I loved him. I loved how it changed, like not shape, but I loved how like he had like a physical transformation when he got out of the water. The script actually goes into detail about like how his body like forces all the water out and his lungs start working and his gills kind of retract into his head.
And he changes color.
I was like, that was neat. Like, okay, that's cool. I thought that so the lagoon itself, interesting. With the pyramid concept, I had a really hard time imagining what the pyramid looked like as I was reading it. I'd love to like see. I'm sure he never did anything like that. Well, he might have, but I'd love to see what like a sketch from Bill Phillips himself as to like what he had in mind as far as like where the pyramid was positioned and like how much of it was actually sticking out of the water. Because go ahead.
I got the impression it was just like very tip top of it.
Well, yeah, they say that. But then later on, there's a couple of lines where they imply that there's actually more of it sticking out than just the very tip of it. So I don't know. It might have been Carpenter getting confused, smoking too much pot, getting confused. But yeah, I mean that was neat. Hang on. I really liked the pyramid concept. That was cool. I liked it. I thought that there were too many characters in the script. They introduce all the characters too fast. Like there's basically you're like pushed into 6 characters like over the course of like 3 paragraphs or something like that. Like it's like boom, boom, boom. Here's 6 people we got to know about, and they're going to be there until the end of the movie. But having said that, by the end of the movie, I mean, yes, some of them are getting whittled down, but like by the end of the movie, you really do. These are actual characters. Like they're for that many main characters, they all do have their traits and they all do stand out. Except one in particular whose name is Hector. And I feel like that character and the main love interest guy named Abel, I believe, they could have just like forced those two together and nobody would ever know the difference. But it was well written, and I actually genuinely liked all the characters. Like I liked how you really got the feeling that these guys were like burned out, like Greenpeace ichthyologists, like you really got the feeling like these guys had all seen some shit down in the deep Amazons and rainforests and been all over the world, and they're crass and they're crude, but they all have distinct personalities. So it was incredibly well written. I was not expecting, the last thing I gotta say about the characters, I was not expecting Crazy Pete to be the villain of the piece. I was also not expecting him to be as crazy as he was.
Yeah.
They really leaned hard into that.
Yeah, I have an issue, like, one of my, like, few little small problems with that script is I think Pete is a little too, I'm never sure how serious I'm supposed to take him.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, there's that scene in the script where he actually murders one of the crew members in cold blood. He shoots him in the back of the head. Really violent. And it's like, okay, so this guy is like hardcore villain, but then there's like comedy beats with him later. It's kind of and you and I were talking a little bit about the possibility of Kurt Russell being in it.
Yeah.
I heard that. It's a rumor. So, I mean, after having read the script, I'm like, okay, like not knowing that it was just a rumor. Like I thought he was actually like not cast in the movie, but I thought there was a role written specifically for Russell. And when I first started reading the script, I was like, I actually thought it was going to be the other guy, not Pete, that was going to be the Kurt Russell role. The guy at the beginning of the movie that dies, that gets pulled down into the water.
Gets his head ripped off.
Yeah, well, I was like, he might come back, you never know, but no, he's fucking dead. But after having read it, I'm like, I think it would be a lot of fun to see Kurt Russell not only be a crazy villain, but also try and do an Australian accent. I mean, he's done Clint Eastwood and he's done John Wayne.
Yeah.
So seeing him be a villain in Australian would be a hoot, but I don't see it.
And even I think he definitely would have done the movie if Carpenter asked him to. I mean, they seem to get along fairly well even now.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, what? So, okay, so here's a question for you. So it was 94, right, when this script was being written?
92.
Oh, 92. So this does predate Jurassic Park.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Do we have any kind of an idea, like, what the budget would have been for this?
I have no idea.
No idea. Okay.
All I know about the background is why it didn't happen, which is insane.
And equally as stupid as... Maybe not equally as stupid, but
maybe
it is
more.
Also stupid. Maybe more. I don't know. Jaws 3 canceling out Creature from the Black Lagoon remake that's hard to beat.
But no, so what happens, according to Sandy King in the making of documentary on the Village of the Damned Blu-ray, they had been wanting to do Creature from the Black Lagoon, and Universal said, we want you to do Village of the Damned first, and then we'll give you Creature from the Black Lagoon. And then they did Village of the Damned, and Universal didn't give it to them.
God darn it.
I mean, that script is strong enough that even mixed bag 90s Carpenter could have pulled it off. Village of the Damned is just boring.
Well, yeah. Well, I mean, I have to wonder, like, do you think, I mean, like, I think he probably could have wrangled Kurt Russell back in. I mean, it's Creature from the Black Lagoon, so it's got that name power.
I mean,
especially in the 90s.
I mean, he talked Kurt Russell into doing fucking Escape from L.A. in the 90s, so...
I've heard that it was actually Russell that talked Carpenter into revisiting that.
That could be very possible, because, I mean, Kurt Russell actually has a writing credit on that movie.
Yeah, but I think the more interesting question, I think, when it comes to this and the second or third, whatever you want to call it, Phillips draft, which was written for Carpenter, is would have Dean Cundey come back to shoot it? Because if Cundey had come back to shoot this movie, you would have had gold.
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know if Carpenter would have just wanted to stick with Gary Kibbe or not.
I don't know. I mean, because, you know, like, I don't know any of these people. I don't know if there was the rift there. I don't know if Cundey, or just, like, it was a mutual thing where, you know, Robert Zemeckis, like, threw a shitload of money in Cundey's face and was like, come film Back to the Future and Who Framed come win an Academy Award for, Who Framed Roger Rabbit. But, like, I don't know. I feel like given their past history together, and given that Cundey would go on to do Jurassic Park, I believe, I mean, like, again, it's theory, but I believe he would have got, I feel pretty strongly that Cundey probably would have come back.
Possibly.
In which case,
it's insane. I always forget he shot Jurassic.
Oh, yeah, man. Oh, no, he shot The Thing and Jurassic Park and Halloween. Oh, yeah, King Cundey's great.
Yeah, less said about Honey, We Shrunk Ourselves, the better.
Or Jack and Jill.
Oh, God, he did that?
Yeah, he did Jack and Jill. And here's the thing behind that. I get it. It's not just he needed the money, but on top of that, that movie sucks. That movie's terrible. I agree with everybody else. I'm not gonna friggin' go to bat for Jack and Jill. But there's so much camera trickery in that. That movie is really interesting simply from a cinematography point of view. Like, just the amount of, like, what's it called? Split optic, something like that?
Split diopter?
Yeah, split diopter. Just the amount of crap that he had to pull to get that movie to look as good as it did, to make the effects work like they did.
For that fucking movie.
For that, I know, but it is impressive.
Here, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this about Jack and Jill. Just look up the Al Pacino scenes on YouTube and watch those.
Tunkachino. Yep.
Burn this. It must never be seen.
God.
But no, so Carpenter's version fell apart for very stupid reasons. Okay, so Village of the Damned came out, and either because the movie wasn't a major hit, or maybe there was executive turnover at Universal. It seems like whenever something doesn't happen at a studio, it's because executives turned over and the new guys are like, let's throw all that shit away. The Carpenter and Bill Phillips version, and I should have mentioned, Bill Phillips also wrote Christine, which was the thing he and Carpenter had done together before. And they had done a few unproduced things, including he did one of the drafts of Carpenter's Firestarter.
I heard I heard his drafts are actually pretty good. The Carpenter version of Firestarter.
Yeah, there's the Bill Lancaster draft and the Bill Phillips draft, which are both pretty good. I'll have to do an episode eventually, but that was a thing Carpenter got kicked off of because of the thing.
Right.
But so yeah, this kind of went away, and that was 95, so that would have been like the final blow. And eventually, Ivan Reitman, of all people, gets attached to do a Creature from the Black Lagoon remake. And it's one of those things where I'd never have heard of him particularly being a fan of this stuff, but it's interesting that he shows up here, of all people. It's him wanting to do what would presumably be a fairly straightforward horror movie.
Yeah, well, something that I don't think has ever been verified, but I remember vividly reading this in a magazine a long time ago, and I think there was a maquette made for this. His name was floated around for a potential Doom movie back in the mid-90s. I want to say, this was a long time ago, and I read an article, and it had a maquette, like a tiny little picture of a maquette of a Pinky Demon in there. Oh. And it was a Pinky Demon that I've never seen before. Like, it wasn't just one of the little painted little mini metal figures. Like, it was like an actual, like, clay maquette. So I would love to have seen him do like a tongue-in-cheek Doom movie in the style of Ghostbusters. That could totally work. Yeah, man. Army of Darkness meets Commando meets Aliens. Oh, hell yeah!
I mean, I don't even hate the Rock Doom movie. They just should have had the demons be demons, and the movie would have been fine. And the less said about the reboot, the better.
Don't know what you're talking about.
You name your video game movie Annihilation, you are asking for trouble, my friend.
Oh, that's right. Oh, God.
Too bad you will die. Sorry. I couldn't help myself. I've been on a Mortal Kombat kick of sorts the last week or two. But okay, so Ivan Reitman gets attached to Creature from the Black Lagoon, and it's maddening because the articles I have read are all very vague, and they don't specify whether he was directing or just producing, because they mention all these projects in one breath, and some will say producer, some will say director, and some of them they don't say what his attachment is. Like, it's a couple of Variety articles from back in the day, and it's just very non-specific. And so this leads into he hired two writers whom he had worked with on a few things before. He hired Timothy Harris and Herschel Weingrod, and their credits are so strange.
Amazing.
Because it's crazy. It's like Trading Places, Brewster's Millions, Twins, Kindergarten Cop, fucking Space Jam.
Yep. And one of them wrote Astro Boy, which I've heard is a great movie.
I have it. I've never seen it. I just know Nicolas Cage is the scientist dad, which is perfect. And so it's interesting these two guys got hired. They obviously got hired because of their history with Ivan Reitman. And it's funny because there's a line in Twins where Danny DeVito calls Arnold Schwarzenegger the Creature from the Black Lagoon.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's when they have their breakup after they think their mother is dead.
Okay, I know what part you're talking about.
And they're parked by the side of the road, and Danny DeVito's like, "You really? The Creature from the Black Lagoon?" So yeah, this draft is one of the more radically different takes on the Creature from the Black Lagoon. We've got two very radically different versions of this that we're going to be talking about in depth in this episode. But this one, the concept is that the Black Lagoon is essentially it's like a resort / retirement community / town. It's very weird the way it's described because it almost feels like it's like meant to be like an entire like incorporated township unto itself at times. It's basically the Black Lagoon Reef Club is what it's called. It's on Pierpont Island in Florida, and they're setting it up to build it, and they're basically like using dynamite to like blow up the things so they can build a fake beach. And this dislodges an egg from the reef nearby, and it hatches, and 5 years later the place is in full swing, and the creature emerges because it becomes interested in this Olympic swimmer named Laura. And by interested, we definitely mean interested.
Oh yeah.
This script goes to some insane places.
Oh boy, does it? Yeah.
And from there, it kind of takes on sort of a Jaws vibe with the people in charge not wanting to say anything, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, it's got shades of Jaws, it's got shades of Jurassic Park, and it's got kind of, I mean, this movie wouldn't come out for years later, but it got, at the end, I was getting shades of Dawn of the Dead. I think it's because of the parking building at the end.
Yeah.
Dawn of the Dead. Yeah, it's pretty crazy.
Yeah, and so to start from the beginning, I guess. Also, this is one where it's specifically called the creature from the Black Lagoon. Not all of them use the definite article. In the event of a creature from the Black Lagoon, it is airline policy to use the indefinite article a creature, never your creature. Every time they do that with a movie, whether it's the Wolverine, the Batman, the Predator, I always want to go over that Fight Club scene in my head. And so it opens at the Black Lagoon on Pierpont Island, Florida in 1990. And a demolition team led by George Latimer sets charges in order to create an artificial beach for the resort community he's constructing there. And the explosives jar loose part of the nearby reef, dislodging a mysterious football-sized egg, which cracks open and begins to hatch, giving only the faintest glimpse of the unborn creature inside. That was a cool image. That reminded me of the poster for that not great Frankenheimer movie, Prophecy.
With the mutant bears?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
The poster where it's like an egg.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and you mentioned the place in Florida where it takes, like, the island it takes place. Okay, I think the implication is that it's a take on Key Largo, which is where our ex-president is currently staying at and living. Oh. And that is a massive resort area. And it is kind of similar to how it's described in the script, where there is like a couple of big, huge apartment condos, you know, touristy spots, but there's also a bunch of like massive McMansions around the Key too. So I was envisioning the Florida Keys, not so much mainland.
Well, yeah, Florida. It is an island, but I think the island is supposed to be closer to the mainland in the script. So I was thinking maybe Gulf Coast. I don't know. I have no familiarity.
Well, yeah. Well, they at one point they mentioned Dade County
Police
Sheriff's Department. Yeah, Dade County is Miami, so that's why I was thinking the Keys. But yeah, I could see Gulf too.
Oh, I've got a great crossover idea. Now we mentioned Miami. Creature versus Scarface.
Creature versus Scarface, and then Crockett and Tubbs show up to crack the case open.
Yeah. But okay, so sometime later, a large grouper approaches. They're very weirdly specific with like the fish types in these scripts. You ever notice that?
Oh, yeah.
A large grouper approaches the remains of the egg and is attacked and killed by the thing that hatched from it, which remains unseen. It cuts ahead to 5 years later, which it's funny because they do the same thing in the Phillips draft where it jumps ahead 5 years. We meet a tour, and the Black Lagoon Reef Club, it's completed and in full swing. We meet a tour guide named Roger Tompkins, off-duty and drinking, and he drives a golf cart far away from the resort and pisses into the ocean, and he falls in on accident and gets pulled under by the creature, which is very Jaws. Pulled under by the unseen creature, and the next morning, we get introduced to the resort, and there's a lot of character names I didn't bother to write down, so because a lot of them don't really go anywhere. But,
yeah.
We're introduced to the resort along with a tour group of potential residents, including a Mr. and Mrs. Schultz, who they're semi-important. Susan Gilmore, a sales manager, informs them that the reef acts as a natural barrier to predators, making the lagoon safer than your bathtub. I mean, you can very easily die in your bathtub, but I don't think that's the point they're making. And the tour progresses. We meet Lisa, a windsurfing instructor, Lee Scharf, a golf pro who now teaches the sport to residents, and I swear that's meant to be a Lee Trevino cameo.
Huh, probably.
Grizzly Adams did have a beard.
Yeah.
Athletic director Guillermo, who's semi-important, but not really. And an older resident named Mel Stern, who tells the tour it's all about how expensive the homeowners association's fees are, much to Guillermo's chagrin. And these, I will mention the point where these characters all just sort of, fade into the background.
Yeah. Yeah, but I will say that they're all pretty likable. Like, they're not, a lot of the dialogue is fun. It's not bad. It's just, boy, there's a shitload of people that just pop up and then go nowhere or disappear. And it doesn't help that there's a Mel, and I believe there's a Melanie later on, too.
Yeah,
right?
there is a Melanie. And we are also introduced to Laura Devlin, an Olympic swimmer training in the resort's full-sized indoor pool, and her coach, Gregor Tiriak, I think they say he's Hungarian. And he tries to push Laura into using performance-enhancing drugs to improve her time. And we also learned that the two of them used to be an item. And Laura doesn't want to hear any more of this, so she moves out to swim her laps in the lagoon. And we get introduced to 15-year-old Scott Hawkins skipping stones on the beach. He meets Melanie Schultz, so there's the Melanie.
There's the Melanie.
She's the daughter of the two prospective buyers. But then his macho dad, Sean, drags him out on a deep-sea fishing trip that Scott isn't really big on as he gets seasick. And I really like the dad, because he's totally like, he's trying to do his best, where he's just like, hey kid, you get out there as soon as you're out there for a while and you hook your first fish, your seasickness will just go away.
They set him up to be a bit of like, he's at first it's like you're reading of him as like, oh, he's like a typical douchebag dad, but then as the script goes on, it's like, oh no, he actually, like he says he's got some lines later on where he's talking about like his son, like his ex-wife, his son's mother, and it's like, oh, he's like a person. He's like a good guy.
He's like the kind of character nowadays you would get like Jerry O'Connell to play him.
Oh yeah.
not quite full Piranha 3D O'Connell, but
that's true.
and so we then go back to Laura, who is swimming her laps in the lagoon, and she is spotted by the creature, who watches the swimmers through a Jaws-like POV shot and is entranced and follows her as she swims. And he loses track of her when Baker, Lisa's windsurfing student, gets in the way, and the creature, still unseen, attacks the windsurf board and snaps it in half, but Baker gets out of the water completely unharmed. It's almost like the creature can't tell the difference between the guy operating it and the board itself.
Typical shark logic. It looks like a seal.
Yeah. Donna. Yeah, it is.
Oh, we're gonna get that scene later on.
Oh yeah, we do get the looking from below scenes constantly in this.
Oh yeah.
To the point where I think I just kind of stopped noting it down when it does a POV.
And we get a skinny dipping scene later on.
That is true. That's a weird scene.
Oh yeah.
But okay, let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. And from there we go to Sean and Scott's fishing trip, where Scott actually manages to hook a large sailfish, but before he can reel it in, the unseen creature gets a hold of it and kills it, and tears it to pieces, and Sean assumes it must be a rogue shark and wants to go out again tomorrow to fish for it. It's so funny.
Yeah.
That night, Laura is drinking in the Reef Club when Gregor tells her that he set up an offer for her to commentate on the Olympics, and Laura's like, damn you, I'm going to swim! It's like, it's unlikely. And so she leaves to practice her swimming again. And Latimer shows the Schultzes around one of the oceanfront units and offers to let them stay there for the weekend before deciding. And Scott is also there and asks Melanie along for the shark fishing trip the next day. And later in his office, George tells Susan that he let the Schultzes stay despite having a solid offer on the unit because he thinks having more families there will be a good thing for the community. That's his pet the dog John Hammond moment.
Oh yeah.
Where it's like, oh yeah, you're not a complete douche. And that's when Santo, a local police officer, enters and says they have a problem. So yeah, this community has its own police. And Guillermo has found Roger's severed leg and fears that it might be some kind of shark that did it. And Laura is swimming in the lagoon when Gregor pops out of the water and scares her. So we get that scene from Jaws.
Yeah.
And all the sequels.
Yep.
And he apologizes for his behavior, but still asks if she consider the broadcasting deal. And the next day, Santo meets with Alex Beck, a marine biologist who is checking out-of-town boats for marine bivalve. Like, it doesn't seem like a terribly efficient operation to be doing this by the side of the road, but okay.
Yeah. I mean, they specifically mentioned the long line of traffic, and if it's South Florida, then it's just nonstop boats. So,
yeah.
Yes, enjoy spending a week by the side of the road, stopping every other car.
Yeah, but I mean, it serves its purpose at showing that this guy actually knows what he's doing and knows what he's talking about when it comes to fish.
Yeah.
And he tells Alex about the situation on Pierpont Island, but he refuses to come, considering his current activity more important. And Santo is like, hey, we're going to be hosting the Sports Illustrated swimsuit photo shoot. And it cuts directly to them standing there watching the models.
Yeah, that was funny.
That was pretty funny. We get introduced to the models, and there's one named Tanya. She's the specific one we need to know. As well as their director, Joe, and cameraman, Nigel. So, English.
Yep.
And Alex examines the severed leg, which Santo is just carrying around in an ice chest.
Yep.
And determines that it wasn't chewed off by a shark, as the bite marks don't match what a shark would leave behind. And so elsewhere, Laura notices the size of the crowd. It's the first day of summer, we're told. and sign some autographs before heading off to swim in the ocean. And Hawkins' fishing trip commences, and it turns out that Sean and his friend are just luring sharks to the surface and shooting them.
Yeah, they're going fishing Florida style. They just need the hand grenade. You got it.
And Melody is just like, I thought we were going to be fishing, not hunting. And they're stopped by Santo on his police trawler. And Alex examines the body of one of the sharks, noticing wounds similar to those on the severed leg. So, creature's been attacking sharks. It's like that zombie from the Fulci movie.
Yep. And the bite marks are described very strangely, I think. Like, they're described as being like, it's almost got like a, I think it's called a cookie cutter shark. Where it's got like the bite mark has like a more circular pattern than a normal shark bite. But when it moves its teeth, when it chews or bites down, its teeth actually move left and right, like in a circular motion. It's odd. Some of the descriptions for this thing are really strange.
Oh yeah, they take a very different approach to the creature, and I'll have to talk about the Rick Baker thing when they actually describe it.
Okay.
Because there was I could not find the quote again from him about this, but it's not, I don't know if it's specifically about this version, but there was a quote from him about where Universal was going with it.
Oh, I can't wait to hear that.
And so Laura swims out, I already read that. No, Laura swims out to the reef and dives into the ocean with the creature following her, and we get a glimpse of its gills pulsating and its tail changing colors, so he has a tail.
Yes, this is the first of many tail, or maybe not too many, but this is the first of the tailed creatures.
Yeah.
Which how do you feel about a creature from the Black Lagoon with a tail?
It depends on the execution. I mean, I'd maybe prefer not a tail, but if it's executed well, it could be fine.
Okay. Yeah, I don't particularly care for the tail on my creature. I like my creatures tailless.
it would all depend on what the actual design looked like. Like, I think the weird one that was considered for the Breck Eisner movie, that one just, it just looks strange.
Does look very strange.
But yeah, okay, so yeah, its tail changing colors as it slides away from the reef. And it follows her out into the ocean and is about to swim right for her when Alex pulls her up onto the police trawler, where he and Santo tell her it's unsafe. The creature grabs hold of the stern, but is unable to hold the back boat for long, leaving claw marks in the metal, and that never comes up. They never notice.
Yeah, they don't. I didn't think about that. Yeah, they never notice it. Also, you get a sense of how friggin' strong this thing is, because they try to leave, but I mean, it holds the boat for a couple of seconds. So, yep. Wow.
And that night, a party is held at the Reef Club, where the Schultzes tell George that they've decided to stay. And it's also made clear here that George hasn't told anyone about Roger's death, not wanting to say anything until they know for sure what happened, because he won't recognize this particular problem until it swims up and bites him on the ass.
The beaches will remain open.
Sick vandalism. And at the same party, Guillermo tells... I should say, I like the fact that they humanized him a little bit, because they do the exact same thing with the mayor in Jaws. So he's filling the archetype, but he's not as bad as like a lot of the Jaws ripoffs are with that.
Yeah, he's not just an out... Yeah, I mean, you called it earlier with, he's a little bit John Hammond-y, I guess, where it's he's not a complete douche.
No, we find out what a douche he was in Fallen Kingdom.
Oh, yeah.
But yeah, at the same party, Guillermo tells Laura about what happened to Roger, and she talks to Alex about it, and the two of them, they kind of start hitting it off a little bit. The relationship is actually written reasonably well here.
Yeah, I mean, you'd have to... You would, at this point, you'd have to really be trying to do a worse relationship than the Nigel Neal draft.
Oh.
So, I'll take anything that isn't that.
Yeah, Gary Ross back in 2005 just heard you and went, game, set, match.
Oh, no.
But, that comes later. And Gregor wanders off with Tanya, drunkenly offering her Laura's white swimsuit that she's been wearing this whole time. And outside on the lagoon, oh, this is strange. We get the teenagers stripping into their underwear in a kayak, and they accidentally flip it over, and the creature is momentarily attracted to Melanie's white underwear. Oh, I forgot about that part. Mistaking it for Laura's swimsuit.
Right, which I think is the only, as close as an explanation as we get to why it goes after Laura like it does.
It's because she's also the strongest swimmer.
Yeah, that's the other, and it's that's tenuous at best, but okay.
I mean, I can buy it for the sake of a silly monster movie.
Yeah, okay, fair enough. It's like a souped-up Sci-Fi Channel original movie.
Yeah, and they manage to get back to shore. And they get away not long after Gregor and Tanya get into the water, and the creature attacks, dragging Gregor under the water and beheading him, and his head floats up to the surface, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, that's a great little story.
And then, this is where it gets, like, tough.
Oh, here we go.
It drags Tanya under the water, mistaking her for Laura, and it fucking rapes her.
Well, okay, so in the script, it's described as, like, it drags her under and you see, like, clouds of blood. And
it describes the creature, like, humping.
Does it really?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh
what page would this be on? 40 something, you think?
That sounds about right. I'm flipping through it right now, trying to get to it, because I gotta read this. Welcome to the jam, if you want to slam.
No, that's past that, actually, so it's earlier. This script is actually really quickly paced in a good way. Underwater, just as she opens her mouth to scream, she is pulled down underwater where something infernally powerful with the muscled tail of a velociraptor, Jurassic Park, is repeatedly plunging itself against Tanya.
Oh, wow. Oh, boy, that's uncomfortable.
You said rape twice. I'm not going to finish that quote because I could get taken out of context. So yeah, it fucking goes to town on Tanya, just boom. Yep. And then partway through it realizes, oh shit, you're not Laura, and then just claws her and kills her. And it still remains only vaguely seen in this sequence. And early the next morning, there's some bonding between Sean and Scott, and I actually did not write any details down for this scene.
I think this was the bit where he asks about his ex-wife, or was that later? I think that was later, actually.
Yeah, this is where he talks about the mother, because it's like
you get a sense of a little bit of regret.
Yeah, because it's like going to like the different rooms. Like he goes to the Schultzes because you got Joe and Nigel on the beach for the early morning shoot. He's like, where's Tanya? And for some reason, I was just picturing Bob Hoskins. And then he goes to the Schultzes talking because Mr. Schultz is like perving on the models. And then Scott and Sean, they're watching, and Scott's like, I want a subscription to Sports Illustrated now. And then he's like, you call your mother last night? She's still going out with that rich doctor? Oh, she broke up with him months ago. And this is where he's talking about how, like, oh, it was my fault we broke up. Maybe we can get back together because this is apparently a Roland Emmerich movie now.
Yep. Maybe everything will turn out okay for them.
Oh, boy. Yeah, so they're talking while a photo shoot is underway on the beach with the models. Gregor's head and Tanya's body are discovered being picked at by seabirds, and that's creepy, so a little bit more Jaws.
Yeah. Ugh.
And Alex informs Laura of what happened, and I don't like how they play this scene for a joke where she's swimming in the pool and she has her earplugs in, and he tells her, then she takes out the earplugs and goes, sorry. That was a little much.
Yeah.
And he takes her to identify the corpse in the local morgue. And Detective Garcia has been called in from Miami along with Dr. Mason, the county medical examiner. And Alex explains what he's been thinking, that some sea creature with 7 digits killed the people and wounded the shark. And the only similar animal he can think of is an early tetrapod, but they were around millions of years ago before sea and land life separated. And so Garcia dismisses the theory. And he's like, are you saying there's a fish man walking around here who's also a rapist? He says, nah, we're going to look for human suspects. And then the medical examiner pulls a sample from the dead Tanya's pelvic cavity. He goes, hey, you want some caviar?
Right over her dead body. Wow.
And Alex examines it, finding that it's not caviar. It's creature sperm.
Creature spunk. Oh, God.
And he determines that it's trying to reproduce. Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
So this is taking the pseudo-romantic implications of the original movie to an extreme.
Very extreme.
Yeah, it's 90s. It's got to be extreme. And back at the resort, the outraged residents are told everything by Garcia, and Alex even tells them about his theory because Santo is just like, go ahead, tell them. Because Santo's kind of like, he's not quite convinced yet, but he's willing to listen. And the situation is exacerbated by the fact that Garcia wants to keep everyone there for questioning, even with a big storm on the way. And Alex brings in oceanographer Ian Poindexter and his scientifically outfitted boat, and they reconstruct the creature. This is really funny if you actually research this. They determine it to be a more highly evolved form of Acanthostego. even showing a computer-generated model that simulates the evolution. I actually looked up Acanthostega. It's a real prehistoric, like, salamander-looking thing, and it is goofy-looking as fuck.
Oh, yeah?
Like, in the script, they describe it as having a Muppet-like head, and that is so true.
Hold on, I'm looking at it now. I actually remember thinking I was going to look that up. Oh, I know what that is. Oh, wow.
Isn't it funny looking?
Yeah, it does look like a Muppet.
Yeah, and I do like the fact that they put at least enough research into this to at least seem kind of convincing.
Yeah.
That this thing could have, survived like the coelacanth and just changed over time. Which does kind of link back to the original movie where it's a survival from the Devonian age. And here comes that Nigel Neal influence. Because there is a massive sonar ping as the creature passes under the boat and disappears, and they think it possibly has swum into a cave. And Alex outfits Molly, a SEAL trained to plant mines on Russian subs. They say that. No. They actually say that. He outfits her with a camera and sends her looking for the cave. And she finds it. It's full of fish skeletons, and they see the decomposing remains of Gregor and Roger. And the creature lunges at Molly, but she manages to swim away and escape, and she gets pulled back onto the boat. And Alex is like, okay, I swear I won't do that again. That was really funny. Like, the script is legitimately funny when it needs to be.
Yeah.
So back at the resort, Garcia and his colleague Berg are questioning Laura, bringing up her previous relationship with Gregor and the situation involving the bathing suit. And they speculate that she may have been like the intended victim of a stalker. And I like the fact that, they're pursuing leads that make sense. They're not just dumb authority figures like you often get in these monster movies.
Right. Yeah, there is a method.
And the creature, having followed Alex and Santo back to the resort, sees Laura as she leaves the building and uses the external elevator to return to her penthouse, where he then sees her in the window. And as Alex explains his findings to George and the police, the creature emerges from the water, showing itself in full for the first time, and it's described as being kind of like a velociraptor, so definitely post-Jurassic Park, because no one knew what the fuck a velociraptor was before Jurassic Park. That was not a dinosaur in common parlance before then.
Yeah, it was Deinonychus was the one that people knew of.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I mean, I don't think even that had the widespread impact of like an Allosaurus or a T-Rex or a Brontosaurus. Sorry, a Apatosaurus.
It's the name. It's Velociraptor. That's a freaking sweet name. So, yeah. And
obviously, when they compare it to a Velociraptor, they're comparing it to the movie kind, because real Velociraptors are like the size of a turkey.
Yeah, they're tiny. I kind of wish they had gone more, like, leaned heavier into the reef fish look of it. Like, wouldn't it be cool if it had more shades? I mean, I do like the salamander approach, but I kind of wish it had done shades of like a lionfish, with
the pattern.
The pattern, and even like the quills that a lionfish has, something like that. That'd have been really neat.
I do like the color changing thing, the chameleon thing.
Yeah. I mean, you can even do stuff with like bioluminescence. Would be really cool.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, the sea monster.
And the thing is, okay, so they describe it as being like a velociraptor, but it's like the color of like burnished metal. And it says it has an almost human face that looks like a Greco-Roman point. I'm trying to picture that, and it's just too strange.
It kind of reminds me a little bit of the creature from the novel version of The Relic.
Yeah, you're right. It's been forever since I've read that book. Yeah, I remember. I liked Relic and I liked Reliquary. But yeah, so to talk about the Rick Baker thing, I remember seeing a quote where he was saying that he walked away from the project because they were wanting to like overcomplicate the design. They were adding this and that and this and that. And that's why he left. I wonder if he's referring to this version.
It could be, because there is in one scene later on, it's not even so much a scene as it is just a shot and a single line of like, it's implied that it has tentacles.
Yeah, it says it has tentacles, and they're never mentioned again. When I was putting that album of screenshots together for Scott, I was like, and I kept adding to the captions because it was just random details I didn't want to screenshot. I'm like, yeah, it says it has tentacles in one scene, but they never come up again, so don't bother with them.
So, I mean, I don't know. That would have been kind of cool, like, to see it kind of, like, maybe it would have, like, maybe, like, its chest would have opened up or something, and, like, the tentacles would have, like, or maybe it has them coiled around it, and they come loose and they attack. You don't really notice it until it happens that it has tentacles. I don't know. I mean, it's neat to think about, but, yeah, overcomplicated. That is yeah, I could definitely see Baker's point of view on this.
And it makes sense because he was attached to both versions that existed before this, and this would have to come fairly close after the Carpenter version because that got derailed by Village of the Damned.
And it doesn't surprise me either, because Baker is more traditionalist when it comes to, like, he's really big into the souping up the classic monsters, but not going that far away from the original look.
Imagine if Baker got to do Frankenstein.
Oh, that'd be great. Yeah. You know what would be awesome? Rick Baker's version of the Bernie Wrightson Frankenstein.
Well, Bernie Wrightson was what Del Toro was apparently going for.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's an interestingly described critter in this. And so it sneaks across the grounds, killing a groundskeeper when he goes to feed the fish in a koi pond, which I was thinking Michael Scott. And it approaches the elevator, but this kind of takes away the threat of the creature when it gets stuck on top of it and nearly dies from drying out when it begins to ascend. I'm like, okay, he's Silver Age Aquaman again.
Yeah. I was surprised at how fast that happened, too. I mean, you really do get the sense that this is a water animal more so than, like, an amphibious animal.
Yeah. It's fucking... We keep coming back to Justice League Immortal.
Yep.
And so, yeah, there's a dog that spots it and starts barking, and the owners don't pay attention because they're too busy banging. They're the newly married couple who show up here and there. And Sean, who's been talking to Scott, and Scott's upset that he has to... That Melanie's parents are picking up and leaving because he finally met a girl he likes, blah, blah, blah. And so Sean's like, I'm going to help my kid because he hears the dog barking. He sees the creature fall off the elevator and land flat on its ass and goes like, I got to take this thing down. And so he gets a harpoon gun and he hunts it down, snags the creature with it and goes to reel the line attached to it. But the creature ends up on the golf course right as the sprinklers turn on the 9th green at 9 o'clock, revitalizing it. So there we go. Creature and sprinklers again. More Nigel Neal.
But I gotta say, they don't do this specific shot in this, but I'm like, I wish they... why don't you go ahead and finish, like, this little scene, and then I'll go with that.
And so the creature drags Sean into a swimming pool and kills him instead. The carnage obscured by the creature's ink in the water, so it also squirts ink in this version.
Yep.
Which, to be fair, it did do a little bit in the Phillips drafts.
Yeah, I don't think it's the last time we're going to see the creature shooting ink either.
Probably not.
But oh man, I really this was the point where I was starting to get into this script because like that the it taking place in Florida was a big hump for me. But when this happened, I was like, okay, I'm kind of getting into this a little bit, and I kind of wish it hadn't dragged him into the pool like that. I wish it had just killed him on the golf course because I have a very vivid image in my mind of the creature like standing back up and you get like that kind of hero pose of it like turning and roaring at him and the tail swooping up as the sprinklers are going off. And I'm like, oh, that'd been so cool. Yeah. So I wish they'd cut it back a little bit and just had him kill him right there.
You know what the gag they could do with that is? The creature knocks his head off and it lands right on top of the hole. I'm only thinking of that because I've been playing golf with your friends for some reason lately. So yeah, golf is on the brain. And so Alex visits Laura in her penthouse to tell her about the bodies having been found, and he promises to retrieve them from the cave. And that scene I kind of had to sum up a bit because that's mainly on the missing page.
Yeah, I noticed that too. There's and you can kind of read through the page that was scanned a little bit.
I might have to ask the guy who made the scan for me if he has those pages and if they just stuck together.
I mean, it looks like it did, so...
Yeah, I'll have to ask him about that eventually. But, so, the next day, the residents are getting shuttled out of there in vans, while Alex, Ian, and Santo track the creature with the research vessel. And it's mentioned that the Navy is on the way to deal with the creature, so Shriver is out for revenge. He got put back together like fucking Loveless from the Wild Wild West. But they've been delayed by the incoming storm. And the creature makes a beeline for the bridge connecting the island to the mainland and destroys it somehow, causing the lead van with Garcia, Berg, and Laura among its occupants to crash into the water. Berg is killed on impact by Alec Berg. Seinfeld joke.
He is killed on impact, isn't he?
Yeah, and the creature circles the upside-down van to try to get at Laura, and Garcia tries to shoot at the creature, which just breaks the glass and lets the water in. And the creature ignores the people swimming out, but attacks Garcia and disembowels him.
Ooh.
I think it's in this scene where he just randomly has tentacles for a minute.
I thought it was later on. But
maybe I'm misremembering it, but yeah. Alex, who has tracked the creature to that location, attacks it with torpedoes mounted on a research submersible. Yes, the research of blowing shit up. Allowing Laura to escape. That's some shit you'd see in a Godzilla movie. The creature strikes back, however, causing the submersible to get stuck in the wreckage of the bridge's pilings. I really liked this scene. It was really tense.
Yeah, this was really good.
And it can't get at Alex, but a plan is devised. Ian will distract the creature with dynamite, and Alex will pop the plastic bubble off and swim like mad for the surface. The bends be damned. Minus a minor hiccup, like the creature almost opening the submersible too early, the plan works and Alex makes it to safety. I can't do it justice. It's a really good scene.
It is a lot of, the only problem I have with it is just not the scene itself, but like you mentioned with how he somehow destroys the bridge. And it's like, is this, like, it's described as like a wooden bridge? And it's like, really? Like, this is like a super upscale, ritzy place, and they're one way out. Apparently, the one way off the island is like this rickety old bridge.
It's that fucking bridge from the original Evil Dead.
Yeah, really.
This thing's solid as a rock. The tone of this is not too far from Evil Dead. And so, with the ferry gone and the bridge out, the residents are all herded back to the main building of the resort. And the Coast Guard ship is on its way to help them, so they got downgraded from naval assistance to Coast Guard. Gotta send a four-leaf tay back to get them. But it will take time thanks to the storm, the worst of which is still to come. And Mrs. Schultz has put together that the creature is after Laura and tries to stir up the crowds. They do a little bit of this with the people like getting paranoid and stuff, and they don't do nearly enough of it to make it worth the page time it takes.
What's that? Just them getting paranoid?
Paranoid about Laura and like ostracizing her. Yeah. Like, The Mist, this ain't.
Yeah, it doesn't really, I don't know. It just serves to kind of drive the two love interests together a little bit further, I think.
Yep, and Laura privately confesses to Alex that Mrs. Schultz is right, but he refuses to let anything happen to her, and they kiss, and it's actually kind of earned. And the residents all head for the higher floors in case of flooding, and sometime later, the creature breaks in through a tunnel that connects the spa to the lagoon, because that's something they mentioned about how, like, the spa is fed by the salt water from the lagoon. Why?
Well, yeah. I mean, that's weird, but okay. I mean, I guess it's there. I mean, I have to wonder if it's a take on the oh God, what's his name? Who's the guy that wrote Old Man in the Sea?
Hemingway?
Yeah, Hemingway. There's the Hemingway house down in the Keys, and he had a saltwater pool that would fill. It was a tidal pool, so it would fill up with salt water.
That makes a lot of sense.
I wonder if that's just a take on that.
And so 2 cops are on patrol on the downstairs as the creature. I don't know what the big deal about it closing a water valve is, because it's like it turns the valve. It's like it made a huge evolutionary leap forward. They can open doors.
They can open doors, yeah.
Which would not have been a problem in Jurassic Park if they got regular round doorknobs in the place. But I digress. And then begins clawing its way through the access tunnel, ripping out pipes before finally bursting through the walls of the men's room and killing the 2 cops. I'm like, that is one step away from dying on the shitter.
Yeah.
And Santo, who is in radio communication with them, finds their bodies as well as the creature's bloody tracks and starts evacuating the residents to the top floor, which they were already kind of doing, but okay. The creature makes its way to the suite of the Larsons, the newly married couple with the dog, and it breaks in and attacks them, and they only get away when the creature realizes that Stephanie isn't Laura and decides to claw open the waterbed and moisten itself instead of killing them.
Yeah, more unfortunate implications going on here, but they get out. And the dog lives. So, the dog is actually, I don't think the dog is ever mentioned again. So
no, it's not.
Go ahead and assume it lives.
Yeah, it lives. It has to live because the other residents stop being important 2 scenes from now.
Yep.
and this allows them time to reach the elevator and get away. So everyone makes it to the top floor where they barricade the stairwell entrance, and Ken Larson starts to go along with Mrs. Schultz's ramblings about Laura, but Alex manages to talk the crowd down, and that's when they notice the elevator has started moving again. It takes the creature to the roof because it's learned how to push buttons, apparently. And the handle, and they say he can stay up there indefinitely as long as it's raining. And so the handle on the stairwell door begins to move, and the creature tries to push its way past the barricade, only for Alex and Santo to drive it off with shotgun blasts. And so, it's a little bit tougher than the Monster Squad creature.
Yeah.
And Santo goes to call the exterior elevator up as well and switch it off. So they basically, remove any point it could enter the place from because they turn off the elevators. Alex does the same with the interior one. And after the power goes out, the residents go back into the room, sharing them with each other, aside from the shunned Laura, who has to stay in her penthouse alone. And, we get the idea that Scott is staying with the Schultzes, and that's the last time he's mentioned.
Yep.
Like, Mel Stern was in a couple of scenes, and now he's gone. The residents don't matter anymore.
Nope, there's only 3 characters from this point. Well, 4 if you count the creature. It's Laura, Alex, Santo, and that is it.
And that's when the elevator has started moving again. Oh, no, I already read that. And Alex tells Santo his final speculation. The creature wants to mate with Laura because she's the best swimmer around. Creature likes them thigh muscles, I guess. Alex and Santo continue securing the hallway while the creature searches for a way in from the roof, losing 2 of his fingers in the air conditioning fan. And Alex goes to stay with Laura, and there's this hilarious moment of tension where he goes to check the bathroom and he throws it open, and Molly the Seal is in the tub.
Yeah.
That's the last time we see her. And Laura has holed up in there, and she's really upset and traumatized. And so the creature manages to dismantle the fan, and John McClane's its way into the vents.
Yep.
And Alex and Laura hear it moving above them, right as the emergency generator kicks in. They track it through the ceiling. It jumps out of a vent in the elevator, and Alex fires off his shotgun. A fight ensues in which Santo is wounded, and Ian, who tries to sneak up on the creature with an electric harpoon gun, gets blinded by its ink.
Yeah, actually, I think, I believe the implication was it's a little acidic, too, because I think it's permanent blinding, too.
Dilophosaurus.
I was just getting ready to get there. Yep, very Jurassic Park.
All right, and Alex drives the creature off with the sound of the fire alarm, and so once again, sensitive to sound. Neil, and word comes in over Santo's radio the evacuation has been delayed on account of the storm. And feeling responsible for the situation, Laura picks up the electric harpoon gun and takes the elevator to go after the creature herself. She takes the outdoor elevator to ground level, hoping to catch the creature's attention and draw him away. And she heads to the indoor parking garage, spreading gasoline on the floor around her and waiting. Alex comes down via the indoor elevator and joins her as she waits. Like, he just pops out of the lawn chair and goes, dunk.
Yep, I like that. That was fun.
That's pretty cool. The creature is prepared, though, and damages the seawall, so once again, he has Hulk-level strength, allowing the water to flood in and dissipate the gas. It distracts Alex by shoving one of the cops' bodies at him and attacks Alex from behind. And they do light the gas on top of the water, but it doesn't have the effect they were hoping for.
It's more like just a big fireball, right?
Yep. And before grabbing Laura and dragging her out into the lagoon where the Coast Guard ship is approaching in the distance, and the storm has since subsided. He drags Laura in the water and engages in the mating ritual, initially trying to impress her by puffing himself up before getting rough. And she plays along just long enough to gain an air supply from an oxygen tank left over from the storm wreckage, as well as a single harpoon gun shooting him through the heart. So she gives Love a bad name.
Wow. None of that now.
Laura surfaces and swims for the shore and the waiting Alex, only for the creature to burst from the water behind her. He is wounded further by Santo, who shoots him twice with a shotgun, so he's basically LL Cool J from Halloween H2O.
Or Deep Blue Sea a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. And the creature's body drifts out past the reef and sinks into the canyon below out of sight. And that's when we see a seabird peck at the reef, revealing another egg waiting to hatch, and it ends.
Bum, bum.
So yeah, this script on the whole was, because I had heard some things about this, I had heard the Baker comment, and I had heard about about the Florida setting and the monster rape thing, and I was kind of iffy on it at first, but reading it, it's actually pretty good. It's a well-written monster movie. And
Yeah.
you said it yourself earlier, like, it's like, you described it as like a high-end sci-fi channel movie, and I think that describes it really well, but in a good way. It's what those movies kind of try to be.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of great scenes in it. I think that the bit on the golf course is a lot of fun. I think the whole end segment with them in the parking garage, we just kind of glossed over this, but I did briefly want to mention there's a bit when they're in the parking garage and the creature floods it, and they're standing up on top of a dumpster and they're waiting around to see what happens, and in the distance you hear a car alarm go off, but it's not just like a beep 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 car alarm. It's like it's like a voice car alarm where it says you are standing too close to the car, you must back away. And then like after a couple of seconds, it's like, thank you for stepping away from the car or something. And it's like, oh shit, here it comes.
Like, oh shit, it's RoboCop's car.
Yeah, it's RoboCop's car. It's there's a lot of great stuff here. I would be really curious to see maybe because this is the 4th draft revised, and it's the only version of this that we have. I would be really curious to see maybe like a first draft of this or a second draft, because there's a lot of stuff in here that reads like there were intended action sequences or different action beats that just got chopped out. Like the elevator, they make a big deal out of the elevator, and the creature has suction cup claw hands. So
fucking forgot
things.
To mention that.
No, it's okay because it never matters.
Yeah.
And you can just see there being like a really cool scene like during the storm where the creature is like chasing Alex and Laura up the top of the building, and it's climbing along the side of the building while they're in the elevator, and he blasts out the window because it's like an external elevator. It's like on the side of the building, and you can see him like shooting the window out and then having like a gunfight with it while it's like catching up to them, like next to them, maybe jumping in there with them right when the doors open. Like, I get the feeling that there was quite a bit cut out. My biggest problem really with it is that there's besides the rape stuff, which I think they went a little overboard with that. There isn't really I sit here and I think about like, what would have the budget been for this? And I'm like, I don't think it would have been that high because it doesn't read like there's much going on that would have called for a huge budget outside of the water stuff, like at the end, like where the parking garage is flooded, some of the flooding effects, and definitely the storm stuff would have called for a somewhat big budget. But I don't think this would have been like a massive budget movie. In the mid 90s, I think you could have gotten away with making this on like 20-25 million.
Possibly.
Which seems low, honestly. I'm surprised. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and then there's like the characters who just sort of fade out. Like they don't even get like a sign off at the end.
Yeah, they definitely could have cut down on the characters a bit. And I mean, I don't mind like the whole like the Mel thing. I think the Mel and Melanie thing was dumb. They, especially reading it, I bet in the movie it wouldn't have mattered because nobody would have remembered the old man.
Yeah.
But like, I don't mind that kind of stuff. Like, I mean, yeah, it's good to show that there are people living here because the last thing you want is to set up this massive, like, resort / like, neighborhood, yacht club type.
It's just completely empty.
Yeah, with like 5 people living there. So it's okay that they have a bunch of people, but like, yeah, like some of the characters are really given a lot, maybe not a lot to do, but they're given a lot of lines of dialogue. Like the Schultzes, you called it when you said like that the Scott and Melanie and even the 2 Schultzes just kind of disappear. And it's, it's weird that there's no sign off.
They all go into the same apartment together and then you just never see them again.
Yeah.
And the thing is that like, it's interesting that like you don't get any sort of like wrap up in this movie. It's very much like an old Universal movie in that the monster just fucking dies and then it ends.
It reads a lot like the original one where the monster dies and floats to the bottom of the ocean or the bottom of the lagoon and then it's just over.
Yeah, and then they recycled that same shot for Revenge of the Creature.
Yeah. And I really, I'll say this one last time before I get off the subject, but I didn't like it taking place in Florida, in the Keys. I think you could have very easily gotten away with it being like off the coast of Chile, maybe, or
like Trinidad.
Yeah, or I mean, it could have even been in the Amazon. Like, you could have set it up to be like a thing where it's like super high end, like resort area where you have to fly in to live there. You know what I mean? Like,
I could see that.
Super 1%ers or something like that. I just love I'm married to the idea of it taking place in the Amazon. So that was a big hump for me. But like once it kicked in, I was all in, man.
Yeah, it was good. It was a very well done monster movie that still bears a certain resemblance to The Creature from the Black Lagoon. And so this draft, which was dated, it's dated March 27th of 1996. This was turned in, and sometime in that year, Universal offered The Creature from the Black Lagoon. I don't know if it was this script specifically, or if it was just the idea of remaking the movie. They offered it to Peter Jackson, who turned it down in favor of King Kong, which then got shut down because Mighty Joe Young beat them to the punch, and he went on and did Lord of the Rings.
Oh, what I wouldn't give for a Peter Jackson Creature from the Black Lagoon movie. Again, it's one of those, this podcast in particular has broken some dreams of mine, because there was a long time there where I'd be like, oh, what I wouldn't give for a John Landis, Joe Dante Creature from the Black Lagoon movie, and wow. But oh man, a Peter Jackson Creature movie would be great, because that guy, like, watching his King Kong movie, which I love. I love that movie.
Same. But also has a similar problem. Also has a similar problem of characters just disappearing.
Disappearing, yeah. But like he knows pulp, like, because that movie just reeks of pulp adventure, and I really think that would be a good way to kind of lead into this. I don't know. I would love to see his take on a creature movie. God damn it, Jackson! When will you come back to us?
Yeah, and this would have been like right after he did The Frighteners. This would have been like horror movie Peter Jackson era, which never really went away if you look at his movies.
That's true. This would have been like Kiwi Sam Raimi era.
Yeah, and so that happened, and it just seemed to kind of go away for a while, and then the success, there was rumors. I cannot find the article for this anymore, but there was rumors of that John Landis was attached to produce again. This could be complete bullshit, and it sounds like it, but this time as an urban comedy, Creature in the Hood.
No, get out of here with that. God damn it, Landis, put the cocaine down.
Well, this is post Blues Brothers 2000, so.
Oh no. Oh god, I forgot about that.
But no, I made that title up for a Leprechaun joke, but I have no idea if that was real. I hope it wasn't. I kind of hope it was, because I hope there's a treatment. But then it really kind of got going again, because the Mummy remake was a big success, and Universal went, hey, we should start trying to exploit our properties a little more. And so this is where Gary Ross comes into it, and he gets signed on as a producer. He's a filmmaker himself. He did Pleasantville, Seabiscuit, nice, pleasant movies. Interestingly enough, he's the son of Arthur A. Ross, who co-wrote the original Creature from the Black Lagoon and wrote Walks Among Us by himself.
Oh, uh-oh.
Who was also very keen, according to the Creature Chronicles book, he was very keen on taking credit for the original script when the other guys definitely deserved it. But, so he gets signed on to produce, and let me pull the book out and look at it.
While you're doing that, the Seraphian draft is next, right?
Yes, that's coming up next.
Okay, cool.
And so while he was producing, it got offered to several directors, and this is where Guillermo del Toro gets introduced. And he was attached to it, and his pitch was to do the whole thing as a Victorian era period piece. And it restored the Amazon jungle, I'm quoting directly here, to a never explored wonderland where the Gillman is locally worshipped as a demigod and protector of the natives. And it never made it to the scripting stage because the guy who wrote the article, David J. Shaw, was supposed to write the script, and it never happened. And we would find out much later on why. It was because the sort of key idea of The Shape of Water, the idea of the creature being successful in its romantic aspirations, was something that Universal just wholeheartedly objected to. But I mean, that sounds like a really fascinating idea.
It's interesting. again, I prefer. I don't know about like Victorian era. Like he loves that stuff, but I think Creature works more as more of like a 1930s pulpy adventure horror.
Yeah, I see what you mean.
As opposed to a like more Victorian era gothic horror. It would be neat because I've never seen like air quotes gothic Victorian horror in like a jungle. So that would be neat. But I don't know. And you know what's funny is like had you told me then that Del Toro was involved, I would have been like I would have been over the moon with that. I mean that sounds awesome. But I don't know. I mean, now in hindsight, I'm like my love of Del Toro has waned a little bit over the years. I know controversy. Oh, this coming from the guy that likes Zack Snyder. I know. I know. Like, I know he's great. I think he's a great filmmaker. Like, I think he's got an eye for it. He's a phenomenal director, and he's a really great idea guy. But I think and I think he's a good writer too. But I think his scripts need a pass by someone that isn't him.
Well, they often are written by other people, though.
They are?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, but I mean, I definitely wouldn't be opposed to it. And this would have been this would have been like Blade 2 Guillermo del Toro, right? This would have been pre-Hellboy, right? Just before Hellboy.
Yeah.
Or maybe because this didn't work out, he went and did Hellboy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think he would have done Hellboy regardless because he made Blade 2 specifically to have something under his belt that he could show to executives and get the green light for Hellboy.
Okay.
So, okay.
Does sound fun, though. I wouldn't mind giving it a read if it ever dropped.
Yeah, this is...
Oh, no, it didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, it never even got written. The next writer, Teddy Serafian, was hired in 2003. But before we talk about his draft, which was dated July 2004, something else very nearly happened. The Creature very nearly made a cameo in Van Helsing.
Yeah, he was going to be the moat monster around Dracula's castle.
Around Frankenstein's castle, according to this.
Oh, around Frankenstein's castle.
And Summers just said he decided not to do it because it was too much. And so Teddy Serafian was hired to write a script, and I'm going to look at his filmography here on Wikipedia. Tank Girl.
Yep.
Something called The Road Killers. Uncredited writing on Rush Hour, which, okay, I love Rush Hour. A story credit on Terminator 3 Rise of the Machines. I think that's what got him the most juice in Hollywood.
Bro, he wrote like an early draft of that, right?
Yeah, I think it's dated like 97.
And I heard it's pretty good.
It's not, I wouldn't call it good, but it's not terrible. It exists.
Good work.
It exists.
Oh.
The Possession of Michael King.
Oh boy, yeah.
It's something called Altergeist.
Yeah. After Terminator 2, or Terminator 3, it looks like it sounds to me like he was kind of, which happens all too often. He seems like a kind of guy that was like an almost made it.
Yeah.
Like he probably had his fingers in a lot of things and was trying to get stuff off the ground, and none of it really worked out.
And he is the nephew of Robert Altman.
Yeah. And his brother has done quite a bit of things too.
Yeah, we won't go into that, but
no, but it's he's got a family history in the industry.
Yep, and he also I won't get that. The television credits are weird because 10 years apart, he wrote and co-executive produced 2 separate movies about killer tidal waves.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
I would love to know what the story is there. Like how did this happen? It's such a crazy idea.
It's his own little, maybe it's his own little John Peterism with this giant spider. It's just like tidal waves, the most dangerous thing on Earth.
And so his draft, it follows a story structure that is more or less continues into a couple of different revisions, where you have a tourist couple. In this script, they're called John and Allie Baker. They get stranded in the jungle and they get picked up by this scientific research team that's been sent there by a nefarious pharmaceutical company who are looking for some sort of super drug in the Amazon. And this sort of search leads them into conflict with the creature from the Black Lagoon.
So we're back in the Amazon again. Hooray!
Yep. And I will try to not I'll try my best not to bring up all the stuff that sort of like compares to the Gary Ross draft and the Breck Eisner draft, because I already did that episode. But there are definite similarities, and the basic structure of it is more or less the same, but they approach it in different ways. So let's dive right into it. It opens with, God, I didn't mean the pun. It opens with the Universal logo transforming into a real globe, which is a cool little logo gag, before zooming in on South America. The camera shot heads down into the Amazon basin and continues under the water, where we see the wreckage of a boat called the Rita II, shout out to the original movie, an indistinct shape moving in the murk, and a partial corpse that floats past the camera before sinking down to the bottom. Ooh, that's a nice little atmospheric opening.
Yep, and after having just watched those original movies, all I can think about is that boat captain, and I'm like, oh no, not him.
Not Lucas. He survives the 2 movies he's in.
Yep.
It then cuts ahead 1 year later, where a pair of tourists, psychiatrist John Baker and his wife Allie, it's spelled Jon, and all I'm thinking of is John from Garfield.
Wow. See, I was thinking John Burtnall, but yeah, that's one way you could think of it.
The Punisher?
Yeah.
They're traveling with a guide named Pancho. Stereotype much?
Yeah.
Deep in the rainforest, where Allie is indulging in her latest hobby, photography. And there's a moment where John reminds Allie to take a pill, and some tension is made apparent in their relationship. And the motorboat's propeller gets bent, and this is exactly what happens in the other drafts. The propeller gets bent. And Pancho, promising to be back by dark, sets off via jet ski to retrieve a replacement from a village downstream. And by sunset, John and Allie discover that the motorboat is taking on water, and they have to abandon it and head for a nearby embankment. They then hear music. It's specifically No Woman, No Cry, because this thing has the all Bob Marley soundtrack of I Am Legend. And soon see an 800-foot motor yacht named Intrepid moving upriver towards them. They are soon spotted by the captain, Hash Clarkson, that name.
Yeah.
Who sends his Brazilian first mate Ramon and the arrogant South African Nico in a Zodiac to go pick them up. Okay, the point this gets to, what, in like 5-6 pages here? The Gary Ross draft, I swear, takes 25 pages to get them onto the boat. 30 pages, something like that. But so John and Allie, they're greeted by Hash when they come aboard, and they're soon met by corporate type Rafe McNeil, who has just made contact with River Patrol, who don't have a boat anywhere nearby. They're like fucking Starfleet. They're never where you need them.
Also, I must have skipped this I must have missed this when I was reading it. I didn't realize 800 foot. Holy cow. That is a big, I knew it was a big boat, but that is a huge boat. Yeah,
and he actually names the model of it too. I'm like, oh, it's a Benetti or something. Like, and I looked it up and it's huge.
Wow.
And they're also being watched from a distance with a camera by who we later learn is Dalton Smith, the big-time photographer who has worked for National Geographic, and he's being needlessly creepy, which he is throughout the whole first act. And John and Allie proceed to the galley, where Rafe mentions that they can't wait around because they only have so much time in which to get a boat that size far upriver. And Hash points out the nearest village on the map as being 100 kilometers away, saying that Pancho likely wasn't on the level, which is something that they never address in the other drafts. It's like, oh, were these guys like honest or not? And here it's like, he probably wasn't.
Yeah, that's weird. Like, it's weird that I don't know what the motive could have been there. I think it was just more like, they'll take care of themselves. I'm out of here. But yeah, Pancho's gone, never to return.
He's off to star in The Emperor's New Groove.
Yep.
And so they also meet scientists Cy Bradley and Brenda Phelps for determining that their only safe option is to tag along with the Intrepid crew, which will mean staying an extra 3 weeks in the rainforest.
Oh no.
Oh no. And John's like, I have to see my patients.
Yeah, okay, buddy.
And so John and Allie are shown to their cabin, where Allie begs off when John tries to get romantic, and while heading to the bathroom, she runs into Dalton, feeling an immediate attraction towards him. And like, he's described as like this really scruffy looking dude.
Yeah, vaguely, to bring Kurt Russell back up, vaguely, Snake Plissken-esque with both eyes.
Yeah.
So.
And the next morning, Cy gives them a tour of the boat. He shows them the bridge, the media room where he's been mapping the river bottom, And he mentions they're looking for pharmaceutical materials and says that Brenda could be more specific, but when they go to the lab to ask her, Rafe shows up and takes Brenda out of the room before she can say anything, so, ooh.
Mystery for now. Oh, yeah.
And later on, Allie and Dalton bond a bit over photography tips, how to keep your lens dry.
Yeah, and, which is a legit thing to do.
Okay.
A little bit.
I actually didn't know that, but it makes sense. And John walks in, and it's immediately awkward. And he tells Allie they managed to get his appointments rescheduled because they have sophisticated communication technology on the boat. But, he notices something's going on there, but he doesn't say anything. And the next day, Hash and Rafe examine a wrecked boat in the water, but Hash says it's the wrong one, and they pack up the equipment. And that night, Hash spots something on the sonar and wakes Rafe up to say this may be it. And the crew gathers in the galley for a meeting. Allie hears them and walks in, and they immediately break off, simply saying that they found a wreck and will be diving on it in the morning. And Dalton wishes her a good night, and he's been standing behind her staring all the while.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's weird because these little moments don't really make sense with most of his behavior. Right,
and I won't spoil it now, but of course, I get the feeling that they wrote it with the love triangle going one way, and then at the end they were like, nah, we'll do something else. And so they might have sprinkled these bits back in there. But yeah, it's a little schizophrenic. And so Allie wakes up the next morning and tries to get John to go skinny dipping with her. He's like, it's 4:45 and goes back to bed. Or is it 5:45? Something like that. And he just goes back to sleep. And she goes by herself, and something swims up underneath her, but it's Dalton testing out an underwater lens. And he says he took his diving mask off so he wouldn't see anything. And we're like, yeah, sure, dude. Uh-huh.
And as he helps her back onto the boat, something else watches them from below from a POV shot where it's like the view of the water is much clearer from its perspective. It's like, oop, creature introduction. So he's hanging out far away from the Black Lagoon.
Yeah.
A couple days away. Which actually is not without precedent because in the original movie, he goes downstream to that dig and kills those two guys.
Yeah.
And there's kind of a funny moment where John's on deck wrapping a towel around her and then fucking Hash comes out too and she's like, does anybody sleep on this boat? And so later that day, Hash, Ramon, Nico, and Dalton prep their gear for the wreck dive, which Cy and Rafe observe from the media room via Dalton's camera. And Rafe deliberately shuts Allie out of the media room, and when she tells John, he seems to disbelieve her, and she gets angry because she thinks he's going to try and put it down on her paranoia. So we're building another little mystery there. And the four men dive down to the wreck, confirming it to be the Rita II, which is the boat they've been looking for. And they find the hatch is locked and pry it open, finding the inside to have been completely trashed. And they explore the ship thoroughly, with Ramon and Hash going inside and Nico and Dalton taking the outside. And so the two of them on the inside, they get surprised by a crocodile that somehow got stuck in one of the cabins.
Nice little jump scare.
Nice little jump scare. And then Dalton deliberately jumps out at them from behind the door, so another jump scare. And it's also mentioned they have like full bubble helmets on so they can talk. They're not using rebreathers.
Yeah, they're using auger masks. And that would be, these guys went down there with spear guns and bang sticks, and I'm just like, I don't know if I'd be playing pranks on my buddies if they're armed like that.
Yeah. Yeah, this ain't exactly Carl Urban and Ghost Ship, guys.
Yeah, really.
And so Dalton and Nico, they head back. Okay, so what is, they find some intact videotapes as well as the ship's log, and this is just giving me vibes of The Thing, honestly.
I wasn't thinking that, but now that you mentioned it, I can see it.
Yep, and so Dalton and Nico, they head back to the Intrepid, while Hash tells Ramon to wait because he dropped his knife and he wants to go get it. And he goes and checks the stateroom, and something that remains unseen by the audience, the creature, it appears in the room behind Hash. You can kind of see its reflection in the porthole. And then he turns around and his eyes fill with horror. That's a good little scene.
Yeah. And I can just hear the muffled underwater screaming, or with the bubble sound coming through. Oh yeah, it'd be great.
Yep, and Ramon hears an explosive jolt and heads to check on Hash, seeing a cloud of something that looks like blood coming from the door. Something then grabs Ramon's arm and yanks him into the doorway, knocking him out. And Dalton,
that could be creepy too.
yeah, that could be really well directed. Dalton and Nico soon head back down to look for them, finding Ramon wounded and floating in the water in the stateroom. And Nico returns to the Intrepid with Ramon, while Dalton swims further into the Rita II, where he finds a newly created hole in the ship, and swims out to find Hash's mutilated body, which is being swarmed by piranha. And it's one thing I like about this script is that it actually understands how piranha work. They're not really that dangerous unless they've been riled up.
Also, oof, that is,
Yeah, this would be a very gory movie if they made it like this. And back on the ship, Ramon is still alive, but dazed from a head injury, not really remembering what happened. And his shoulder is not only cut open, but it's been separated. His arm has been separated from his shoulder, and he has a torn AC. And it's like, the description of that.
Yeah, that's rough. Oof.
And it very specifically wasn't caused by a bite. And Rafe tries to pass it off as, oh, you just had an accident, you fell. But John shuts that down, saying it could lead to PTSD. And so Rafe pulls Dalton and Nico into the media room and tries to dress them down, but they make it clear they followed all the right procedures. And Dalton also tells them that Hash had been mutilated before the piranha got to him, which makes Rafe kind of, double take. Sai determines from the log that they stopped at a place called the Black Lagoon further upstream. It's like a day away, I think they say. And Rafe orders Nico to take the ship there because he's like the last actual crew member who can actually run the ship. So he does serve a purpose. He then catches Dalton trying to call River Patrol, and shuts that down, saying that getting the police involved will delay them too long and keep them from finding what they're looking for. Dalton relents, but only under protest. While Allie helps Brenda stitch up Ramon, John approaches Rafe to ask what he's after, getting the reply that they're looking for a possibly poisonous material that could have pharmaceutical applications. So, we're getting bits and pieces of the story here.
Is this the part where they actually mention, like, how... I didn't write it down, but they mention how, like, some drugs, and Botox was one of them, I think?
Botox, curare.
Yeah, all come from poisonous materials. Which is interesting.
Yeah, maybe one other. And
fun little fact to throw into your script.
Yeah. And he then asks John if he's willing to help recover Ramon's memories, which that really doesn't go anywhere. As the boat continues upriver, Dalton goes over to tapes found in the wreckage, which we don't see. We only hear the sounds of screaming. And we're then treated to another scene of Dalton watching the tapes, this time with Rafe. And Allie spies on them through the crack of the door and not seeing the footage, just hearing the screams. So, bit of redundancy there. You could have cut that first scene. And she tries to get John to come and ask the others about it with her, but he simply blames it on her paranoia and hints that she just wants to talk to Dalton, which annoys her. And so later on that night, something bangs into the bottom of the boat, waking Allie up. She heads to the media room and begins watching the tape, wearing Dalton's hat for some reason. Like, that was strange.
I thought it was kind of cute, but that's because I thought they were going somewhere else with this. But
oh yeah.
But it was kind of fun. I don't know.
And she sees the Rita II crew setting up an oil rig in the Black Lagoon and celebrating. And then it hard cuts to a severely mangled corpse on the ship's deck before the machine begins to eat the tape. And Dalton walks in on her and decides to be honest and explain. He says, a group of petroleum engineers went missing a year before when human remains were found downriver, something significant was found, and that's how the company got involved. And they know from the recovered log that they reached a place called the Black Lagoon looking for oil seepage. They thought the name might suggest oil, and they found it, but then something made them run before tracking them down, killing them, and sinking their boat. So yeah, the creature is aggressive in this.
It's aggressive and fast.
Yeah.
Very fast. Is this also the bit, I might be skipping ahead here, but is this the bit where I think she's in the bathroom and she pulls up hair out of the drain?
That's little bit later.
Okay, alright, cool.
Yeah, and so there's an awkward silence between them before Allie gives Dalton his hat back and leaves. And then he sniffs it before putting it back on. And that's the last weird moment with him. No.
Yeah, that's what I mean about going back and sprinkling in stuff. I don't know. Okay. Her wearing the hat was cute. I like that. Him doing that, no, that was a bit too much.
Yep. Dalton, I already read that. Next morning, Rafe is discussing with the crew about how the log says that the Rita crew found a cave under the lagoon and that one of them was injured in there. That's when John storms in, Allie following, and demands answers. And Rafe tries to explain it away as the oil crew getting taken out by locals and mentions that they should be fine as they told the government that they were there for environmental reasons. And Brenda, defying Rafe, tells John and Allie how part of a foot was found downriver and that analysis of it carried out by their company discovered a poison that I typed potion for some reason that can unravel the genome, which could be worth a fortune if they find it. And throughout this whole scene, Allie keeps trying to speak up and have her say, but John just keeps shutting her down, and eventually she just gets tired of it and storms out. So yeah, pretty good exposition scene.
Yeah, I like it.
I do think you could slim some of this stuff down a little bit, but overall, it's good.
Yeah, it's kind of a lot to take in, especially when they bring the petroleums, like the fact that, you know, like, because kind of trying to figure out their deal a little bit, because like they've been cagey, and there's like a part of me anyway, where I was reading, I'm like, well, is that the truth, or are they working for the? I think you're right. I think they could have slimmed it down. I think they could have chopped out a little bit of the exposition. It would have made it a little less confusing, I think. But maybe in the movie proper, it would have been a little bit easier to stomach.
Yep. And so she runs into Dalton on deck, who is setting up a hot air balloon platform called a cloud hopper, and offers to let her go up in it and take photos. And John steps in and refuses to let her go, and they end up arguing in their stateroom, with Allie saying he only makes it about him and still treats her like she's his patient, before he realizes that she hasn't taken her pill that day and forces her to do so. But when he's not looking, she spits it out and hides it. So yeah, a little more insight into the relationship here.
Yeah. How dare you try and have fun?
Just the fact that he used to be her doctor just adds overtones to the situation.
Yeah. Uncomfortable.
Yeah, and so as Dalton goes up to take pictures in the cloud hopper, we get another POV shot of the creature watching the boat from under the water. And later on, John attempts hypnosis on Ramon, but he's acting keyed up as if on some kind of sedative. And he mentions it to Brenda, and she goes like, oh, we didn't give him a sedative. So she takes a blood sample, which she then injects into a lab rat.
Yep.
Like, okay. Not gonna go to the microscope first?
Nope, straight to animal trials.
On deck, Allie and Dalton continue to bond over photography, and they almost have another moment of sexual tension before Allie leaves. And as they arrive in the Black Lagoon, Allie takes a shower, and the water draining into the river attracts the POV creature to her scent. And there's a bit of tension with a clogged drain, but it's all just hair, and it's a weird little scene that doesn't amount to anything at first. But she finds out the next morning that she lost her wedding ring down the drain.
Yeah, it's weird that, I mean, I'm surprised they didn't add in a shot to show her losing. I mean, because, like, you would notice if your ring came off. I'm just saying. And also,
is it the done thing to wear your wedding ring in the shower?
Say what?
Is it the thing people do, wearing their wedding rings in the shower?
I mean, I don't take mine off, so. But I also don't stick my hand down a drain with it on. I'll take it off if I'm cleaning out, a drain or something.
Yeah.
but it's weird because, like, as it's written in the script, the hair coming out, it's weird because, like, I mean, now that you say it, like, oh, it was just hair in the drain, it makes sense. But, like, reading it, it takes on, like, a different connotation. But I thought it took on, like, I was like, is there, like, a body underneath the boat, and maybe like the hair got pulled up into it or something? I don't know.
It's a weird tension moment, because are they really expecting us to think that the creature is going to fit up a drain pipe?
Yeah, blob style.
Yeah.
Right.
Fluke Man style.
Yeah.
And so in the morning, it turns out that something arranged vines on the lagoon's water to form large geometric shapes, which Allie, who is finally allowed to talk because I think Brenda steps in for her, compares to fish nests made from kelp. And Rafe is just like, oh, yeah, it's nests. Let's just write it off. And so Allie and Brenda, they make breakfast together, and Brenda asks her about the pills. And it turns out that they're for her anxiety, which developed after she was attacked by a stalker. And it was John who helped her recover from it. And you could kind of see where they're going with the creature when you read this part, that he's like another stalker. It's a neat idea. They could have done a little bit more with it, but it's a neat idea.
Oh, they could have done a lot more with it towards the end, and we'll get there.
And meanwhile, the survey of the lagoon's bottom has been completed, and they now prepare to dive where the cave is. And Nico notes that there aren't a whole lot of fish left in the lagoon, and that there's a big storm coming in soon. So here's our third storm of the episode.
Yep.
And the rat injected with Ramon's blood seems to disappear from the cage. And I think it's Brenda, reaches inside the cage and gets bit. And they realize that it's actually camouflaging itself like a chameleon now. And what they say is that whatever this substance they're looking for has somehow made those genes express themselves. And the only way to save Ramon now is to find a live sample in the wild. Now, I'm not entirely sure I buy into the science here.
Yeah, I mean, they specifically say that Ramon wasn't bit. So you have to go under the assumption that maybe it transferred it through its like DNA underneath its claws or something when it grabbed him.
Yeah.
So I don't know about that. I think they should have just gone ahead and had him get bit or maybe injected with something. Like maybe they could have found like injection like quill points or something. That could have been fun, but yeah, it's a little tenuous. Neat idea, though.
Yep, and Dalton and Nico, they dive down into the lagoon while Brenda, Cy, and Rafe watch from the media room. And neither side is able to see much thanks to the low visibility of the water. And they actually ask Dalton, can you see anything? He goes like, yeah, I can almost see my hand in front of me.
So this is a Black Lagoon.
Yes. In stark contrast to the original movie.
Right.
And Dalton and Nico find the cave entrance, but their communication equipment starts to get scrambled as they swim inside. And Dalton and Nico, they find murals on the wall painted in blood, so yet more indication that the creature is intelligent. And in an adjoining chamber, which is called the Den, Dalton finds a massive pile of remains, both human and animal. And they even mentioned there's a partially rotting jaguar in there. And they're like, how'd that get in here? And I thought they were going to do the thing from the original movie where there's also an entrance on the land, but they don't do that.
Yeah, behind the waterfall. Yeah.
And Nico disappears, which that was very quiet. And Dalton...
Yeah, that was really quiet.
Yeah, it could be very creepy if they do it right. And Dalton hears the creature as it rummages outside the den. And Dalton, he slides into a small crevice to hide, and the creature is heard slipping into the den, and it tries to get Dalton in the crevice only for him to flash at it with his camera, and it then suddenly backs off. And these two events are related, as we find out later. Back on the boat, Allie defies John and goes swimming in the lagoon, and the shadow of the creature approaches her from below. This basic scene continues on to the Gary Ross draft and is so bad.
Oh no, because I was going to say both of these bits, him flashing the creature, oh, that came out wrong, but him camera flashing it, and also it swimming underneath her, ooh, both of those could be really creepy and scary. Because, as someone, I think most of us have a fear of swimming and something swimming around underneath us. But the shot of him, it like for a brief second illuminating the creature up with the camera flash, that could be real. Because that kind of stuff has always kind of spooked me a little bit. I know in the original Saw, there's a part in that movie where a guy's going through his room and he's lighting up darkened parts of his room using a camera flash, and that to me that was the creepiest part of that movie.
And Lee Winnell with the camera.
Oh, once again, yeah. And this could have been. I mean, I can see. I could almost hear the sound, like maybe like a high pitched scream of the creature as you just see it for like a blink, and it's like, whoa, yeah, that's awesome. I'm all in at this point.
Yep, and they also mentioned that like it just smells terrible in there, not just from the rotting corpses, but also from methane. Important from later. And that's when Dalton manages to get a garbled communication back to the boat, saying that Nico is dead and something is in the water, and the crew scrambles to get Allie out of there. And she tries to swim back to the boat, but a wake keeps pushing her away. And John has to throw her a life preserver on a rope to pull her in. Now, that could also be really tense depending on how it's directed.
Yeah. I mean, this is not... They're going for something completely different than the original with the classic swimming scene.
Yep. And she mentions saying, touch her leg in the water. And they notice something is pulling on the anchor line. And they're like, oh no, what can it be? And it's just Dalton climbing back onto the boat. Fake scare.
Yeah.
And so later, the storm is kind of starting-ish. Rafe and Dalton argue in the Intrepid salon, and Dalton admits he doesn't know how he got away. And they all decide that getting out of there is the best course of action, but Nico was the last crew member who could operate the boat. And Dalton is game to learn, however, and makes his best attempt. And Rafe enters the bridge while Dalton is giving it his all, saying he managed to alert River Patrol, but they won't get here for 72 hours. 17 days! The gun rack is also locked, and they're stuck with only Rafe's hammerless 38, and I had to look up a hammerless 38 to see how that would actually work. But it is a real thing.
Is it just exactly what it sounds like?
It's a revolver that doesn't have a hammer. It basically just removes the whole single shot thing.
Okay.
So you can't stop it and cock it. That's basically the whole point. It's meant to basically just be like a self-defense thing where you can pull the trigger as fast as you need to.
That's hilarious, though. You'd think that, it's just like so they have all these guns and they can't get to them.
Yeah,
at least one other person would know the gun cabinet combination, but no.
It's really funny that Rafe actually wastes a bullet trying to shoot the lock off.
Yeah, which I don't care what movies tell you. If you're ever in a situation, don't do that. That is incredibly dangerous.
Yeah, and it also likely wouldn't even work.
Yeah, that's true.
And when Dalton starts up the boat, however, he gets multiple error messages from the anchor, generator, and engine, so he got the blue screen of death, or the red ring of death.
Yep.
And he sends John to check the anchor inside to the engine room. John finds the anchor line has been cut, and Cy finds Ramon curled up in the corner of the engine room with shiny skin and eyes and acting erratically saying, "It's coming." And that was a nice little creepy moment. And the propeller thing also won't budge, which he has Allie tell Dalton about as he gets Brenda to help him with Ramon. And they have to restrain him in one of the staterooms. They inject him with some stuff because he's just going nuts. Dalton sends out a remote operated vehicle, which discovers that the severed anchor line has been twisted around the two propellers. And I have to say, as soon as the creature makes itself known in that cave, this script fucking moves almost too quickly. It's almost too well paced.
It's 114 pages, I think, but it's a very fast read, and I think it's because so much of it is dialogue.
Yeah, and a lot of stuff just happens in a very short space of time right here.
Yeah, and we're 60 pages, 60, 70 pages in, I think. We're rounding around to the end of the script, I want to say. We're getting...
Yeah, they could have fixed this a little bit, maybe got to the lagoon a little bit sooner and did some of the tension there. Maybe.
Yeah, I agree.
Because as soon as the creature attacks, he never stops attacking.
It's on, baby. Yeah.
And the ROV then gets taken out by the creature, and Dalton puts on an anti-shark diving suit to go untangle the line, but Rafe objects, not wanting anyone in the water with it, so he's not a complete shithead. And Allie suggests a trap, drawing the creature in close and getting it before it gets them. Shooting it is out of the question due to low visibility, but she suggests electrocuting the water, something they can manage with step-up generators and the winch cable. So, there we go, Florida fishing again.
Yep.
And Dalton also gives her his roll of film, asking her to develop it while they set the trap. And the storm finally moves in at full force. John, Cy, Dalton, and Rafe set the trap, while Allie develops the photo, finding an image of the creature's clawed, webbed hand and forearm, so they've kept that much of the design, showing it to the rest of the crew. And the creature doesn't seem to be falling for the trap, so Dalton offers get in the water and serve as bait while he cuts at the tangled line. Rafe watches the sonar while Allie is on hand to tug his rope and getting up out of the water so they can spring the trap. She does so as soon as the sonar pings, but the storm pushes the ship to the side, and Dalton gets caught in his own rope. And so Allie, she dives in to cut him loose, and John pulls them both out of the water, and the electric charge is turned on. So yeah, they managed to save Dalton's life here. And a whole bunch of dead fish float to the surface, but there is no sign of the creature. And Allie does, however, find her wedding ring tied to the railing with a vine like a kind of offering. That's a neat little payoff for that weird scene earlier.
Yeah, I like that.
And that's when the power goes out and the five of them hear a scream, and they go to find Brenda together. They find Ramon clawed to death in the stateroom and end up finding a traumatized Brenda in the galley. They then hear the creature walking on the roof above them, and it jumps down onto the stern deck just outside a glass door, lit up for all to see in the lightning. It's described as having triple-jointed limbs, gills up and down its torso, so a bit like the ending of Dagon. Yeah. And translucent skin. And it also has weird, it's like its limbs are double boned and it has flesh that can flare out like wings.
Bat wings?
Well, it's weird because I'm not sure how the description's vague enough. I'm not sure what I'm looking at.
Yeah. Well, I saw, I was thinking of, this is kind of a weird pull, but I was thinking of Spider-Man's like original webbing, like that he had in his armpit area, something like that kind of ran from like its maybe from its pinky finger down to like its sternum area.
That would make more sense.
But yeah, and I love, like, you mentioned it, like, it's kind of translucent, and in the script, it actually describes that you can see, like, it's black blood kind of pumping through its body, and I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat.
And you can see its organs.
Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, that's kind of cool. It's interesting, because, I mean, with how dark, the lagoon, I mean, the Black Lagoon is described in this script, they were kind of going for a bit of a deep sea fish look to it.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, deep sea fish get that way because of the pressure. So the science doesn't really work out, but I don't care because I'm reading a monster movie. But yeah, I mean, it's neat. It's a cool little way of doing it. Did this one have a tail? Did they describe this one as having a tail?
I don't think so. If they did, I missed it. I don't think they did. Yeah,
I don't think they did either. But okay.
And so Rafe takes a shot at it, but the bullet misses, breaking the glass. So it bursts into the room and attacks. Like, there's a moment where it disappears before it bursts in, which is a nice little tension builder. And it gives Allie a look before Dalton shoots it with a bang stick, the shot passing harmlessly through the webbed area between its bones. And it's driven off by John, who throws a lantern at it and sets it on fire. So a bit of a moment that was in the original movie and kind of Walks Among Us.
Yeah, and this is awesome. I mean, this is really, really cool. I think this bit might have been my favorite part in the script because it describes it as, I want to say it describes it as like jumping off the side of the boat, but it gets some serious air. Like, I mean, it flies off the side of the boat.
Yeah.
It's like on fire. And I'm like, oh man, during the storm, ooh, that would have been like a trailer shot right there. That's a great shot. Yeah, that's cool.
Yep. And the beleaguered crew, they're soon met with the wailing of a fire alarm and smoke rising from down below. Cy and Dalton check on the fire, which is going on in the engine room, completely melting the generator. So I'm guessing that was caused by their stunting with the electricity. They don't actually say that, but okay. Dalton explains the situation and that he's having Cy rig something together with battery power, but that's a temporary fix. Allie suggests using the Zodiac to get to shore, and Dalton goes to find it, but part of it has been cut open. But he's not discouraged. He goes, hey, let's get some duct tape. And he tells the rest of them to look for it. And John, who has been building a barricade where the glass door was, finds a piece of the creature's flesh and gives it to Brenda, telling her they could learn something useful from it, which helps her out of her funk. That was a nice moment from John. John gets a humanizing moment.
Yep. Start somewhere.
And Dalton comes back and thanks Allie for saving his life and just brazenly kisses her on the cheek. Like, dude, time and place.
Yeah.
And John, of course, notices. And so Dalton and John manage to fix the Zodiac, and you're thinking, oh, is something going to happen here? But no, nothing happens. And Dalton uses the remainder of the duct tape, because I guess, good thing this isn't Doom 3, or else they'd have to mod it in.
Yeah, really. I was just thinking that, too.
Yeah, he uses the duct tape to tie the 3 remaining bang sticks together into a more potent weapon. I think Cy is like, that would kill an orca. I don't think so, but
a triple-barreled bang stick, as it would be.
Well, I mean, it does fire like a 45 caliber round, they do say.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That would maybe not an orca, but it would definitely put the hurting on whatever it touched.
Yeah. And so they start inflating the Zodiac. Brenda studies the tissue samples and discovers that the creature may once have been human and mutated by the compound they've been searching for into something that is perfectly suited for this environment. So, yeah, that's a bit of a twist that they just leave that hanging.
Yeah.
And they also never resolve what this compound is. They never find it.
Yeah. Just like with Ramon, they just eject this storyline out of the movie.
Yep.
So, that's a shame.
They fucking, shoot it through the airlock.
Yeah, really.
with the imposter.
Yeah.
And so Dalton, Cy, and John are preparing the Zodiac, and Cy has just gotten in when the sonar pings again, indicating the creature's return. The creature yanks the Zodiac away from the boat and flips Cy into the water, dragging him down and severing his arm. And Cy manages to make it to shore, though, which, gotta give him credit for that. Swimming with a single arm? And he runs off into the jungle. And from inside the ship, the group sees the creature emerge from the water onto shore, and facing them, it holds its arms up and growls, and it then catches up to Sai in the rainforest and kills him. Because there's this weird moment where he comes face to face with Tarantula on a tree, and then turns around and, oh no, the creature's there.
Yeah, seen that a million times.
Yep. And back on the Intrepid, the group speculates on the creature's motives, and John asserts it's displaying classic mating behavior, having been alerted by Allie's pheromones in the water. So we're going with that again. And when they say, oh, there was no women on the Rita too, he says, well, that was just territoriality. And this causes Allie, I actually really like this moment where she freaks out and her paranoia is resurfacing, and she's saying, oh no, it's happening again. That was a really good character moment.
Yes, it was.
And this finally leads to a fight between John and Dalton, because John explains to Dalton, like, she had been attacked sexually before he met her. And he says, oh, this situation is just going to destroy all the progress we've made. And Dalton is just like, hey, yeah, you just want to keep her under control, dude. And so they fight. And that soon gets interrupted by the sound of metal banging. And Dalton heads to the engine room, triple bang stick in hand, to find that the creature has breached the hull with the Rita 2's oil corer. And the pressure of the water slams him into the engine and knocks him out cold. And I think we go back to Allie, and John admits that for the last 2 years she's been off her medication and taking placebos that he's just been giving to her because he's afraid that if she didn't need him anymore, he would lose her. So quite the twist.
Ah, weird. Again, very schizophrenic with these guys, but okay.
Bit of gaslighting there.
A little bit.
And it's about this time that, because I forgot to take notes on this part, Rafe just gets in the cloud hopper and tries to fly away, and Brenda's like, oh no, you don't, and she tries to hang on to it, drags it down to the lagoon, he kicks her off, creature drags her under, the cloud hopper crashes into a tree, and Rafe manages to survive, but then the creature is like camouflaged against the tree and then gets him.
I mean, yeah, and it happens so fast, but honestly, this would have been I think this would have been a fun little action beat. I think Rafe doesn't actually get off the tree because I think he's still up.
Yeah, he's still in the tree, but he got out of the cloud hopper.
Okay. Yeah, with the fire behind him, and then he turns and one thing I don't know if we brought it up, but like they constantly make reference to the creature's like eyes, like he has kind of like I got the idea that it was kind of like a cat's eyes when you light them up a little bit.
Yeah, maybe.
So that would have been a fun little scene, especially if it was camouflaged into the tree. You know, we've all seen this effect before, and it can either be really good or it can be really bad. And I'm hoping it would have been really good.
And they find that the Zodiac is still intact on the surface, and John and Allie, they're going to work together anyways, decide to swim for it, along with Dalton, who surfaces not long after. Allie gets dragged under by the creature, who gives the two men a look, basically saying, stay away. And she gets dragged under by the creature, and it lets her go, as like it's saying that's part of this, like, you know, cat and mouse kind of mating ritual. That's the implication. And she surfaces and she sees the Zodiac speeding away, and she just sees that she's been abandoned. That kind of hardens her and lets her, you know, fight, basically. She swims down, she finds a random diving tank and rebreather, and swims into the sinking Intrepid. She grabs the bang stick, and while she's swimming in there, we get a quick glimpse of John and Dalton fighting in the speeding Zodiac, and it's not clear what's going on.
Yeah.
But Allie, she's playing cat and mouse with the creature inside the sinking ship, and she gets startled by Ramon's floating corpse, though, and drops the triple bang stick, causing an explosion. Sadly, that didn't amount to much.
Yeah, after all this time. Nope. Oh.
And the creature then shows up and drags her away again. It takes her to the den where she awakes, and she finds a gaffing hook, trying to evade the creature, who is undergoing some sort of change. And it's going like, is he mutating, or is he getting ready to fuck? Not lying. Yeah, it pretty much says that.
Yeah, basically. But it doesn't really go anywhere with it, because in the script it actually says it's starting to mutate and change, and I'm like, all right, let's see what it does, and then nothing. It's not described in any way. So I mean, even if it was just getting ready to mate, I guess, it would be kind of cool to see it maybe take on. I thought what they were going to do with it was they were going to have him take on, maybe it was like more monstrous up to this point, and then in order to mate, maybe it would take on more human features.
Possibly.
but it's just not described. It's forgotten the very next paragraph. So,
yep. And I found the geography of the cave to get a little bit confusing here, because it's like she goes deeper into the cave to get away from it. She finds a pool of oil in the methane deposit, and she finds her camera, and she's also right next to the entrance, apparently. So she climbs, she breaks the flash so the filament is exposed, and sets a timer on the camera, and she climbs out of the cave entrance and into the lagoon. I don't know how the camera got there. I'm really confused by that, unless she just had it with her when she got dragged in.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I mean, I like the setup there. That's actually really clever, the way to do that. But yeah, you're right. I don't know where the camera came from.
And this causes the filament being exposed, causes the methane to go boom. And she gets pulled out of the water by John, who has returned in the Zodiac with a beaten and bloody Dalton. So Dalton's the bad guy.
Yep, there you go.
That makes no sense compared to 90% of his actions in this.
Yeah.
And the creature then pulls Allie, the badly wounded creature pulls Allie under again, and John just grabs Dalton's knife and dives in after them, and he stabs it through the head and out its mouth. That was awesome.
Yeah, it's described as like the creature opens up its mouth and it has a silver tongue, like a sharp silver tongue, and then the creature's eyes go dead and it starts to sink, and you realize that John stabbed it from the back of the head. And I'm like, that's awesome. All right, that's cool.
And they surface, finding Dalton has left on the Zodiac, so douche. And sometime later, they get picked up by the River Patrol, and they're being questioned as they're walking through the room. And they see Dalton sitting off to the side being questioned, and there are so many unanswered questions even for the audience here, because it's like, did Dalton get arrested? Did he go get the River Patrol? We don't know.
Yeah, this is basically just where it ends, right? Like, that's it.
Yeah, they're together in the galley, and then the camera moves up to showcase the rainforest, and it ends. Yeah.
So, yeah, it was like, oh shit, guys, we gotta end this thing. Let's just finish it right now. Well, I guess, I don't know. That's really unfortunate.
Yeah, because it just leaves you wondering what they were trying to do with Dalton and John.
Well, like I said, I think, I think that it was written with I feel like it was definitely written with Dalton being the one who, oh god, I forgot her name. Was it Allie?
Yeah.
I was definitely written with Dalton and Allie eventually hooking up. Like that's what I got out of it. Because out of the two, between Dalton and John, Dalton has way more like humanizing and what's the word I'm looking for? But he has more
sympathetic.
Sympathetic moments. And John really only has the one. I guess two if you count the ending where he shows back up. But he only really has the one in the movie.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I get the feeling they just went back. Now, the way that I would have ended it, which I think this is perfect, because both guys kind of have, I mean, Dalton more so than John, both guys do like douchey things and they do somewhat heroic things. I would have had, because they play around with the idea of whoever gets bit or clawed by this thing becomes infected and slowly starts to turn into one of them. And I know this would have, like, knowing what we know now about Universal, this would have never flown. But I thought it would be cool to have her get bit by the creature, maybe a little bit earlier on in the script. Not as early as Ramon, but like have her get bit earlier, like right when the shit hits the fan. And maybe by the end, she becomes a she creature as well. So neither guy ends up with a girl, and she ends up with a monster, but it's not like Shape of Water where it's just a normal woman with the gills on her neck and a fish man, but you could actually have like the female creature from the Black Lagoon, which I think is something, that's another one of those things that I think we as fans have kind of always wanted to see, like a female creature. But I don't know, like I love that idea. I doubt seriously that was ever on the books, but that's where I would have gone with that.
Yeah, that seems like a decent enough idea, changing things up somewhat.
Yeah, because that way you could have that romance that everybody kind of wants with these stories, but we can't quite get there. But overall, what you think of this one?
Overall, I think it's pretty good. It's just the weird characterization of those two, and the pacing just needed to be cleaned up somewhat.
I think we could have had a couple of more. I think that we could have had a couple of more little action beats. Maybe space them out a little bit. When you say this, the pacing, I know exactly what you mean. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more fun with the what was it called? The Skyhopper?
Cloudhopper.
Cloudhopper. I would have liked to have seen a little bit more shenanigans with that, because when they first introduced that, I'm like, oh, this is going to be awesome. But they don't really do anything with it. But yeah, no, surprisingly, out of the ones that I've read up to this point, it would come down to either this or the Phillips draft as being my two favorites.
Phillips for sure for me.
Yeah. Well, I feel like both of them kind of had similar issues, but I would give it to the Phillips draft so far, because I love the pyramid. That's great. I fell in love with that.
It's a genius idea.
But this one's a lot of fun. This one, I think, with just some tinkering, this would have been a really great movie, especially given the era. Because you said this was 2004, right?
Yep.
So this would have been right around it. So to give you a point of reference, this would have been, I believe, the same year that Saw 1 came out. So we were like, this was the height of Japanese American remakes, or American Japanese remakes. What was the name? The Michael Bay Platinum Dunes remake. And this was just at the beginning of the torture porn phase that unfortunately Hollywood just loved for like 10 years. I'm so glad that's over. But yeah, this would have been a fun little movie. Especially given the era. I think people would look back on this one fairly fondly.
Yeah, and I would love to know what the decision was to rewrite this thing, because it does get rewritten fairly heavily. It ends up being more or less the structural basis of the next couple of drafts. And I just wonder what the logic was there.
I don't know.
Especially when it's the producer doing one of the rewrites.
Yeah. And Serafian, that's his name.
Yeah.
And he ended up doing another rewrite as well, right?
No.
No, okay.
The draft that will have his name on it is actually, it's one of those ones where they put the first writer's name as by this guy, and then there's a bunch of revisions.
Highlander-esque, getting shades of Highlander going on.
Yeah, that one is the further revision of the Gary Ross draft by Breck Eisner.
Okay.
But I wouldn't be surprised if Serafian did like 3 or 4 drafts.
Yeah.
Because, there's a lot of revising going on in Hollywood.
Yeah. But I feel like you pretty much got it with this one. Like, this one and the Phillips draft are basically what I think of when I think of a good Creature from the Black Lagoon remake. So
yeah, this one is actually, and I'm also giving this one credit because I read the Gary Ross draft well before I read this. I'm like, oh, it's better. And speaking of which, we got to be moving on.
Yep.
And that brings us to the rewrite that Gary Ross did himself of the Serafian draft.
Yeah.
And this would have been in around 2005 that he did this.
So he has made some good movies, but
he's not a horror guy, as you can tell.
Oh, yeah. So I figure I'm just going to kind of jump around a little bit talking about this one. And actually, do you want to, because like the next draft after this was written by Breck Eisner, and do you kind of want to talk about it at the same time, or do you want to do one and the other? They're very similar.
I've already said what I have to say about both of them.
Then I'll just go ahead and mention Breck Eisner real quick, and we'll just kind of
there's a revision. Time. There's a revision we don't have in between those two, based on the title page of the Eisner draft. There's a revision by Paul Shiring, who I looked him up, and he co-wrote A Man Apart with Vin Diesel.
Oh, whoa! Wow! I remember that movie. Oh, I have not thought about that since I was in high school. Holy cow!
I remember seeing the ads for it.
Yeah, I remember the poster for it. Vin Diesel with a goatee. Yep. But then Eisner, they brought in Breck Eisner to write a draft.
Yeah, he was hired in. Let me get the page up. He was hired in October 2005 to direct, and he would go on to do his own rewrite, which is dated March of 2007.
Yeah, and for those that don't know, Breck Eisner is Michael Eisner's son, CEO of Disney, correct?
Former CEO of Disney.
The Renaissance era Disney. Breck Eisner is actually kind of an interesting guy. One thing I want to mention, just because it's kind of interesting about him, is he growing up, as a kid, he was a huge fan of Alien, and he campaigned to his dad to try and get an Alien ride at Disney World.
That's cool.
That would eventually become extraterrestrial.
Oh.
Yeah, it's like, okay, cool. That's kind of neat. So that leads me to believe he is a big horror guy. But yeah, okay, so these two drafts that we read, they're very similar in terms of like
the overall ideas.
Yeah, and I would say, I definitely would agree that the Eisner draft is better than the Ross draft. But
by a lot.
But yeah, there's definitely some stuff there. There's some stuff I did like about it, that I think Ross really kind of laid down, more so than the Serafian draft, because all of these are basically the same story. Here's my take on the Ross draft. I think it would have made a really good book, because it definitely reads like, number one, this script took me forever to read. I was constantly interrupted all week reading this script. It took me like 5 days to get through 40 pages. Not because it took forever, but just because I kept getting interrupted. But then when I sat down to read it, it took me like 2.5 hours to read through this thing just because it was so friggin' dense. It took a long time, and I'm a slow reader, but I'm not that slow.
It's a very slow, sludgy draft.
It is. And it's very, there's some, the thing, I guess we'll go ahead and just get it out of the way, because it's the one highlight of the draft that I really liked, is I liked a lot of the Michael Crichton-esque science, like pseudoscience, pop science that was in there. And that's really kind of brought into the forefront in the Eisner draft, I feel.
Yes, the way it kind of builds the mythology of the lagoon itself.
Yeah. And I really liked the, towards the end, the way the plant life and the foliage kind of breaks into the ship and causes the ship to become like a greenhouse. That was really neat. There was some really cool like imagery going on in this. And again, the Eisner draft did the same thing, and it did it better because the end of the Eisner draft has the ship get fully taken over by the plant life too, but the actual finale is in the ship. And it's like the ship is sinking while it's going on, and that's really neat. But no, I like the sort of pop science. All right. I did not like the fact that it took, 80 pages for the monster to actually appear. That was ridiculous.
It took that long for it to appear fully in the Serafian draft, but in the Ross draft, there's just too much shit going on. There's setting up the fucking rivalry between because the boat is co-owned by the pharmaceutical company and the university, so there's all that tension. There's the fucking espionage where they're trying to steal plant samples from each other. There's all kinds of shit. There's the whole relationship with the married couple, which is just awful in that draft.
In both drafts, I didn't care. I didn't care for the John and Carrie. John Carey. I didn't care for the John and Carrie relationship in any of these, to be honest.
And I have this feeling about the Eisner draft because he tones that down so much to the point where it's tolerable.
Well, they don't really try and do the back and forth with it that much. Like, John is just an asshole in the Eisner draft pretty much the entire time. Like, he has very few redeeming values going on, and he kind of goes full bad guy there at the end. He doesn't go full bad guy, I guess, but he gets up there. And props on Eisner for killing John off at the end. Thank God that finally happened. After having to see him survive those other two drafts, it was nice to see him finally bite the bullet.
Oh yeah, the Ross draft with that complete anti-climax.
Yeah, once again, this is okay. We hit our page mark. It's over. Yeah, the one redeeming value to that ending I had was I liked the fact that the creature lives, because I'm a fan of the creature surviving, and that was it. So what'd you think of Baby Creature?
I thought it was an interesting idea, but it was inconsistent with what the script had been doing up to that point.
Yes.
Because it starts doing the creature stalking the girl thing. There's that horrible scene where she's out swimming and John is just screaming at her.
Oh, yeah.
For it's literally 3 whole pages of him going, Carrie!
Yeah.
And then she almost gets killed by an anaconda. The creature kills the anaconda and then leaves the corpse outside her window. And then we forget about that because we go off on the tangent about baby creature. But the baby creature idea was interesting. I love how after they catch the baby and then they vivisect it and then it's on I don't know why it takes another 20 pages to finally get on board the ship. But the creature gets on board the ship, finds the corpse and is just cradling it and then goes fucking crazy and starts smashing everything.
It is on. And honestly, I'm glad they dropped that. That was one of the weakest things. What'd you think of flying creature when he's sailing from treetop to treetop?
Oh, like a flying squirrel?
Yeah, or one of those flying lizards with a membrane. That's what I imagined. But
like Spider-Man with his armpit webbing.
Yeah.
Again, it was fine. I mean, it's not the worst thing I've seen.
Well, I like the idea of the creature climbing trees and stuff. In this, I think the Seraphian draft did it best because it doesn't happen that much. It only happens the one time where he goes up there. I kind of liked it, but as soon as it started jumping from tree to tree, I was like, I don't.
Yeah, a little too Predator.
Yeah. Here's another thing I thought about when I was reading the Ross draft. I feel like some of those characters kind of got forgotten about. What happened to Chloe? I'm sure she dies, and
I don't remember.
Just one line or something very missable. And
well, that's one of the things I can't stand about the Ross draft is so many people. I think she gets killed when they go diving because they go diving to catch the baby and then the creature starts chasing them and then the dumbass just starts accidentally killing his own people.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I guess that would be where it was.
That might have been it.
Tree.
And then you have the guy who shoots off bullets and fucking hits himself with it.
Yeah. Great job, buddy.
It just gets, and the thing that just cheeses me off about the characters in that script is that the bad guys are so cartoony to the point where they're sinking the life rafts just so they can stick around long enough to boot up the computer so they can spectroanalyze the saliva or whatever it was.
I remember. Yeah, oh God, that's another thing that lasts way more pages than it should have. Oof. Yeah. Just talking about all three, the Seraphian, the Ross, and the Eisner draft, I gotta say, I feel like after having read all three pretty much in a row, I feel like they almost had it, though, going down that line. They were getting real close. If it were up to me, I would have stuck with all the science from I would have. The Ross draft is noteworthy because it did set up a lot of stuff for the Eisner draft.
Yeah.
But I would have kept almost all of the pseudoscience from the Eisner draft, but I would have kept the creature attacks from the Seraphian draft. Because I thought out of the three drafts, I thought the actual, various kills and the attacks were really neat. I still love in the Seraphian draft, I still love that bit where they catch him on fire and he jumps off the bow of the boat.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really cool. That would have been a great shot. I would have kept those. I would have, going back to which draft was it that we were talking? I think it was the Seraphian draft where I mentioned, it was the Seraphian draft. I would have, I stand by what I said earlier in the episode where I would have liked to have seen Carrie become a creature at the end. I think that would have been a lot of fun.
And the Eisner draft almost goes there.
It almost does, yeah. So I feel like they almost had it. They were getting real close with that one. Definitely would have had that creature pop up earlier too, because the Eisner draft as well is 60 pages in, 70 pages. I think it's a little bit later. I think it's on page 70 or 80 before the creature actually makes it.
But I mean, it is much better paced than the Ross draft because the Ross draft has no pacing to speak of.
No, it's friggin' forever. But fun reads still. I mean, I don't think I'm glad the Ross draft didn't happen, but all three of them I still thought were fun reads. I still enjoyed them. Like I said, the Ross draft I think it would make a fairly entertaining book. But I feel like both of them just kind of ended too abruptly and it waited till the final act before things started going on. Which is in stark contrast to the thing we're going to get into in just a minute. Holy crap.
Oh, yeah. And so what happened here is that Eisner was supposed to direct, and he actually was talking about filming on location on the Amazon, on the actual Amazon in Peru.
That'd be cool.
Inspired by Fitzcarraldo, so Eisner was ambitious enough to go full Herzog.
Yeah.
And what happened was that this was 2007, and the writer's strike delayed production, and Eisner moved on to do the Crazies remake, which I've heard good things about.
Yeah, that's a good one. It's a fun one.
And eventually he was gone, and by 2009, apparently, Eisner was gone. But then Carl Eric Rinch was apparently attached to it, and Ross was still producing, so I'm guessing some version of this story was still in play. And Carl Eric Rinch, if you don't know, was the guy who was supposed to make his debut by making the Alien prequel, and then Fox, basically, Rothman decided he wanted Scott to do it, so he just kept pushing and pushing until the guy left.
Huh. Okay, that sucks. Sorry for him.
And this got abandoned by 2011, and he ended up making his feature debut with 47 Ronin.
Oh, ouch.
And
bad luck follows that man around like the plague.
Yep, and it came back around in 2012 with David Kajanik was hired to write it. Now, he's a guy who's written some stuff. He's written some unproduced stuff. He's been attached to almost every Stephen King remake you can imagine. Like, he did a draft of Pet Sematary. He did a draft of It. He did a draft of The Stand, which was supposed to be directed by Ben Affleck. And he wrote the Suspiria remake, which came out a couple years ago, which was really good.
It was really good.
I would love to read his version just to see what it was like, because I read an interview with him where he talked about how he was very much inspired by 70s horror movies.
Ooh, okay.
And I'm very curious as to what that would mean. And he said he wrote 2 drafts before he was off the project.
Yeah, I like David Kajanik, so that would be interesting if that ever surfaces.
Yeah, I generally like his stuff. His Pet Sematary script was good. His It script was surprisingly decent considering the limitations he was having to work with in telling that entire book in a 2-hour movie.
Yeah.
His The Stand drafts were no. I don't know what the intention was with that. Just listen to my episode and you'll find out if you dare. And this eventually, because around 2014 is when Universal started toying around with the idea of doing a cinematic universe, which after years they find, I think it was only like a couple months before The Mummy came out, is when they started calling it the Dark Universe.
Yep.
But they did have a version of Creature from the Black Lagoon in the works, and it was being written by Jeff Pinkner. He has a story and screenwriter credit on The Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Okay.
Screenwriter on The Dark Tower.
Oof.
Screenwriter on Jumanji: Welcome to the Jungle.
Okay.
And he co-wrote Venom and Jumanji: The Next Level.
Okay.
And he's apparently co-writing a One Punch Man movie.
Oh God, no.
And on TV, he's done a bunch of stuff. He was a writer and producer on Fringe, is the big one.
Ooh, I do like that show.
He worked on Lost, Alias, so he's a bad robot guy, apparently.
Yep. Okay, so he's like one of the Lindelof crew.
Yeah, and so I actually have read his draft of The Dark Tower that he co-wrote with Goldsman, and it was pretty good.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's his. And the other writer attached to this was, let me bring him up. According to Wikipedia, Pinkner only had a story credit on Creature from the Black Lagoon. So the screenplay would have been by Will Beall.
Oh, okay.
Gangster Squad. These are his produced credits. Gangster Squad, a co-writing credit on Aquaman, and a story credit on Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Oh boy.
And he also wrote a couple drafts of The Legend of Conan, which weren't bad.
Yeah, I've heard those were actually pretty good. Not great, just good.
Yeah, and there was the details of this actually came out earlier, sometime late last year. And there was a podcast called The Kingcast, where one of the guys on it was talking about how Scott Wampler was talking about how he read a draft of the script at one point. And this is definitely the Dark Universe version, so I'm going to read this excerpt because he's talking to Brian Fuller here, who was guesting on the episode. And he said, "Is that the aliens one? Kind of yes, kind of no. There was an underwater lab. I don't think it was at the bottom of the lagoon, but I think it was somewhere nearby. There was a scene where they had to all go in and infiltrate this underwater base that had sort of gone off kilter, and they encountered other, shit in there." But the thing that really stuck out to me was that the way it ended was there was a fucking rocket launcher fight in the jungle, and the creature's running along with the female lead. They eventually escape this rocket launcher fight, and they're making their way through the jungle. They come to a clearing, and the helicopter comes out of nowhere, lands, and hides from the dark universe. So it's would have been Russell Crowe, steps out of the helicopter and is like, come work with me in my lab. I think you have much to offer us. The lady looks at the creature, and the creature kind of nods, and they get on the fucking helicopter and leave.
Ooh. Not too surprising, considering one guy wrote Jumanji and the other guy wrote Aquaman. So I think about those movies and I'm like, yeah, I can see that being the Dark Universe version of Creature.
I would love to read it.
Sounds insane. Rocket launcher fight's always fun.
Dude,
But,
the underwater base idea doesn't sound too bad.
No, that kind of fits in line with the what I know of the rest of the Dark Universe and kind of the Mummy a little bit.
Yeah, and we got Russell Crowe being Nick Fury again here.
Yep.
Although at least this sounds like he's only in it for like a minute. He doesn't show up and monopolize the entire second act.
I'm thinking about putting together a team. Yeah.
But no, so that one sounds insane.
Yeah.
And so we all know what happened with this. The Mummy came out and dropped like a fucking rock at the box office. Like, I fucking went to see that thing. My money didn't make a difference, apparently. Thank God.
Yeah, a little bit.
And so the entire universe just collapsed right then and there. And so Universal seemed to enter into what amounted to a throwing shit at the wall phase and seeing what sticks. Because they've announced so many movies since then. Like there's a ton of shit that's like listed on there on like the Wikipedia page. I'm gonna actually pull that up and see if that list is still there. Because there's a ton of things. Oh, Wikipedia made good on their threat and just fucking stubified the page. So there's no big list here anymore.
Oh.
So yeah, there is no big franchise page for the Universal Monsters anymore. Come on, Wikipedia.
Killing me, guys. But yeah, seeing the Invisible Man and knowing what we think we know about the Wolfman movie, this next draft I could definitely see fitting in there just because it's, yeah.
So yeah, everything is kind of like, everything is up in the air. They're basically just trying everything they possibly can to make something work. And they're not trying to connect anything, which I suppose is a good idea. Yeah,
I think that is for the best.
But in the midst of all of this, we have our next script.
Oh boy.
This episode began with Alandis, and it's going to end with Alandis. Because,
and ironically, it began with a beer, and now I'm cracking open another one. It's going to end with a beer.
But this one is in 2018. Let me check the date specifically. July 21st, 2018, a draft was turned in by Max Landis, who is kind of one of those figures who doesn't need any introduction at this point.
Much maligned Max Landis.
Yeah. Writer of Chronicle and a whole bunch of stuff that did not hit nearly as well as Chronicle did. Does anybody really give a crap about American Ultra now?
No. I never saw it. It looks like it's got a pretty fun little, visual style to it. But, yeah, no, I don't.
I didn't mind Victor Frankenstein, whatever that's good for.
That's right. I still need to watch that one. That one looks like fun.
Yeah, it's basically like an extended homage to Hammer Frankenstein.
That's kind of neat. I'll give that one. That looks like a nice like Sunday afternoon with a beer, kind of movie.
But no, he did a draft, and he's the son of John Landis. He's written a whole bunch of scripts. He wrote. I covered his Chronicle 2 script a few years ago, and I'm covering this now. And of course, he's the writer of Bright, the Netflix David Ayer movie.
Sort of. I think that there's a little bit of controversy there, but yeah, his name is on it.
Well, he wrote the first draft at the very least.
Okay.
But yeah, so apparently sometime in 2018, they gave this project to him. And from the little bit I'm able to glean about this is that this was an assignment. This wasn't something that he sought out. It was an assignment from Universal, at least based on what I read on that Reddit post.
Okay.
And the basic plot of this one is that it's set in North Florida, and pretty much there's a hurricane coming in, and this woman's kid gets carried off by the creature, and it's the woman and basic members of what basically amounts to a PMC who's helping out with the evacuation. They're going into this not so thinly veiled version of Disney World to go get the kid.
It's a rescue mission in Disney. Yep.
Essentially.
Can I read the thing that's on the front of the script on the first page?
Which one?
I was going to read the thing at the bottom.
Okay, because there's the whole, this document is classified, blah, 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 at the top of the page.
Then it's Creature, with an exclamation mark, from the Black Lagoon, written by Max Landis, based on the Creature from the Black Lagoon, with a date. And then it goes into a little thing, and it says, but first, let me tell you a story. In 1925, humble animator Emmett Starr started Star Cartoons with money he'd made working at a drugstore. By 1950, it was the leading cartoon studio in the world. By 1980, it was a massive multimedia entertainment conglomerate, having become Brightstar. By 2020, it was an untouchable global icon, creating films, television, and digital entertainment, as well as offering cruises, hotels, and perhaps most impressive, massive and massively profitable, theme park resort in Mariaville, Florida. Starland, the land beyond beyond, a world past hope and fear. Bottled water costs $9.99, but it's worth it for how happy the place will make your kids.
Yeah, Max likes doing these weird title page things.
No, I like that. I like that. That helped set it up for me.
Okay, I have to point out, the land beyond beyond, a world past hope and fear, that's a Seventh Voyage of Sinbad reference.
Yeah.
That's half of the incantation that makes the genie appear from the lamp.
Yep.
That's a weird pull.
Yeah.
But so moving on, the thing begins. It opens in a Walmart parking lot in Mariaville, Florida, where the local citizens are being herded onto evacuation buses to get them away from a nasty hurricane, which it takes quite a few pages for us to actually get that information.
Yeah, Cat 5, which as someone that has lived the majority of his life in Florida, those are no bueno, man. I've never had a Cat 5 hit directly where I lived, but holy cow. Whoa. So the budget for this, just thinking about that, the budget for this would have been insane.
Yep. And they're being evacuated by the police. And one of them, Delia Reynolds, who the description's actually really funny, where it says it would be impolite to describe her as white trash, but not inaccurate. Is trying to get someone to listen to her about her son having been taken, but gets pepper sprayed by the cops when the crowd gets violent. And that's when 4 high-tech helicopters land, and Delia is approached by a sheepdog named Finch, followed by his owner, Karen Blackgate, who works for Green Street Solutions, the group who just showed up. It's already, you're going like, what is going on in this script?
Oh yeah, this is deviation right off the bat. Let's go. Let's do this.
And Karen takes Delia to a first aid tent, where she uses a dilution tonic to clear her eyes. And Delia explains she's not leaving the evac zone until she gets her son back, who was taken by something while they were leaving their trailer park. And she knows he's still in the zone because he called her sometime after he vanished. And Karen considers this for a moment, and Finch's trusting reaction convinces her to help Delia. So yes, the dog is a legit character in this script.
Very much so, yeah.
I would actually forget the dog was in it from time to time.
Yep, and then he would just pop back in, and it's like, hey, Finchie's back, all right.
Yep. And we then see more of Green Street moving in and setting up tents, being overseen by Cutler, who's the man in charge. And we learn that because there's a guy called Ryerstad who shows up here, and there's a bit of a conversation. I didn't write a lot of this down. But we basically learned that they normally do military work, but they've been called in by a private company. They're not saying it's Brightstar, but it's definitely Brightstar to help out.
Yeah, because they make reference to like Katrina and some of the other disasters that have happened. Puerto Rico, which was a very recent topic at that time, I want to say. Yeah, and they say that, you know, they're tired. What was it? Something like, we've been handed so many losses over the years, it's about time we had a win. Which I'm like, oh, wow, that would have gone over really well. But okay.
Yeah. And so Karen asks Cutler for a helicopter head into the evac zone, and he gives it to her immediately. And he explains to Ryerstad who she is, and how she hasn't been off duty in 4 months, having moved around the Green Street operations all over the world. It's like, yeah, she was in Sudan, and then she went here, and then she went here, and now she's here. Yeah,
and I think, I have to imagine that with her last name being Blackgate, that has to be a reference to Blackwater, the actual PMC Corps.
Yeah, most likely. And then Karen takes Delia inside a sealed plastic cube inside a tent where no one can listen to them. And I'm like, that's an interesting carryover from the William Gibson Alien 3.
Yeah.
And Delia repeats her story in more detail. explaining that her son Dominic was dragged off into a drainage ditch by a large scaled hand with a fin on it, and that he called her from his kitty phone later, leaving a voicemail saying he was in a tunnel somewhere. And Karen asks Delia several questions about herself, including about her mental health history, has she seen a UFO, etc., and ultimately believes her outfitting the woman with Green Street clothing and a Springfield bolt-action rifle with 3 shells. That's all you'll need.
Yeah. Also, wow, Delia just, or not Delia, but Karen just kind of hops right on board for this. I thought that was pretty funny. Like, there wasn't any of the, there's little to no fat in the script, which after reading the last couple of drafts, I was all in.
Yeah, it's only 105 pages, which is pretty breezy. And Cutler notices this and objects doubly so when he finds out they're heading for an area close to Starland, and Karen's just like, yeah, we're not actually going to go there. And she vaguely ignores him and then goes to look for another operative to take along, ruling out Ryerstad because he takes too long to answer a question.
Yeah.
It's like, you're a time waster. I don't need time wasters.
Yep.
Karen's a really fun character in this. And Karen then hands out a sort of reaction time test to some of the waiting evacuees, which is almost immediately solved by Tomas, a former lifeguard who works at Home Depot, whom she recruits and sends off to get geared up.
He's really leaning into the mid-Florida aesthetic going on here. Walmart, Home Depot. Yeah, I love this.
Yeah, and I like how now there's just a guy who just knows immediately what to do with the puzzle.
Yeah, and he's just like, how did you figure this out? Well, I mean, I do Sudoku every once in a while.
And it's mentioned he has like a really high IQ at one point, too.
Yeah, but it doesn't get him jobs anywhere, so Home Depot it is.
Yeah, he's like a less badass version of Denzel from The Equalizer.
Yeah.
And she sends him off to get geared up, and that's when the parking lot starts to flood, thanks to a broken levee and a pissed-off alligator or crocodile, depending on the sentence.
Yeah, it kind of flips back and forth there. It's a neat little fake out.
It swims into the lot. And the thing with the crocodile thing does that, yeah, I looked at a map of crocodile locations, and there are crocodiles in Florida, but just the very southern tip.
Yeah, they're down in the Everglades.
Yep, and it's like, you do know alligators and crocodiles are not the same thing, right, Max? and so Karen and Finch essentially tag team the gator, with Karen jumping on its back and wrestling it. And after this is done, she's like, have you done this before? He's like, yeah, with lions. And Ryerstad quickly jumps in and tasers the gator, which impresses Karen enough to allow him back on the mission. And they all climb into a waiting helicopter, and Karen orders the pilot to get going as it smashes to the title, Creature, from the Black Lagoon.
Well, and I have to wonder what kind of music choice they'd use for that, because all I could hear was Creedence Clearwater with Run Through the Jungle. Oh man, that'd have been great.
The fucking A-Team theme.
Oh, that's awesome! Yeah,
because just like the A-Team movie, it takes 20 pages to get to the credits.
Yep.
And a flashback then follows, showing how Dominic got pulled into the drainage ditch when he was trying to retrieve his mother's dropped suitcase, which we don't really need that, but okay.
Yeah, I was going to say that too. Like, we could have cut that bit.
And the whole drainage ditch thing is going to raise some questions.
Oh, yeah.
When we finally see the creature. It does mention that the arm that grabs him is the size of a tree trunk. But back in the present, the crew flies in on the helicopter. There's some chatting between Tomas and Ryerstad about the former's IQ and the latter's combat history, because that's a running thing in this script, is Ryerstad talking about how he's been on multiple tours, blah, blah, blah. And Delia and Karen go over the message, and how Delia texted Dominic telling him to wait and save the phone's battery just in case. And Karen tells her to text him again, telling him to text a special number as well. And they land at the trailer park with the pilot saying he may not be able to come back for them, and they fan out with Delia and Karen heading to Delia's trailer. So yeah, this is continuing on.
Yeah.
Delia gets a piece of Dominic's clothing for Finch to track him with, and we learn that apparently the dog is highly trained and understands English.
Right.
Which the script just blows right past.
Yep.
So he's a special ops dog. And Delia also tells Karen about how airport-style buses showed up at the park almost as soon as the storm started moving in, which Karen finds interesting. Tomas radios in, saying he's found fresh tire track. Karen orders him and Ryerstad to take cover. Also, Ryerstad does not have a gun, and that's something that they bring up several times, that Karen just will not give him a gun.
Right.
And that's when a looter enters the rear door of the trailer, and Karen just beats the shit out of him and takes him down effortlessly. And she doesn't kill him.
No, surprisingly, very little death going on in this whole script.
Yeah. And a gunshot is heard, and Delia panics, running out of the trailer, and a truck swerves by, forcing her to duck for cover behind a dumpster. Karen follows, and 2 armed looters exit the truck. She shoots out their tires and joins Delia behind cover, setting up a Bluetooth earpiece as a speaker, talking to the looters to distract them, and she's telling them, like, hey, I shot at you first, so technically anything you do would be self-defense, and hey, we got a helicopter coming in, so just stand down and you can get on the helicopter and leave. But a third looter tries to sneak up behind her, but she's already gone, and he gets attacked and subdued by Finch. And like, no, it's the Invisible Man who gets taken down by a dog in one of the movies. Karen uses the distraction to sneak around behind the 2 armed looters, getting them to lower their weapons, and then Tomas and Ryerstad reappear with the latter noting that the gate was unlocked, not forced, meaning someone with a key let them in. Dun, dun, dun.
Ooh, I wonder who it is.
Delia then realizes why she recognizes the truck and runs off, leading Delia and the others to the river dock, where they find Mike, her sleazy ex, trying to steal the boat, their boat. And through their bickering, we learned that he apparently ignored all of her calls, not believing the monster story, and he prioritized getting the boat over his son.
Oh, yeah, so this guy's a winner.
Oh, yeah, for sure. He's basically the comic relief.
Yeah, basically.
And Karen takes note of the fact that his company gave him the day off before the storm even started moving in, which is odd. And during all of this, Finch keeps barking at the river water, noticing something approaching that the rest do not.
Here we go.
And this happens quick. Like, this is what, 35 pages in?
Yeah, oh yeah.
And that's when the creature bursts up from beneath the dock, taking half of it down. It's described as nearly elephant-sized, like the axolotl, but with 2 tentacles on its shoulders and with an eerily human, always smiling face, which, depending on the scene, they either say it's human-like or monkey-like.
Right.
And it also,
that's creepy.
Yeah, it is creepy. And it also continues laughing as it attacks, grabbing Karen, who just knifes its hand until it throws her into the river. Tomas leads the creature away from Delia, getting it to jump onto a tangle of rebar next to the dock, hurting it. And Karen then emerges from the river, shooting the creature 5 times in the head and neck, getting it to slink away down the river and leave. And Mike tries to escape in the confusion, but Ryerstad just drops him with a gut punch. And also during this scene, Delia tries to shoot the creature, but she loses the bullet in the river. So she's got 2 shots left.
Yep.
So yeah, creature shows up early.
He shows up early? Not as early as the previous Landis draft or the Neil draft, but yeah. God, this would have been scary. And, I mean, like, it's definitely played off, like, the whole movie is more of an action movie than a horror movie, but, like, the creature laughing, which kind of glazed over a little bit, but when I read that, I was like, what? Like, oh, wow. And that's creepy. Like, that's really scary. I could see that being really, like, really, really unsettling.
Yeah, especially when we get to the explanation for it.
Oh, yeah, let's not.
I will say this, the smiling and the laughing is actually a very important part.
Yes, it is. But, so this is a very radically different creature than we have so far. Since we're talking about him a little bit, I kind of wish that I read the script in one go, and then I kind of like scanned through it a second time. I didn't realize that it was running around on 4 legs. It was a quadruped, until much later into the script. I kind of wish it had bounced back and forth between the 2. Like, I would have liked to have, I think that would have really hammered down how, like, unsettling and just terrifying this thing is if it was, like, trying to balance on 2 legs a little bit while it's running around. Because, I mean, if it's an exotl, it's kind of like a salamander in a way. If you don't know what an exotl is, you've probably seen them before. They're salamanders that have sort of like a frill. It's like a star shape, which is ironic, but like it's kind of got like a star shape around its neck over its head. And they're white. They're like albino white and pink, sort of. But yeah, I wish now that it had been like kind of bounced back and forth between, 2 legs and 4, because I could just imagine like seeing this thing like kind of like undulate and run while it's like laughing and cackling and smiling. It would have been, oh my God, Max. Jesus Christ, dude.
And it's described as being blue.
Okay, all right.
But then we get introduced to Chris Wadelman, or however you say his name, the pot-smoking head of the evac operation, who gets a call from Karen at the company's headquarters in Santa Barbara. And she apprises him of the situation with the creature, asking for a full assault team. And he brings in 2 other executives to sit in on the call. And when Karen mentions she's heading north towards Starland, they encourage her not to because of the corporate interests involved. And Karen insists that they must, as she's gotten Dominic's text and has traced him to that quadrant with Starland, the only location near there with tunnels. And she hangs up, and they're all not happy. They're all like, oh, no.
Yeah, I loved a lot of this because throughout the script, we're gonna do some back and forth between them, on the mission and the people kind of behind the scenes. And this was a fun introduction to the people behind the scenes. And okay, there's some levity going on.
Yeah, the conference call stuff is all really funny.
Yeah, oh yeah.
And we then go to Dominic, who is in a dark, unknown place, and he hears singing, follows it, and he's talking, and he's saying, oh, it put me in a hole, but I climbed out, blah, blah, blah. And then he finds a cart of some sort filled with children covered with a kind of slime, all unconscious, and the light flicker on, revealing him to be surrounded by animatronic astronauts and Neptunians, revealing him to be in the Temple of Poseidon, a ride dedicated to the planet Neptune. And the kids are all like stuck inside like the ride vehicle. And the power flickers off again, and he climbs the track to the top of the first lift hill and looks outside, hearing a laughing in the distance.
Oh, echoing through the park. Ooh.
Yeah, and so that introduces the theme of like the bizarre mixed imagery of these rides.
Yeah, very. It's definitely a take on Disney, but it's more of like I was thinking more like Tex Avery. Like this is what would happen if Tex Avery hit it big instead of Disney, because Avery did a lot. I want to say it was Avery did a lot more of the like space stuff. So yeah, instead of there being like Fantasyland and Tomorrowland and Frontierland and stuff like that, they have names. I didn't write them all down, but they have names, but they're all based on different planets.
Yeah, and they're all like, he's taking like the connection between the planets being named after the Roman gods and, just running with that. Yeah,
that's neat. Very, very surprisingly, very well thought out for this kind of thing. Like, it's not just like there's a thought process here, and it's not just, just to slap together, let's just make a Disneyland that isn't. Like, there's like, yeah, you can tell he put some work into this.
It shows you what a nutcase Emmett Starr was.
Oh yeah. And we kind of glossed over it, but I did like the A to B to C logic of Karen realizing where he was based on the tunnels, like, because we've all heard about the tunnels underneath Disney.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. I was like, okay, that's cool. That's thinking about it. That's clever. So yeah, I'm liking this.
I will say this. The one thing that it does not share in common with Disney World is it isn't 4 parks that are all miles away from each other, so you have to ride a shitty bus in between them.
Yeah.
Hashtag Universal is better.
Always.
At least until they got rid of the Jaws ride. And then replaced Terminator 2 with Jason Bourne, as if anyone gives a shit about Jason Bourne.
Oh, is that what they did?
Yeah.
Oh my god. I mean, I know about Back to the Future becoming the Simpsons ride.
Way too late in the game for that to matter.
Yeah. Oh god. But yes, I still agree. I'll take Universal over Disney. Those Halloween Horror Nights, my friend. Yeah.
Get to see the live Blues Brothers show, too. Okay, so back with the Karen and the main group, they take the boat and they're dragging Mike along with them down the canals and right up to the Starland Welcome Center, which is right on the water, which is like, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah.
And civilian boats are clustered outside, suggesting the presence of looters. More alarmingly, the place hasn't been locked up in preparation for the storm and the power is still on. Also, the words, "something is here," are written above the entrance. Good little atmosphere building there.
Oh, it's great. It's really good.
Yeah, and this is where we get that Ryerstad, he's like the big Starland fan.
Yeah.
Like, he's talking about how the whole place is getting remodeled and rebuilt, and that's something that apparently they've been talking about ever since Emmett Starr disappeared in 1970, so remember that.
Ooh, yeah, I got real nervous when I read that too. I'm not going to go any further into that, but I think we all kind of, as soon as that was said, I think everybody was kind of like, okay, I think I know where this is going. But yeah, no, and I love what you were just saying about Ryerstad is I love that. Like, I love that, like, It's played for laughs, but and it's kind of a neat little like exposition. Like he's kind of like the exposition character on why some of this stuff is happening, like why the park kind of looks the way it does. But I just love the idea that like he's like a hardened Iraqi veteran. But he's a person, so he likes Disneyland or he likes Starland.
And he brought his kids there so they could see what it was like before they change it.
Yeah, like okay, he's a human. I like that.
Yep, and there's also this reference to all these different properties that Bright Star now owns.
Yeah.
It's like, I thought they just did cartoons. Like, hell, they do everything now. They even own a couple of major studios. I'm like, subtle, Max.
Yeah.
And they enter, finding the Welcome Center trashed and looted with more signs of no preparation, along with a massive hole in the wall, which the creature must have made getting in and out. And they're figuring out a way to move through the park, with Karen telling Ryerstad and Tomas to memorize the map, when the creature attacks from above, dropping the glass sculpture of the planets hanging from the ceiling on them. And Ryerstad, who's hiding behind a statue of Emmett Starr and his flagship character, Norton Neptune, who is kind of the Mickey Mouse equivalent here. He accidentally sets off a pre-recorded message that's part of the tour, drawing the creature to him. And that's when Delia's phone goes off as she gets a call from Dominic, but she drops the phone as she runs, along with Karen down to the Moonbeam Express monorail station. And Karen manages to start up the train, and there's like a voiceover talking about space and how it's a Black Lagoon of infinite possibilities. And I'm like, okay, that's a little weak.
Yeah, it was a little weak, but it's interesting. All right.
I will say this, the actual Black Lagoon connections are very tenuous in this.
Well, I think it's neat. And I wish that initial drop of the Black Lagoon title, I wish the dialogue had been a little better that surrounded that, because that could be like the first like in the audience being like, what? That's the first time. I mean, you're already like kind of like, this is the middle of an action scene, so you're already like kind of like on the edge of your seat. But when they drop that, it's kind of like a shot in the dark sort of thing, where it's like, wait, did they just say that? Like sort of thing,
Yep. And the creature pursues and tries to take the train off the tracks, and Delia shoots her second bullet at it and misses. And then it like sticks its tentacle into the train and tries to take Delia away. And Karen just stabs it multiple times until it backs off. And back upstairs in the Welcome Center, Mike takes off on foot into the park, and Ryerstad and Tomas are forced to fall back as well when the creature returns, grabbing Delia's now soaked and damaged phone before they go. So the phone is basically useless now.
Yeah.
And the monorail train loses power at Aphrodite Station, which is an area themed around Venus. And Karen patches up Delia's wounds and says she saw a light on in one of the buildings on their way in, which wasn't flickering. And she wants to head over there thinking it may be a control center with a PA system they can use to call out to Dominic. So, smart thinking.
Yes.
And that's when Karen receives a call, and it turns out it's a conference call between Green Street, and Wadelman's office is now filled with 20 people who are all like on the edge of their seats.
Yeah.
And the Bright Star boardroom headed by CEO Renee Campbell. And Karen flat out confronts Campbell about the buses and Green Street being called in before the National Guard even, and brings up the creature, accusing Bright Star of hiding something. And this causes an older executive named Gary Starr to walk out of the meeting, confusing Campbell. And Karen then just hangs up, making the Green Street side just freak out, like, no!
Yeah. Oh, this is great.
And leaving the Bright Star people more confused than anything. And then Wadelman just hangs up himself, like, doom.
Yeah.
I love how Campbell's just like, why the hell is Gary leaving? What's going on?
Yeah.
And then back in the park, Delia is finally done with Karen's no-nonsense attitude and decries how cold she is. And Karen lets the facade slip, explaining that she's like that because she compartmentalizes on account of her job. And then she shows some actual warmth and manages to legitimately encourage Delia to keep going.
A nice little character building moment.
Yeah, they did do a good job with the characters in this for the most part.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't have a problem with any of them.
Yeah, over at an area called Apollo's Escape, Dominic ducks into a souvenir shop to hide when shapes start appearing in the distance and noises start to be heard. And Ryerstad and Tomas are crossing the Wild Mercury Mesa when they hear an engine revving and notice lights and sounds coming from across the central lagoon of the park. So that's more universal.
Yeah, that's a little bit more universal, but the Mesa is definitely Frontierland.
Oh, yeah. And Ryerstad gives Tomas a flare gun in case of emergencies. And it turns out to be a convoy of redneck looters having a party and blasting music right outside where Dominic was hiding. And he tries to sneak out, but trips and runs into Mike. They both get spotted, with the looter leader recognizing Mike, and things get tense when the looters realize that Mike brought operatives in with him. But it comes to nothing as a creature attacks and scatters them.
That to me is fucking hilarious, that like everybody recognizes Mike, so they're all from the same trailer park.
Yeah, and Dominic actually hears the creature laughing off in the distance. It's like, come on, that's bad, we gotta go, before it shows up.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, but because the lead guy, like the lead looter, is named Jason.
Oh yeah.
All I could think of was freaking Lord Humongous. Just walk away.
I'll spare your life.
Yeah.
But then it chases after Mike and Dominic, only for Finch to appear and jump on its back like it's Resident Evil 4 with El Gigante.
Yep.
And the creature throws Finch off and chases after him, and Mike and Dominic run for the Jupiter area. And so then we go back to Green Street HQ. Wadelman is approached by his boss, Snyder, who tells him that 9 children have been reported missing in Mariaville in the last 8 hours, including Dominic, and the audience will recognize the others as the kids he found in the ride. And he's like, how'd you get this information? He's like, I have my ways. He then tells Wadelman that since it's his op, he'll have to choose whether to help Karen or to side with the Bright Star executive. So, bit of tension there.
Bit of tension, yep.
And so back in the park, Mike and Dominic sneak into the Operation Zeus ride, clambering around in the dark before hiding in the operator's office, and they hear the creature in the distance, laughing.
Oh, man, that's great.
And Karen and Delia, they move into an area called Galileoville, finding the building with the single solid light on inside. In fact, it's the only building with a real second story. And as they get inside, they find out that it's Emmett Starr's private apartment where he lived until his disappearance. And Delia's like, how do you know this? And Karen goes like, there's a plaque on the wall there.
Yeah. And also, nice callback to, I think, Main Street, USA? Because Disney, Walt actually had an office up there.
Oh,
so
okay.
That's a cute little reference. And there's a lot of, subtle and not so subtle, behind the scenes stuff for Disney World going on here, which I just love.
Hold on, I gotta get back to my notes. Accidentally scrolled up. And further in, they find the entrance to a hidden lab which looks to have been uncovered by the ongoing rebuilding efforts. And inside, Karen finds 9 20-foot-tall cryogenic tubes with pictures of the Starland mascots over them. And the names of different animals on the sign.
Yep.
And some have been knocked over. The Sammy Saturn one has a skeleton in it, and the Norton Neptune one has burst open.
Yes, so there you go. Okay, so what?
Yeah, a little bit more here.
Okay, all right. Yeah, just go ahead and get through this.
And so Karen finds a switch to turn the park's lights back on, and which unfortunately draws the creature into Operation Zeus, where Mike and Dominic are hiding, and touches off a fire in the lab. In the apartment, Delia finds a can of spray paint, the same color as the words over the entrance, before something grabs her. And then deeper in the lab, Karen finds the long-dead corpse of Emmett Starr, which looks like it died in battle with an adjacent dead monster. And she also finds schematics, sketches, and a tape recorder explaining things about how Emmett Starr sought to push the park forward by creating living biological attractions. Living biological mascots, which were hybrids of multiple animals, to show people around, put them in rides, interact, etc., but it all went very badly and was kept secret. And Karen, who's also alarmed by one of the tubes seemingly about to open, hears a commotion upstairs and climbs back into the apartment, finding Delia being held hostage by 3 teenage vandals, including one wearing a Lila Lovely mascot suit, which was just making me think of Sudden Death with Van Damme. I actually stopped reading the script to watch that clip on YouTube. And they came here looking for one of their missing sisters, and Karen tries to explain that she knows what's going on, but a fight ensues with Karen dominating them all and really kicking the crap out of the one in the mascot suit before saying she's there to help, and they're just like, what? So did you want to go on about the lab?
Oh, I want to hear, first I want to hear your take on, what did you think of this?
It's actually a really clever idea for the whole theme park concept.
Yes. This is, okay. I don't know if I'm just kind of on a glow after reading this script. It probably is that, but this was one of the best twists
I've read in a script so far. Like, out of any of the scripts I've read, this is one of the best ones, just because it's so out of left field and it's so clever. Like, it's so weird and awesome. I love that idea. And again, that's another reason why I kind of wish I think it would be, like, again, going back to the 2-leg, 4-leg approach. I think that'd be a lot of fun, like, if the monster, like, maybe you, like, had it try and walk on 2 legs, because it's, like, part of its programming a little bit, because I have to imagine Neptune, right? What was his name?
Norton Neptune.
Norton Neptune, because I have to imagine Mickey Mouse, so it's probably like a 2-legged bipedal animal.
Well, it would be because the statue of the two of them together, they're holding hands.
Right. So I loved this. This was one of the best twists I've read in a while. I love that. Like, there's that. I love the idea that there's that little bit of a fake out. Maybe I'm just reading too much into it, but I love the idea that there was maybe like a little bit of a fake out earlier on. Like I said about like how the Emmett disappeared, 40 years or 30 years prior. And it's like, oh, is that where they're gonna go with this? Like, it's the monster is actually Emmett, and they're doing like a take on the Disney freezing himself thing or something like that. Nope, they go in a completely different route. And I was like, I'm so on board for this.
Yep, it's crazy, and it's such an interesting idea, and it makes so much sense. Yeah. It fits the concept that he's going for here very, very well.
Yes.
Okay, and so back at Operation Zeus, Mike tries to bond with Dominic while fleeing deeper into the ride, but the kid knows that his mother dragged him, had to drag him along, and he's very fatalistic about the whole situation. Like, the creature's just going to eat us. Got a little nihilist in training here.
Yeah.
And Mike then has Dominic climb inside the ride, but doesn't put the lap bar on, telling him to jump out when it slows down in the middle.
Yeah, the schematics, or not the schematics, but the breakdown of this and then the following scene is it was a little hard to follow.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll get into that.
And the creature arrives just as Mike pushes the button to start the ride, and his attempts to draw it off and make it chase him don't work, as it just bitch slaps him to the side and continues chasing Dominic, and then we don't see him again until the end.
Yep.
And somehow, like, it actually goes around a few loops before the creature actually picks up the ride train off the tracks before it can hit the slowdown section, and Dominic is left dangling. And that's when Tomas and Ryerstad arrive on the scene, and Tomas gives the latter a boost, who then runs a line through a carabiner on his vest and sends Dominic down to Tomas, but the creature flings the ride train and Ryerstad with it into the central lagoon of the park, and Tomas and Dominic then run for it. So yeah, that was a little hard to follow.
It was. You breaking it down just now, though, made it a little bit, like, I can kind of see it a little bit better.
I don't know if my breakdown is completely accurate.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in, like, 2 pages during this action scene, and it's all really cool. Like, and I get what they're I get what he was going for here, but, yeah, But, and I have to imagine, because, like, the implication is that the power isn't on entirely, so it's kind of like surging on and off during the hurricane, which, just to remind everybody, Cat 5 hurricane going on right now, which is great.
Oh, yeah.
So, like, you have to imagine, like, maybe not only is it the slow part of the ride, like, during the loop, but also, like, maybe the power is kind of jutting on and off, so it does kind of give them that brief moment, so... Yeah, but it's cool. It's cool. I like the idea of, like, the ride chase sequence. That's fun.
Okay, so back in Galileoville, Karen and Delia and the 3 teens are heading out of there. Karen says she doesn't have time to explain what she saw, and that she thinks the creature is supposed to be Norton Neptune and is taking the kids to Poseidon's temple. And that's when Tomas's flare is seen coming from the opposite direction, and Karen insists they head there first. And Delia wants to head towards the temple immediately, though, and an argument ensues, with Karen finally breaking down and admitting that she's out of her depth here. And she says she's 80% sure that Dominic was taken to the temple, which is good enough for Delia. And 2 of the teens go with her, and the one in the mascot suit can hear the monster, and just goes like, nope, going with you, Karen. And elsewhere, Tomas hurries with Dominic into a food court called Comet Central, and they tried to hide from the approaching creature inside a plastic play place in, like, those plastic tubes. And the creature attacks, breaking the tube in half and grabbing Dominic as he falls out. And when Dominic just goes, "What do you want?" it merely smiles and drags Dominic away.
Yeah. Ooh.
And at the central lagoon near Operation Zeus, Ryerstad emerges from the water and he starts to smoke. And then Karen shows up and just flicks the cigarette out of his mouth. With the no smoking on the job.
Yep.
And then the mascot team comes like hoofing it behind her like... And Tomas arrives soon after, explaining how the creature grabbed Dominic. And Karen says she knows where it's taking him. And then Finch shows up again and essentially functions as a comfort dog for Karen here. And so Karen rebounds. She's like, I'm going to track this thing down and I'm going to kill it. And so Delia and the two teens arrive at Poseidon's temple and find the 8 kids slimed into the ride seats. So basically, it's performing its function. It's herding them into the ride like it was programmed to do.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know why it put Dominic in a hole somewhere instead of just putting him in there immediately. That's never explained.
No, that's fine. Like, it's there for the build up and everything, but...
Yeah, true. But she notices that Dominic is not among them, and the creature soon arrives with Dominic in tow, forcing the 3 of them to run and hide for the time being, and the teen girl just disappears.
Yeah, she does. The teens disappear, I feel like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Huh.
Yeah, I'm guessing the mascot one stayed with Ryerstad where he was injured.
Yeah.
But so outside, Karen and Tomas run up to the ride, seeing that's under renovation, and that the main drop goes nowhere but onto a pile of construction materials. And so Karen tells Tomas to run for the control room while she runs into the ride itself. And inside, Delia and the teens watch as the creature slimes Dominic into the ride vehicle. Now that it's full, places it onto the tracks, and the ride begins to start up. So they're all going to fall to their deaths if something isn't done.
Yep.
So Delia and the male teen sneak around and jump onto the ride to attempt to get the kids out, but the lap bars won't budge. The creature goes to stop them, but that's when Karen arrives and attacks the creature with her Bowie knife, being assisted by Finch the whole time. So they once again tag team. And as the ride vehicle starts ascending the lift hill before the drop, Tomas just mashes all of the buttons in the control room, eventually opening the lap bars, allowing Delia and the teen to start getting the kids out of there. The creature sees this, smashes Finch into the ground before running off of Karen in pursuit, and she's just going, "Don't you run away from me!" Like, she's going full Rambo at this point.
Oh, yeah.
First blood Rambo. And it shoves the teen aside, and Delia shoots the creature in the eye with her remaining bullet to no effect. And I think it just laughs at her again. And that's when Karen shows up and pins the creature's foot into the seat with her knife, and then traps it with the lap bar. And Delia manages to get Karen and Dominic off the vehicle before it falls, the creature crashing to its death on the pile below, and it actually says it splits in half.
Yeah. Got a minor issue with this. I feel like the size of the monster became a little inconsistent here.
Yeah, a little bit.
Because, like, pinning it down, I mean, I guess I could see that, like, maybe if it caught its leg or something.
Depending how big the Bowie knife is, because Bowie knives can be huge.
Yeah, they could be real big, but, like, this thing is, I mean, it's implied to be the size of, like, a Rancor. Like, it's, like, 20 feet tall. So, yeah, okay. I mean, I get where he's going with this, and this is a great, epic final battle action scene, and I'm loving this, but, like, maybe not pin its foot down with the Bowie knife, because I feel like something that big would probably just rip the Bowie knife right out. I mean, because, like, it's also, like, she pins it down into the ride, so that's, like, solid steel. So, a little bit of work needed there, but it's a great idea to have the ride, his own ride, kill him, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's cool. And him getting cut in half by the concrete bar because they hadn't finished refurbishing it yet that's neat. It's fun. It's got this stuff going on here, and I like it.
Yep, and then we go back to the Walmart evac site, where we see that the storm has abated, so no more Category 5 hurricane. And Wadelman has arrived on the scene as arguing with a police sergeant when Karen and the remaining survivors roll up on the Starland parade float with the creature's corpse in tow.
Yeah, like a hunted alligator. They got it up on the front. Yeah, yep. I love that.
Yep. And the creature's corpse is claimed by Green Street as company property. An injured and still kind of asshole-ish Mike is wheeled into an ambulance, and Delia thanks Karen, embracing her. And that's when Campbell arrives, and after reading Karen's statement on the subject, tries to threaten Karen into silence, saying that only a few executives at Bright Star knew about the lab, and most of them, even they thought that the experiments were all dead. And then Karen, who's backed up by Wadelman and Snyder, instead threatens Campbell right back, saying she has many friends all over the world who would be willing to kill and disappear any of these Bright Star executives if they mess with her or any of the other survivors.
They'll only find a tooth.
Yeah.
Oh my God. Well, I mean, after the night she's had, yeah.
And Delia and Dominic ride off in an ambulance. I'm not sure if it's the same one that Mike was in. It might have been. And then Karen congratulates Ryerstad, and she hires Tomas, giving him a job. Then tells Wadelman, hey, you should double back into a park. There may be more monsters in that lab. He's like, wait, what? And then she returns home. There's like this montage of like her decontaminating and stuff like that. And then she returns home with Finch, where we meet her husband, Charlie. And this scene is just tonally so weird.
I liked it.
He's this big goofy dude.
Yeah, no, I kind of like that, because it's like, after all this and having her be like this super aggressive, super, straightforward, operative, that she's got like a lovable goofball for a husband. I don't know. I
Who
like
fucking
that.
hyphenated his last name.
Yeah.
Like, what? He's like singing songs about her and stuff. They eat dinner, and then they're like, maybe we should have kids. And then cuts to credits. A post-credits scene. It's hilarious that this has a post-credits sticker and The Mummy didn't.
That is kind of funny. I didn't think about that. Yeah.
Where a team of Green Street Commandos enter the lab and they find the cryogenic tubes all empty, so apparently the skeleton is alive too.
Oh, yeah.
Before being attacked by a scorpion, starfish, monkey hybrid version of Lila Lovely, and it ends.
Which was a rewrite, it looks like, because it's got the little asterisk on the side. So
yeah.
I guess he must have added that in.
Yeah, this is that or he rewrote the scene.
Yeah.
Overall, very fun script.
Oh, this was one of the most fun ones I've read, honestly. I would put this script right up there with the last He-Man script that we read.
Oh.
This was just a joy to read, which shocks me, because earlier in the podcast, I was like, no, it's a creature from Black Lagoon. It's got to be in the Amazon. No. And then, to have this plopped up. Because I just loved, this is the kind of reinvention that I like. My whole take with the Harris and, Reinhold?
Weingrod.
The Harris and Weingrod draft, was they didn't do, it was a by the numbers. I liked it, but it was kind of like a by the numbers, creature feature.
Jaws wannabe.
Yeah, Jaws, Jurassic Park wannabe. And then this was just, this is the kind of crazy shenanigans, completely rethought up from the ground up, idea that was also I think it would have made a great movie, that I can just totally get down on. Would have caused some. I can only imagine the amount of people that would have friggin' hated this movie, though, just because of how different it is.
Yeah, the guy I got the script from was like, oh, it sucks. And I'm like, okay. And then I read it, and I'm like, oh, I actually like this.
Yeah, no, I liked it a lot. I have to wonder, though, because you didn't tell me anything about this script when you gave it. And I read it in one go. And, of course, when you read an unproduced screenplay, there's no trailers, there's no months and months of build-up and anything. It's like, boom, I just sat down and read it, and I loved it. And I have to wonder if my opinion would change had this actually been a thing, and we would have had months of build-up. You follow me? I wonder if I would be predisposed to not liking it because of the lack of everything that makes it like a Creature from the Black Lagoon movie. But it didn't happen, and I guess unfortunately.
And we don't know why. I guess Universal looked at this and said, we probably can't afford this after we took a bath on The Mummy.
Well, it's 2017. I have to wonder if he maybe put in one more draft. When did Max's problems start cropping up? Because I want to say it was around 2018.
It would, because this is mid 2018. It would have been. I think it would have been early 2018 because that shit had just happened when I did the Chronicle 2 episode.
Okay, yeah, so that probably had something to do with this.
Possibly.
I love the fact that this is clearly a second, or maybe a second revision or something like that. I wouldn't call it a second draft, but another revision of it. So I love the idea that there's like the guys up at Universal, or the executives up at Universal are probably like tearing, like after, at this point, almost close to 40 years of tearing their hair out, trying to get this damn thing to work. And then they were like, you know what, screw it. Let's just get somebody off the wall to do like a creature from the Black Lagoon movie, and they can just do whatever, like blue sky here. They can do whatever they want. And they turn in this, and I could just see like all the people, like all the executives just be like, fucking yes! Well, ironically enough, the guy that we might bring up here in a second would have been one of my top choices.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So this obviously didn't work out. And just a couple of weeks ago, or maybe like a month or two back.
It would be a month or two.
Yeah, what was it? Was it on Bloody Disgusting? Or one of the horror sites, I think.
Yeah.
Where Robert Rodriguez had mentioned that he wants to do it, I think, with, which one of the, Nicotero doing
it was the other way around. It was Nicotero saying he wanted to do it with Rodriguez.
Yeah, Rodriguez would turn in, I think he would make a really fun choice. I think he would bring out a lot of the action.
Oh, yeah.
Going back to like the pulpy adventure of it all.
Although thankfully Alita happened, and I'm like, okay, so he can direct something worthwhile now, because it had been a while.
Yeah, he's had a dry spell, I think. But Nicotero is really the one that kind of gets me, because he's a master special effects artist. I don't want to throw shade at the guy. He's earned all of the accolades he's gotten. But just kind of like Tom Savini in a way, when I think of Nicotero, I think of like gore. Like I think of like body horror and stuff like that. I don't necessarily think of monsters. And yes, he did the monsters for the new Creepshow show on Shudder. But those didn't really, I don't know, his monsters really didn't do it for me that much.
I haven't seen it yet, so.
There's some good ones in there, but yeah, Nicotero, I don't know how I feel about Nicotero. I really wish, Rick Baker would come back and do one, but I think he's done.
I'm trying to think. Was it KNB who did the monsters at the end of In the Mouth of Madness?
Yes, it was KNB.
Because there's a very Gilman looking one in there.
There's a couple of them.
No, I'm trying to think of a writer who could do it, and my mind keeps just wanting to go back to Kajanik. I'm like, but he did it. Yeah, who knows what's going on with it now, though? I mean, aside from Nicotero's wishful thinking.
Yeah. And you know, what's funny is, like, reading this Landis draft, this does kind of fit in line with the current crop a bit. This has really nothing to do with, these aren't remakes, really. Like, the Invisible Man remake wasn't really a remake at all.
It took the concept and ran with it.
Yeah. But this was a fun episode, man. This was a blast. I mean, it's funny because, like, we seem, except for the damn Justice League one, and I guess the Superman one, but it seems like every time we do one of these, it's just like, here's 6 drafts, here's 7 drafts. It's
those are the ones you always ask for.
Yep. And, you know, by the end of it, especially the Highlander one, and a little bit with He-Man, there was some serious burnout going on. But I loved living in this world. Like, it helps we took more time recording this. Yeah, that's true. But also, like, I just thoroughly enjoyed, I mean, I wouldn't say giddy, but I was every time I started and finished one of these scripts, I was legitimately excited to start the next one. Like, I was not burned out at all reading these. This was just so much fun.
Yep. And so I guess that's it until, you know, they actually make a movie.
Or until more scripts surface.
Yeah, and there's a couple more we don't have. But we've almost got a complete timeline of this thing by this point.
40 years of history. Holy cow.
And I even have my own pitch for one if they'll ever hear it out.
You want to pitch it real quick?
Yeah, sure. I got an elevator pitch for this one.
Oh, all right. Let's hear it.
It's The Edge with a Gilman.
The Anthony Hopkins Baldwin movie?
Yeah, it's survival thriller.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Plane crash in the Amazon.
Oh, God, that'd be cool. I like that.
So yeah, that's as much thought as I've put into it.
No, I like that. That could be a lot of fun.
And just kind of figure out a way to justify them having scuba tanks.
From they find the scuba tanks miraculously still working because it's a movie from they find the scuba tanks on the crashed remains of the Rita 2.
Again.
Yeah, a poor boat.
The fucking Rita keeps getting sunk in these scripts.
Yep.
Oh, jeez.
I think that pretty much covers it, though, man.
Yeah, so, hey, Dave Kajanik, Will Beal, send me your scripts.
Yeah, get those out there.
Max Landis, I gave you a good review. Send me your Pokemon script.
Oh my god, he did a Pokemon?
Yep, he did. And it got turned down in favor of Detective Pikachu.
Oh.
But, also your American Werewolves. But yeah, that pretty much covers this big bastard of an episode.
Yeah.
We went from fucking killer whale attacks to Disney World. We went from SeaWorld to Disney World.
Yeah, we did. Oh my god, madness. Absolute madness.
Yeah, these are the strangest and most different things imaginable.
Yeah, from Landis to Landis.
Yep. Jungle to jungle, Landis to Landis. And with that terrible joke, I will end it here. So, yeah, guys, until next time, bye.
Bye, everybody.